Great people, welcome to CSS 3 full course. My name is Nehemiah, the founder of Nemtech, and today we are going to learn from the very basics of CSS to the advanced of CSS. But before we begin, guys, please take a minute, subscribe, like, and share the video to your friends. And to the returning subscribers, I really appreciate you very much for your continuous support. But always like the videos so that YouTube may recommend it to other viewers. Now, without much ado, let's begin by first understanding what is CSS. Now, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. Is not a programming language just like a HTML. CSS describes how HTML elements are to be displayed on a screen, on a paper, or any other media. So CSS saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once, provided you have linked the CSS in those HTML pages. Now, external style sheets are stored in the CSS files. You know, the files that has the extension .css. I'll show you just in a few. Now, why CSS? CSS, as I said, it is used to style the web pages, including the design, the layout, the variation in display for different devices and screen sizes. Like sometimes you can find a website, it's working pretty fine on larger screens like a desktop, but when you go to the mobile screens, then you find that the display is not quite awesome. So basically the work of CSS to work on the responsiveness of the of the web pages also. So it's quite important. So basically, guys, that is the basic syntax of the CSS. You can see we have the selector, we have the we have the declaration, and then we have two declarations here. Remember the declarations are enclosed inside the braces. You can see these tabs, these brackets, they are called the curly braces, right? Or a curly brackets. These tabs, and then inside the declaration, or inside these braces, you can have several braces. Actually, declaration, like you can see here, we have the property value. Remember, the values inside here, it is in property value pair. Actually, the declaration is in a property value pair. You can have several property declaration actually. Like for example, color, you can see it has the value blue, font size 12 pixels. You can also have something like a border box. You give it any values you want. Then the selector is the item that you want to style. For example, if you want to style the heading, the paragraphs, the images, and what have you, so you use the selector. So the selector, it traces the element that you want to style. So now the selector points to the HTML element that you want to style, just as I told you. And then the declaration block contains one or more declarations separated by semicolons. So basically, each declaration includes a CSS property, name, and the value. Like we saw, we had the color, and that is the property. And then the value can be perhaps red, green, and so forth. Now, multiple CSS declaration are separated with semicolon. Let's get back to this example. Guys, you can see here we have the color, that's property, then a value blue, but we separated this declaration from this other one with the semicolon. So this is how you separate several declaration. Now basically the other thing here, guys, I said that declaration blocks are surrounded by curly braces. Let's get back there, and then guys, you can see these are declaration blocks is surrounded by what? These are curly braces or curly brackets. And guys, straight away I want us to begin coding so that you may understand better. We are going to begin with the selectors so that you may understand what we are doing. So basically, guys, there are different types of text editor that you can use. In this tutorial, use the Visual Studio Code, or you can even use Sublime Text. You can use basically a Dreamweaver. You can use any notebook, guys. Is just fine. So what I do, guys, let me just open the Visual Studio Code, because this is what I'm going to use here in this course. So guys, basically this is the window that you just encounter after launching the Visual Studio Code. Of course, for me, I always use Visual Studio Code. That's why you can see I have recent project that I've been working on. So basically, let me just close this welcome whatever here. Let me just close so that I can take you through how we can get started. Now guys, basically the best practice is to ensure that you have at least a folder where you place your project. Don't place it anywhere. So for instance, for me, I'm going to place it where, let me just go to the files. Then let me create a new folder. Let me open folder here. And then in this folder, I'm going to place it at the desktop. Now in this desktop, I'm going to right click, then to the new, and then to the new folder here, and then I'll call it perhaps CSS perhaps tutorial, because I'm teaching. So CSS tutorial, and then let me select that folder. Now basically this is the folder that I want to use, and again we have these welcome notes here, welcome greetings here. So guys, basically in this folder, I want us to create now the HTML file, and then I'll show you how we can style it. Now, before that, so basically this is a CSS tutorial. I'm gonna create another folder with this icon here. I can click here and create a folder, or perhaps let me just create files. Let me just create files. The CSS in the HTML file. Remember, CSS is all about styling the HTML file. So you must first of all have the HTML file before styling it. Now let me first of all create the HTML file. It is let me just call it index. You can give it any name, but it must end with this extension .html. Remember the key thing here, or the keyword here is this extension .html. You can have your things before .html extension, like you can even say homepage.html, landing page.html, or contact page.html, or anything, guys. But it must end with the extension .html. Then you do what, you click on enter to create that file. Now with Visual Studio Code, it is quite easy to create the structure of the HTML document. Remember, while we were discussing the HTML, I was using the notepad, which we had to write each line of code, each letter of code. But here in Visual Studio Code, it has the auto completion extensions here. So like for example, if I want to generate the structure of the HTML, I just type here exclamation like that. Then when I hit enter, it will do what, it will create these structures of the HTML. Perhaps let me try to, can I minimize? Let me try to minimize like this. And then as you can see, we have this HTML structure. And of course, I told you while we were discussing HTML that this first line of code describe the version of HTML that you're using. Like for instance, this is HTML5, and then this HTML itself defines the basically the root of the page. Like this one is HTML, and then the language, you must specify the language for your browser to understand. And I'm using the English here language. And then here in this head we have the metadata, like the character sets. We are using UTF-8. Then we have the basically remember this line of code, this metadata, or this second metadata defines the responsiveness of this website, or this page on different browsers or screen sizes. Like sometimes when you try to scroll down, or when you try to shrink your content, or try to display on a smaller screen, you might find your content become very small. But now with this line of code, it will scale properly. And then now here we have the title. Of course, guys, you can have a lot of stuffs in this head, but I want us to begin with the very basics. Like for this title, I can say, for example, let me just say CSS tutorial. Let me just call it tuts. Now this is the CSS. Now here, guys, at the body, I just want to create some basic things so that let me show you. Like for example, I can just add here a heading. Like you remember here it has the auto completion. Like if I just say H2 like this, when I click enter, it will complete the opening tag and the closing tag of the HTML document. Remember we say that most of the HTML elements, not all, but most, have the start tag and the end tag. For instance, this H2, you can see it has the start tag and the end tag. The end tag is similar to the start tag, but it has the / just after the this angle bracket, the first angle bracket for less than, then are followed by this / We discussed in detail about these stuffs, these HTML elements in the previous tutorial. So here I can just give it something like a CSS full course, a CSS full course. And then guys, basically I want us to download something here else, because I want us to download here the live server, so that it might be easy for us to automatically refresh our the browser or the place where we see. Now guys, basically the first thing that we realize in this Visual Studio Code, I'm not saving these files, it automatically save. So how do you do that? Go to the files, and then I go to the to ensure that this autosave is checked. It is ticked like this. It is ticked. Go, like you can see now, I've disabled. Now once I've disabled, guys, let me just try to modify a bit. And then as you can see here, it tells me to save. You can see it has the round white stuff here. Here at the top, it shows that these files need to be saved. Remember, when I click on Ctrl+S to save, it disappears like that. So to basically to reduce the work of saving, I'll go to the files, then ensure that this autosave is checked, so that when I modify or I type anything here, guys, you can see it doesn't give me the option to save here, or the notification here to save. It just save automatically. So now this is the setting that I've configured in this Visual Studio Code. Now the other thing, guys, that I want us to do here is to download the live server. How do you download it? Go to where the extension here, click on this extension. There's an icon for extensions, and then here you can just search for live server. Just install the live server like this, and then let me just let's install it. It can take some time, but let's just give it time so that it may install this live server for us. So basically it will be updating automatically when we modify, or when we try to visualize our codes on the browser. It will be doing that automatically, other than going to the browser and then refreshing and what have you. So it will be doing that automatically. So now I think it has finished. So what I do, guys, here now to do it, to go live, or basically let me first of all minimize this section. Now guys, basically if I want to visualize this page, I can just click here on the go live here, or I can just right click on this code, and then click here open with live server here, open with live server, and then I think it can take some time. Let me enable this tab so that it may open. Let me give it access. So guys, basically now let me try to make some changes here. Perhaps let me just add in another. Let me get my code. Let me add in. Let me try to modify here. Let me just let me copy, and then I do it. Let me paste it here. Now when I go to the browser, you can see it automatically update without refreshing here. So now this is the advantage of using the live server. Alternatively, guys, if you don't want to use the live server, just go to where your project is. Like our project is at the desktop, then after this are CSS tutorials. Then if you want to just launch it manually, you can just right click here or double click, but right click and then open with, and then you can choose your browser that you want to open with. For example, it is Google Chrome. You can just click on the Chrome, then again you can see it automatically. But now I want us to make some changes and see what will happen. This one won't automatically update. Like let's add these these are called let me duplicate, and then again basically when I go to the browser, guys, you can see it's not updated, right? Let me get to here. You can see this other one that has the live server. You can see this there, the IP and the port data around these files here. So you can see it automatically update, but here you have to do it. You have to brute force here, like you have to to refresh manually. You have to refresh manually for changes to take effect. Now guys, basically I'm not going to this route. I want to use this live server for the interest of time, right? And then guys, you'll realize that I'll be using some shortcuts somewhere, like for example, let me just give you some quick ones before we begin. Now for example, if I want to duplicate the codes, let me just clear some codes here. Now if I want to duplicate the codes here, I just highlight the codes that I want to duplicate, then we click on shift, then alt, then the arrow keys pointing downward if you want to duplicate your codes downwards. You can see when I click on shift, alt, then a down key, it duplicates, other than copying and then pasting. Duplicating is quite easy. Now to undo is Control plus Z, then it undoes the the duplication there. And then to save, guys, it is Control plus S. And then for example, if I want to type here, for example, let me say code, I want to type here something like even say code like that. I just type here code, then it will do it. It will auto complete. For example, if I want to add here the image tag, I just say img, and then I hit img, then I hit enter, then it completes the code for me. Remember, the image tag is the self-closing tag. That's why you can see that it doesn't have the closing tag like what you have here, the h2. It's a self-closing tag, so you don't have to add the closing tag. So guys, basically this was just by the way on the HTML. That is just an extension of what we learned in the HTML course. But now guys, I want us to talk about the styling. Now guys, basically we have different type of CSS. We have the inline CSS, we have the internal CSS, and the external CSS. But before I get there, perhaps let me talk about the selectors. What are selectors? So CSS selectors are used to find or select the HTML element that you want to style. Now this applies on the this one applies on the internal and external CSS. Remember, for inline CSS, you just type to the element that you want to style. For example, if this H2 you want to style it, you just say style. Now this one is a type of internal inline CSS. For example, I want to add in the color, and then I can just give it red. You can see Visual Studio Code is quite awesome, right? It gives you the suggestion. It's quite easy, guys. It auto completes for you. You don't have to strain a lot. Now when I get to the code, you can see it is red. Now this one you don't have to use this complication like using the selectors and what have you. So this one you just specify the just code on the item that you want to modify. For example, if it's H2, if it's H3, if it's the image tag that you want to style, you can do that. Now for internal CSS, remember internal CSS is written in the head tag. So you just write here style. You just write here style like this, and then inside this style you have to choose your selector that you want to affect. For example, if you want to style this H2, you just write here H2, and then you open and close the braces. And then guys, I think you remember what I told you, that the declaration block are enclosed inside the braces. You can have several declarations here, but it must be inside the what, the braces, the opening and the closing of the curly braces. Now now this is the selector, right? This H2, this is the selector that you want to use. Now you realize that when you are choosing a selector here, you don't use these angle brackets. You don't use the angle bracket. You just write H2. If it is IMG, just write here IMG not with the code, with the angle brackets. Now here, for example, if I want to make it red, I just say color. Now color is our property. Then the value can say, for example, let's use blue, right? Let's use a blue. Then let's try to refresh and see how it look like. So guys, another shortcut that I want to show you. For example, if you want to navigate Windows, just click on Alt, then Tab, you will navigate to the places where you want to modify. For example, if it is you want to get to the browser, just click there and then you will navigate to the browser. So the shortcut is Alt and then a tab, then a tab, then you'll navigate to where you want to open that window. Now, for example, you can see now the color is now changed to red. So I hope now you understand how to do it, how to implement this. Now, for example, if I want to perhaps add in some background, I can just do it. I can just do the same. For example, let me say what background color. Background color. We shall talk about colors in details, but this just to give you a clue of what CSS can do, or basically the selectors. So for example, here I can say, for example, let me give it which color will blend well with the foreground being blue. Let me just give it any, just for the sake of tutorial. And then I guess I'm the one who should use these what so here you can see now we have the background color there. Now guys, basically this was just by the way. Now there's much more interesting stuff that guys I want us to discuss here is the external style sheet, external CSS, and of course most developers do use the external style sheet to design their websites. We will not be using these internal and what have you. But remember, guys, in the order of priority, basically browsers usually take the inline CSS, the most important, and then followed by the internal, then external. Perhaps let me just try to. You can see it is H2 still that I want to style here. Now, here you can say, for example, let me just say color. First of all, style. Remember attribute when we were discussing the HTML attributes. So CSS, these are style attribute, is used to specify the CSS here, inline CSS. Then you can see here, you can say, for example, color, it will pick what red. You can see both external, internal, and inline CSS. They are targeting what the color value. But now, in the order of priority, it will pick the red because the red is inline. And then now, let me do it. Let me just try to. You can see now it is red. It has took the first priority compared to the internal. But if you make some errors, and this, for example, if you want to say, if you just say RE. Then if your code is broken, then it will pick the second priority here, which is the internal. So the color will be red, blue. You can see it is now blue. So in the order of priority, the internal is most prominent, internal, and then basically inline is the first priority, and then inline is the second priority, and then if you have the external, it will be the least priority or the last priority. Now guys, I want us to use now the external style sheet here. How do you place your external style sheet? I want you to place it at the same directory. You can see there's a folder called CSS tools. Now you can place here your other CSS file. Remember, it must end with the extension.css. Like I can just say my styles .css. Remember, key thing is this extension.css. When you click enter, it will create. Alternatively, guys, you can just go to where your project is, like it is at the desktop, and then it is here. You can just create here a new file. You can right click, and then you can right click. Then you go to the new, and then where it should be a new file, right? Somewhere. Let me just use, for example, this txt document. Now here, guys, in this case, you have to ensure that when you go to the views, you ensure that this a file name extension is checked. You can see when it's not checked, we don't have the extensions here. But when it is checked, we have the extension here at the end. Now ensure that it is checked so that you can modify this file. For example, you can say, let me get to the home, and then let me try to rename, for example, styles. Let me say styles now .css. Now you remove this txt, you just say CSS like this. Now when you click enter your CSS file, you can see now if you change the file name extension, the file might become unusual, unstable. Basically, so what we do, I just click on yes, then you can see now the file is now a CSS file. It has the extension .css. And then most CSS file, they have something like the setting icon, right? It has something like the setting icon. So I want to delete it because I already have another one. And then now guys, I want to show you how you can link it to the HTML. So you can see, for example, if I type here H2, remember H2 is our selector. When I say H2, remember we have H2 in this HTML. You can see H2, we have it here. Now, for example, if I just say, for example, I give it, let me use body. Let me use just say select the entire body. And then let me just, use the braces. And then in these braces, let me say background. Background color, I give it something like even aqua. You can see there will be no any effect, guys. It will be no, there will be no any effect here at the browser. You can see the color is still black. There's no background or whatever. So what I do, guys, if you want to have an effect on your page, you have to link this external style sheet to your HTML document. How do you do that? Go to the HTML, and then I always like to have this. You can place it anywhere, but let me just put this. Or let it be here. I don't want to complicate it the you a lot. Now guys, basically here you have to use this tag, and this link tag. This is HTML tags or elements. Just type here with the Visual Studio Code. Is quite easy. If you want to use this link tag, you just type here link, then you click enter, then it will complete for you. Now these are really style sheet. Then a hyperreference here is where you type your CSS file. Now remember, this is the name of the CSS, so you just type the exact name. It is my style dot CSS. My styles, it is my styles, right? Not style, it is this one, my styles. You ensure that you write the exact name, my styles dot CSS. But assuming that I'll show you later, if this CSS it were in the folder, you have to specify the folder. But for now, let's try to test if it will work. Now remember, it saves automatically. Now let me get to the browser and see how it is. Now you can see, guys, we have an effect here because we have done what? We have linked this external style sheet to the internal style sheet. Now once again, let me try to place to create a folder here. Inside that, remember the main folder, it is CSS tutorials tools, and then inside that for this folder, I want to create another folder. Perhaps let me just call it CSS. And then let me place this CSS in this folder. Let me move it there. And then now, guys, basically you can see now we no longer have the CSS outside here. It is inside another folder. So you can see when I try to go to the browser and refresh, you can see there's no any effect. So in this case, you have to specify the file path or the directory. So what you do, just type in the / and then select the folder itself, and then now followed by the file name. So in this way, in this case, guys, you have specified the CSS folder. This first one describe the CSS folder, then the next one is the file name. Now when you go to the browser, you can see now we have an effect. Perhaps let me try to change the color so that you may see it's not. Let me change here to, perhaps let me give it red. Let me just give it red so that you can see there's some effect somewhere. You can see now it's red. So guys, basically this is how you can work with external style sheet. Now perhaps I don't want to complicate you guys. Let me just remove it, and then remove even the folder so that we may have the HTML in the CSS. That was just up the way for you to have some. Remember, we will be developing websites, so it's a good practice to have your content, arranged very well for user accessibility. So, but because we have only two files here, the single HTML and the CSS, I don't want to make it much more complicated. But if you have a lot of files, you might consider using the folders, so that you may know that the CSS files are here. Remember, you can have the CSS for styling the main page, and then the CSS for styling the contact page, or the CSS for styling the footer and all that. So you might want to place all those CSS in a certain folder so that you can trace them easily. And then also for the templates or for the HTML, you also want to place those templates in a certain folder so that you may access them quite easily, because you can have the template for main page, the contact, the the blocks, and anything else there. Now remember, you have removed the folder, so in that case you have to remove this extension, this for directly there. And then now guys, basically I want us to talk about something else. Let me guys talk about the CSS comment. Now remember, the comment, they just help those who are developing the website understand that this part was, for example, the navigation section. This one of the landing page section, or and this is the styling for. Let me get to the CSS so that I may describe while I'm there. Now guys, basically, for example, in most cases you have to use this, or I'll get there, but I'll get to that later. Perhaps here I can just say, remember, the comments begins with the the forward slash asterisk. Now this is the tag for the CSS at the start tag, and then at the end tag. Remember, if you don't specify, you can see it affects everything. So if you want to end the styling here, just also adding the asterisk, then at the forward slash, then at the content that goes between this stuff, it will be the comment. Like let me say this is a comment. This is a comment, so it will not have any effect. So even if you try to run and see, let's try to run and see, you can see there's no any effect there at all on the browser. But for example, if I fail to close this closing tag for the comment, you will find out that there will be no effect on the browser, because now it has affected everything. It has made this code to be a comment. Now basically the browser will omit what these are comments. So always ensure that you use the right comment. But I guess there's a shortcut to create comment. For example, if you have let me say main styling, or anything in main styling. Now guys, basically if you want to make this code a comment, what you do, just highlight, then I click control, then at the forward slash, then it will automatically add this opening tag and the closing tag of the CSS comment. It's quite easy, right? So we'll be using these shortcuts in the future. So these comments, they just help developers and understand codes. They won't be executed, they just help you to understand your codes very well. Remember, in the future you'll be collaborating with other developers. Perhaps you'll be collaborating with different front-end engineers. So you might want to tell them that this segment I was styling the header, or this segment I was styling the footer, and what have you, or basically this part was the was the responsiveness and all that. So it's always good to use the comments. Now perhaps let me talk about the colors. You can see I've been using some colors here. So guys, basically for colors we have we have several ways you can define colors. You can use color names like what we have used here. Like you can say red, black. Black will not contrast well with what, because the text is black, so you can see it's not visible at all, right? But for example, if you place the background to be black, ensure that for it to blend well with the foreground, you say, for example, the color. Now remember, when you specify color, it will mean that anything in the body, the color will be for example, the color that you specify, for example, white will work, right? Because the background is black. Now the foreground to be white, it will blend well. Now guys, we have the color values, we have the color names like this, and then also we have the color values. Like for example, instead of here, let me just remove this line. Remember, the default for colors is black, and then the default for background is white. But for example, if you want to specify using the color values, we also have the hexadecimal value. For hexadecimal value, we shall discuss it in details, but in a nutshell, if you want to use hexadecimal value, for example, for red, it begins with the hash. Then you type in, for example, red, it is FF. It has the highest value, the first two values, and then the rest is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Remember, these are two basically this pair value represent, for example, the first one, it is RGB. Now the first one represents red, and then the second one represent green. Now guys, remember here I forgot should be 6. It is hexa. Hexa means 6, right? Now the first one represent red, and then at the second one RGB. So the second one represent green, then at the last one represent blue. Now if F, remember F is the highest value. Now if F is highest, then at the rest is 0, 0, then at the highest will rule, actually will dominate. That's why you can see on the browser it will be red, right? Now if, for example, these first two values is 0, 0, and then the second values is FF, then what will dominate there, it will be green. It will be green. Though guys, we shall talk about these colors in details as we go on, but guys, perhaps this is the background color, but we also have the colors, the color itself. So for colors, if you've used the green, so the color itself, you can say, let me now target the what? Let me target another. Now guys, I think by now you understand what are selectors, right? What are these selectors, right? So for example, if I want to style, we have the tag called H2, which defines the heading there. For example, if that heading I want to style it more, sorry, it should be just H2, and then I open and close the braces. Now inside this declaration block, inside these two braces, I can say, for example, the color, I can give it, for example, let me give it yellow. Let me just give it yellow, though I know it won't blend well with the foreground of the body. But now I also want to add in what? The background color for that title. So background color, I can give it even let me give it purple. Let me give it purple. Purple, I think is darker. Now guys, basically when I get there, you can see now you have the background for this title to be is now what? Is now purple. So basically this is how you can go about that. Now perhaps guys, let me talk about the RGB value, RGB colors. Now guys, basically for RGB color, it represents RGB represent the red, green, and blue light sources. Remember, every other colors they are generated from these three values. It is let me just create a comment. RGB, or let me use a capital. So let me say RGB. Then let me just make it a comment so that so guys, basically this RGB stands for red, green, and then a blue. Now if you want to use RGB on your as your color value, you'll have to type here RGB like this, and then inside there you open the normal braces, the normal actually the normal brackets like this, and then here you pass in the values for R and the RG and the B, that is red, green, and the blue. For example, if you want to say, remember now when you use the RGB now, the values ranges between 0 to 256, not like the hexadecimal values where it went to basically to F. Here it goes. Remember now for hexadecimal values, it goes from 1. Let me just use a comment for hexadecimal. I don't know if it can work. For hexadecimal, it is 0, 1, or not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now when it reaches 9, it goes to A, B, C, D, E, and then F. Now F is the highest value. Now if you want to define the highest values in hexadecimal value, use F, but for the list use green. That's why you saw that when you give it F to be the highest in this RGB in the hexadecimal value, and these are green. Now because F had the highest value, it dominated. That's why you can see the background for the body was green. Now for example, if you are to give 800, then the last one to be FF, because the blue, remember it is RGB now, because blue has dominated, then the color the browser will be what? It will be blue. Now you can see it is blue. The background actually is blue. Now guys, basically in this case, for example, if you want to use the background color with RGB, it ranges between, remember this is hexadecimal, right? This is hexadecimal, and then we also have this is the color name, just the color name itself, and then now this is the RGB. Now if you want to specify the RGB, the range goes between 0 and 256. Now 250, actually 255. 255 means that it is the highest value. For instance, if I say basically 255, and then at the rest I give them 0, then red will dominate, and then you can see the background here, there it will be red. You can see the background is now red, right? Now for example, if I give it let me try to give it some values like even 100, it will be not that you can see now the opacity of red changes. You can see it's kind of purple, or I don't know. So basically the value, or if you give it 0, remember 0 is like a black, total black, and then basically the highest 255 is like extreme, extreme intensity of some colors. If you give it 200, that will be extreme red. Basically 255, that is the highest. Of course, you can also play around. For example, you can just give it 20, then you'll obtain another color type. So here if I give it perhaps 120, then I realize that you'll obtain the color, another color of which I don't know the color name itself. I think it's kind of pink or what have you. So you can see it generates another color. So you can just play around with these values, provided the range goes between 0 and 255. So unless you're good with this stuff, be sure to use the color name itself, like a yellow, green, and any other colors. You can find the reference on the website. It has the profound discussion on the same. Now guys, basically let's talk about something else here, guys. Let's talk about the HSL colors. Now guys, basically for HSL color stand for hue, saturation, and lightness. So basically in CSS, a color can be specified using hue, saturation, and lightness, that is HSL. So for HSL, hue, saturation, and lightness, it is HSL, hue, saturation, and lightness. Now guys, basically in that case, just like the RGB, you have to use these two parentheses. Then here you specify the hue. And remember, hue is a degree on the color wheel between 0 and 360. 0 is like red, then 120 is green, then 240 is blue. That is blue. And then for saturation is like saturation is like the opacity of something, or saturation is like the intensity of that color, right? I think that's a good term. Like 0 means like something like the shade of gray, then 100% it will mean the full color, right? So, and then we have the lightness. Lightness is like the percentage. Lightness is like how I don't know how I can put it. Like how do you want this color to be? Like, is it darker or is it lighter? Let me just try to put it in code so that you can relate, guys. So for HSL, just say HSL like this, and then I open the braces just like the RGB, and then here, for example, I say that the color ranges between 0 and 360. Now that is the U. Remember, it is H, SLU, saturation and lightness. So the first value defines the color. I said that 0 is red. Basically 0 is red, 120 is green, then 240 is blue. And so for example, if I want to obtain red, I'll say 0, that is for red. And then for lightness, I can say, let me just give it 100%, 100% like this. And then what is the saturation? If I want to make it neither white nor blue, I can say, for example, 50%. That will be in between, darker or light, darker or yeah. So guys, you can see now we have, or perhaps let me just use it at the body so that you can see the major effect. Let me just cut it here, then let me use it here. I think when we use it at the body, it will show a good contrast. You can see, guys, basically this one is nice, right? And so, for example, let me just try to give it 0% and see, and you see how it will look like the white. You can see it is like a black, right? It's total black. And then if I want to give it the extreme light, you just give it 100. It should be 100, not 1000. So when I give it 100, it will be white, total white. But it's a good practice to use 50 so that it may blend well, so that your color may be red. Now this is the lightness. For example, if I want to obtain the green or a blue, I just say blue. I said it is 360. 360 degrees. The 360 degrees. You don't have to add the degrees. When you just say 360, it will know that it is degrees. So basically it should be what? Let me just confirm. It should be 360. Oh, 360. That is right? I doubt. Or there's a problem somewhere, guys. I believe there's an error. 0, it was red. So let's try to. Oh, guys, basically not. Remember, 360 is the same as 0. 360 is the same as 0. So it is 0, 120, and 240, not 360. 360 is the same as 0. So it is 0, that is red. If you want the green, it is 120. 120, that will be green. Now let's try to come to see. You can see it's green. Now if you want to have the blue, it is 240, then it will be blue. Now guys, basically in a summary, before we proceed, all other colors are generated from these three main colors. The main colors is red, green, and blue. If you want to get any other colors, it must be inside between these ranges. Actually, should be generated between these values RGB. For example, if I want to obtain another color like for 200, then it will be just like a light cyan or any other color. But remember, many colors are RGB. So any other colors is generated through RGB. When you combine these values, these red, green, and the blue values, and then you'll obtain different types of colors. So guys, in a nutshell, this is all about the colors. You can find the full reference on the website. Of course, you can style the backgrounds. You can style. Remember, the same principle applies on the backgrounds and also the color, the text color, the font colors. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the CSS borders. Now, basically, the CSS borders property allows you to specify the style, the width, the color of an element border. So basically, we use the border style property to specify the kind of border to display. Like we have the dotted, we have the dashed, we have the solid, we have the double border, we have the groom border, groove border, we have the ridge border, we have the inset border, you have the outset border, you have the hidden or and a none, which defines no border. Perhaps guys, let me just try to show you that. Let me just try to show you that. Perhaps let me just remove this style in here. Let me just remove these other stuffs, and then perhaps here also let me remove, so that we may have only this H2, of which we are going to use to check on our borders. Now here we are going to target the H2. The H2 is now our selector, which we are going to use to check on the borders. Now basically we are using H2 as a selector, H2, and then I'll use the braces now to add in our declarations. So here guys, I can say, for example, if I want to add in the, these are style, these border styles. So I'll say, for example, we use this property border border style like this border style. Now with the goodness with the Visual Studio Code, provided you generate something related to that name, then it will give you an option to complete. That's why I always like Visual Studio Code. Now when I say dotted, perhaps, then at the border will be dotted. Let's check out and see our border. Let's check and then guys, you can see now the border, basically the border is dotted. Perhaps let me try to add this text at the center, so that we shall talk about alignment later, but in a nutshell guys, I just want to place it at the center so that you may see the content much better. Or perhaps let me also try to zoom in so that you may see everything. You don't have to do this, we'll get there later. Perhaps let me just use now the text align property to align the text at the center, and then when you go to the browser, you'll find out that it is at the center, so that you can see properly, though we shall discuss in details about these alignments. Now this is dotted. For dashed, we use dashed here. Now we use a dashed, and then it's gonna be what? It's gonna be dashed. Sorry, it's gonna be dashed. So guys, you can see it's now dashed. Now basically the other thing is solid. If you just want to have a solid a border, then guys, you're gonna do what? You are gonna place this. You're gonna add that border style property here called solid. If you want to have a solid border, solid, and then guys, basically when you get there, you'll find that you have a solid border here. It's not broken like the other one. And then guys, we also have the double. It will have the double border here. If you want to use the double border, whatever, then you can definitely do that by adding this value called a double like this. Then it's gonna be double. You can see it's now a double border. And then for if you want to use the groove, you just say groove like that, and then guys, is gonna be grooved. Though you can't see better, I don't know. Let me try to zoom in further so that you can see a bit. So basically this one is a grooved border. And then now basically the other thing is the ridge. And then you can see it's now guys, basically the other one is outset. Outset actually should be not here, it should be here. Outset guys, you can try it on your end. Outset, you can see now how the border looked like. We have an outset here, though you can hardly see. Perhaps we shall talk about the width later. Border, the border and the border width. So like for example, let me just let me just try to increase the actually guys, basically the border width property specify the width of the four borders. So with the width we can say this the size of that border, the size actually the thickness or thinness. So we use this property called border width. We use the border width style. Border width, where is it? And border width. So basically, let me just try to give it something like a 10 pixel like this, and then I see how it will look like. So guys, you can see it's quite big. So I think this way you can see much better our border. Or perhaps let me just also try to show you. I think the other ones you didn't see better, like for what? For the other ones like a groove and what have you. I think you didn't see better. Perhaps let me just try to repeat so that you can see. Because now we've increased the size. So let me say groove. Groove, and then let's see. You can see how groove looks like. So it is 3D type of border, and then we also have the other one. I said inset, and then let's just try to check it out, and then I guess you can see how it look like. And then the other one I said, the 3D one I said is the outside, right? I said outside. Outside like that, and then now I guess you can see how it looks like. And then of course, if you want to hide the border, you say hidden like that. And then I guess basically not see the border. And then also we have the none. This one will display no border at all. If I say none, then there'll be no border there completely. Now guys, basically here let me just use let me use a solid. Let me just use solid. Then again, basically I want to talk about perhaps in details about the border width, or perhaps should I go in details? But basically just remember that the border width specify the size of the border. And remember guys, as you can see this border, it has four sizes. You can see it has the top side, it has the right side, it has the bottom side, and then it has the left side. So like if you want to give some specific size for the bottom, the right, or the bottom and the left, then you can definitely do that. Remember this 10 pixels is a shorthand. It affects every other size. But if I say 10 pixel, and then 10 pixel, then perhaps 0 pixel. 0 pixel, you don't have even to specify the unit. Also 0 pixel, 0 pixel. Now basically only the top will have the border, but the rest will not have the border. You can see other sides don't have the border. Now so if you want to affect both top and bottom, so that top it can have a certain size of border, and then the left and right have different border size, you just specify only two sides, like 3 pixel here, and then you have top and bottom will have big border, but left and right will have thin borders, as you can see, because we have specified these properties. So basically guys, that's how you can go about that. And perhaps let me talk about the colors. And guys, for border color, we just use the border color property. Let me just show you. So for border color, just say border and border color. So for border color, you can give it any, like you can just say red, then it's gonna be red. And then if you want to specify green, or let's use now the hexadecimal, right? Let's try to use hexadecimal. So let me just use green and see how it look like. So guys, you can see it works still. So you can specify the colors using the hexadecimal, including even the RGB. You can as well use that, or X is basically HSL. So you can also specify the sides of the border. You know, like this one, just like in the border, this one specify the both top, left, bottom, in the right. But if you want to specify right to have different colors, left to have different colors, top and bottom have different colors, then you can do that. You can specify red, and then basically, and then you say green. Or let me just say, yeah, let me just say green, red, and then again now you can see we have actually green at the top, green, but at the sides is now red. Or you can even decide to give each side a different color, like you can say even blue. Blue, this will be for bottom. You know, it goes in this. Let me just get there. It goes in this hierarchy, guys. It is a top, right, bottom, then a left. It goes clockwise direction. It begins from the top, goes to the clockwise direction. If you give the first property, color property, then it will be this one. The second color property will be this one. Then at the third color value or a property will be this at the bottom. Then at the last will be the other one. Let's try and see how it will look like. So here I'll say blue. So blue will be the bottom, right? And then the left side can be, for example, let's try to say purple. So basically, for purple, it will be at the left side. You can see here the left hand side is now purple. So this is how you can go about that. You can use the RGB, you know, those hexadecimal value, or you can even use the HSL, or even the color names like what we used there. So even guys, basically you can as well add the borders. Um, like you can even specify basically the border, basically the border style for the top, the border style for the bottom, the border style for the right. For example, if you want the top to be dotted, we have the properties called perhaps borders top style, border right style, border bottom style, and the border left style. Let me just show you. Perhaps let me just use one. Let me remove this border. Remember, this one affects everything. When you just use border style, it affects every side. But if you say border top style like this, and then you give it perhaps, let's say dashed, or let me say solid, and then the border will have what? Let's check it out. You can see now the border, the top is solid, and then if you say the other one to be perhaps, let's say groove. When you say groove, then it will mean that the left and right will have what? A groove border style. Sorry. Um. So now, okay, so basically here you don't. Here you say. Here you say, for example, if you add in a different, like if you say border top, it will affect only the top. So if you want to affect the left, you have to specify. Of course, we have the shorthand, but let me just border bottom style, and then perhaps let's say groove should be groove. Then you can see now the bottom is grooved, and then for example left and right border at, let's say border let me say border should be border perhaps border left style perhaps. Let me say let me just use perhaps dashed. Let me just use dashed. So the left hand side, it will be dashed, you know. So you can see it's now dashed on the left hand side, and then for the right hand side, just say border right style like that. should be border should be border right. It should be right. Border right style. I give it perhaps, let me say dashed like this, and see how to look like. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that. Perhaps the last thing, let me talk about the shorthand property. So guys, basically for the shorthand property, property, guys, you can do everything in a single line of code without writing, for example, the border size, the border style, and what have you. So basically the shorthand property, let me just remove these other stuffs so that you can just see how it looks like. Let me just clear these tabs so that I can show you how you can use. First of all, let's check it out. So guys, you can see we don't have any border at all. Now let me show you how you can use the shorthand. Just a single line, but it's gonna have everything in it, including the color, the border size, and so we say, remember, first of all, we are using this selector, the heading selector. You can have perhaps if it's a paragraph, or if it's an image, or if it's a flex box, you can use the same property here. It affects also the the classes. We shall talk about classes later. So I'll say border, just use border like that, and then here you can specify the size. For example, if it's 5 pixel, 5 pixel, then what is a must here, you must specify the style type, the border style. So you can say, for example, solid, and then you can give it a color. A color is optional. You can give it the border color, perhaps let's say red. So guys, you can see here we have used the border size, basically the border width, and then we have used also the border style type, and then we have used the border color. Instead of different lines of code, we have just used this very single line of code. But then guys, you can see it has added the border size of 5 pixel, and then it is solid, and then the color is red. So guys, basically this is how you can go about the shorthand. Now perhaps let me talk about something else here, guys. And of course, perhaps guys, let me talk about the rounded corners. So guys, sometimes you might want to have something like a rounded whatever, a rounded rectangle here, or a rounded borders. So basically to do that, you use the border, use the border radius. So to add that property, you say border radius, and then you can give it the radius, perhaps you can give it, for example, if you say 10 pixel, let's try 10 pixel, and then you can see now you have the rounded rectangles here with the 10 pixel. So for example, if I give it 20, it will be much for example, let me just give it even 30. You'll find out that it has total, it is very round, right? It is rounded completely, kabisa. So basically that's how you can go about the border. Sometimes it's quite helpful to understand these aspects. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the margins. Now margins are used to create space around the elements actually outside the borders of an element. Like every element has a border. Now the space outside that border we call the margin. Like you can see the space outside this element, you can see we have some spaces between the edges and the elements here. So these spaces is what we call the margins, right? These spaces is what we call the margins. Now the spaces around the border, inside the borders of an element, we call it padding. We shall talk about padding later, but I want to focus on the margin, the space outside the borders of an element. Now CSS margin property are used to create the space around the elements outside of any defined borders, as I said. Now with the CSS, you can have a full control over the margins. You can specify the borders, the margin for each element. Like you can use if you want to increase the space, basically at the top here, or at the margin here at the top, margin at the left hand side. Perhaps let me just try to zoom out a bit. Let me just try to zoom out so that we may talk about these stuff in details. So now, basically, guys, I want us to begin by, so CSS property for has basically it has property for specifying the margin for each sides of the element. You can use margin top, margin bottom, margin left, margin right, and so forth. So all the margin properties can have values like auto. Basically, the browser calculates the margin. It just calculates the margins. Now, for length, if you specify the length, then it specify a margin in a pixel or a point, sometimes centimeter, but mostly it is a pixel. I like working with the pixel units, but you can even use other units. So, guys, perhaps let me just show you how you can set margins. For example, let me say margin top. I can say, for example, let me just give it something like a 100 watt pixel. Margin top, it will be 100 pixel. And then now, guys, you can see now we have extra space here at the top. Let me just try to increase in the perhaps let me give it something like a 500. You'll find out that we have a lot of space. You can see it's quite it is big, right? The margin here is quite big, guys. So and let me give it even let me just give it 100. I think 100 is fine for us. So 100 is fine, and then you can even specify the margin on the left hand side. So you just say margin left, margin left. You can even give it something like let me give it something like a 15 pixel. And then you can see now on the left hand side you have the 50 pixel margin. And then you can even specify the right hand side, the margin. So it will be margin right, I think. So margin right, you can even give it something like let's give it even a 50 pixel, and then I'll have the equal sides on both sides. You can see we have the space here on the sides. So guys, basically, and guys, of course, we have the shorthand for margins. For margins, like you can even use just margin itself. You can even use the margin itself and then specify a single property. Then it's gonna affect both sides. Like if I say if you don't want to use, if you want to use a single line of code and then I define every if you want to use the shorthand here, guys, you can just say margin should be margin, just like what we did with the border. We also have the shorthand for margin. You can specify the sides, like you can say or even you can just say 50 pixel, or let's say 80 pixel. 80 pixel, then it's gonna do what? It's gonna affect both sides. You can see top is 50, left is 50, right is 50, then the bottom is gonna be 50. So perhaps let me just try to create two elements here, the HTML, so that you can see actually you can see better. So remember we have two selectors. So we have because we use the H2, the selector and the CSS is gonna affect both this H2. It will affect these two elements here. Let's try to check it out, and then guys, you can see now it is affecting both selectors here, or elements. Now you can see now we have the equal measurements, top, bottom, left and right. They are both at 15 pixels. So guys, basically that's how you can go about the margins. And of course, guys, I believe you now know how to, if you use just two units, like if you say let me go to the CSS. If you say 80 pixel by let's say 20 pixel, then this 80 pixel will be for top and bottom, and then this 20 pixel will be right and left. So You can see. But if you want to specify each unit, you can just specify, it must be 4, right? You have to add in 4 units, like you can say even 0, or let me just say 1 pixel. That will be for right. And then basically for bottom, what I do is here let me just give it 2. Then here let me just give it something like 10. And then here let me give it 12 pixel. So the top will be 80 pixel, sides will be 2 pixel. Basically the right hand side will be 2 pixel, then the bottom will be 10 pixel, and then at the left hand side it will be 2 pixel. And then guys, you can see how it will look like. Now for auto values, sometimes you might want to use the auto. You can set the margin property to auto to horizontally, basically to horizontally center the elements within the container. And so for example, let's do this. Let me just do this, guys. Let me just say margin. If I give, let me just try to give it margin auto so that you can see how it looks like. Margin, let me give it auto, and then itself it will align wherever it should be. So guys, basically this is how auto works. You can check more about the borders on the website. And so guys, I believe by now you have a clue on that. So guys, basically if you want to I think you understand, if you want to specify the size, you can just specify the units. If you give it 0, then it will have no margin at all. If you give it a side 0 unit, then it won't have any any sides. Now perhaps let me talk about padding. Now I said that padding is the space inside the elements. Basically the padding is the space inside the borders of an element. So it is used to create space around an element's content, or inside of any defined borders. You can see I told you that every element has some borders, so that you can for example, if let me just try to, so like guys, you can see each element has house. Let me just remove these other properties so that you may not say that we added the borders automatically there. So let me remove this border whatever here. Let me remove this border like that, and then also here let me just remove this stuff. Let me remove that stuff, and then let me just try to so guys, you can see now you can see we have 2 elements here, right? But each element is separated from the other. It's not closely, it's not that close to the other one. So it has some borders. You can see it has some borders, right? And so by default each element it has some defined borders. So within that borders, actually the space within that borders is what we call the padding. Remember I said that margin is the space outside the defined borders of an element, but now padding, that was margin, but padding is the space inside. So like let's just try to say, let me use a background color. Let me say let me say we talked about colors. I think by now you understand what is colors. So let me say background color, and let me give it something like let me give it even cyan. Let me give it cyan, and then guys, so perhaps let me remove the other element so that we may not get confused. Let me remove these other elements so that I can show you better what I want to do. So guys, you can see we haven't specified any border, but you can see now this element it has some spaces. It has some space within this element. It has some spaces. That's why you can see it's not that close to each other. So those spaces inside here, actually within this within the border of an element, is what we call the padding. Padding. So So you can, just like in the margins, you can specify the margin left, margin right, margin top, basically padding top, not margin. This is padding. Margin, I said, is the space outside here. You can see these spaces here at the top. We call them margins, but now inside the element we call it padding. So you can specify the sizes, like you can say, for example, um, padding top. If you say padding, it will affect both sides. Padding, remember, padding is like a shorthand. If you say padding 20 or 100, let me say 40 pixel, it will affect both left, right, bottom, and where. So guys, you can see now the padding is now increased, right? So we have increased the padding on both sides. So guys, basically the same principle applies like what we used in the margin. So I don't want to go into details about the padding. Perhaps let me talk about the the height and the width property. So let me talk about the height and the width property. So basically the CSS height and width properties are used to set the height and the width of an element. So like guys, basically, or before I show you an example, um let me talk about these stuffs in detail. So basically, the height and width properties do not include the padding, borders, or margins. So it sets the height, the width of the areas inside the padding, borders, and the margins of the elements. So this height and width properties may have some values, like at the auto, this is default. Every element it has, the auto. This is the browser's default, which calculates the height and width. And then the length defines the basically the height of the the height of or the width of the in pixel. So then we also have percent. You can even use percentage to define the height, width in percentage of the containing block. Then I have the initial set the height and the width to its initial value. And so let me just show you guys that, for example, let's try with the width. So guys, you can see for now it is a default one, it is auto. But if I specify, for example, the width, basically the width to be something like a 20 pixel, you'll see that this space uh, will be reduced. The width will be shortened. So let's try to test and see if it will work. So let's say so we are discussing what we are discussing, the width and the height. So let me just say width, and perhaps let me give it even 50, not let me give it 50% and see how it will look like. So and then let me just check it out, and then I guess you can see now the width is now reduced. And then perhaps let's say height also, height, the height, let's give it something like even 20 pixel, and then 20%, right, 20 percent. And then let's try to see how it will look like. And then guys, basically this is how you can go about the height and the width. Perhaps let me try to have an image so that I can explain better. So let me get to the browser and then search for an image. Let me just say boy image. Let me use a boy image. You can even use a girl. Let me use any image, guys. Like let me just download for this boy, and then now let me just give it a name. Like let me place it at the desktop to this folder where my project is. Then here I can give it any name, like let me just say boy, and then the file type is JPEG. It's JPEG. And then guys, basically now let me go to my code so that I can try to use that image. So you remember how to use the img tag. We use the img tag to add the image. and then it has a CRC for source. Then here you specify the URL or the path of that image. So basically the file, because it is at the same directory, we are going to use the name, the file name. But if it were at a different directory, you'll have to specify the path. But here just say boy and .jpg, JPEG like that. You can see boy.jpg, and then perhaps for alternative name you can say just say boy. Remember, this one works if the image is like, for instance, in this case, the boy, we have used the comma instead of the full stop, so it will display the boy. Let's try to check it out. We talked about this CSS. You can see now it's not showing that image, but it's showing boy because the code is broken, right? We should have used here the dot or the full stop, or don't know. So now you can see, now you have the image. Now let me show you how you can specify the sides, basically the height and the width. I think this image is in a better position for me to explain this property, or even perhaps let me just try to remove this other styling layer for what. Let me just remove this styling, or everything. Let me just remove everything here. So basically the text is just in its default state. Now I want to affect this image so that you may understand the aspect of width and the height. So here I say, now the selector now is img because we are targeting this image tag. So I'll say img is our selector, and then here I can specify the height of the image. But again, ensure that when you are trying to specify the height and the width, ensure that it is proportional to the image size. Like for example, you can see this image is kind of a rectangle. Now if your units for height and width are like squared, then the image will be distorted. Let me try to see. For example, if I say 50 pixel, that is height, and then the width, and the width, if you give it 50 pixel, you'll find out that the image will be distorted. You can see now the image is distorted. But if that were the case, you have just to use that height property. It will work. It will do that proportionally. So let me just specify something like even 500, right? Let me just give it 500. Then guys, basically this one I will increase it proportionally. If we just specify the one property, like if it's height, it will do it proportionally. If you want to target every size, then guys, you have to do it. You'll have to use the units which matches the image proportionally, so that the image may not be distorted. So guys, as we go on, the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the CSS Box Model. Now all HTML element can be considered as boxes. So in CSS, the term a box model is used when talking about the design and the layout. Now basically the CSS box model is essentially a box that wraps around every HTML element. It consists of margin, borders, and the actual content. So perhaps what I do is let me just show you what it is. So perhaps let me just use this H. Let me just use this heading. Let me remove the image, and then here let me target the H2. Let me use a H2 here. Then here perhaps let me say border. Should be border. Let me give it perhaps 10 pixel groove, and then grooved should be grooved or groove, and then which color? Let me give it perhaps something like a red, right? Let me give it red, and then of course for the entire body, let me give it a different color, like let me say body, and then the color, background color for the entire body, I can give it something like cyan, so that you can understand much better. So let me just now show you. So guys, basically let me zoom in a bit. Now guys, basically let me talk about the border box for you to understand. Let me align these items at the center before them. So let me say text align, let me give it center. We shall talk about this alignment later. Now guys, basically now to talk about the border box, I said it is made up of the margins. Margin, I said it is the space outside the borders of an element. Remember, this is the border. This is the border. Now the space outside the element is what we call the margin. Now this itself is a border, and then now we have the padding. Padding now is the space inside the border of an element. Inside the border of an element. Now this is the content itself. So basically all HTML element consists of this box model. It consists of the borders itself, it has the margins, it has the padding, and then the content itself. So and the content here, guys, basically the content of the box is where the text and perhaps images or anything appears. And then we have padding, as I said, clears an area around the content of the element. Actually, this space here. Then the border itself is what? And the border itself is basically this stuff is what we call the border. Basically, a border that goes around padding and the content. Now, the margin clears an area outside the border of the margin itself. So, guys, basically this is in a nutshell about the border box model. So this is the border box model, and guys, I think up to that, guys, you're good. Perhaps let me talk about something else. Let me talk about the outline. An outline is a line drawn outside the borders element. The borders element, like if you have this border. Now an outline is something that perhaps you might want to add here an outline or a different color here outside this border. So basically that item is what we call the outline before the margin actually. So just like any other content that we talked about, like the borders, the margin, the margin. And so it has these properties like outline style, outline color, outline width, offset, and outline itself shorthand. So we have the dotted, it defines a dotted outline, dash defines a dashed outline. So let me just show you guys so that I may not talk much. Say for example, outline, we use outline style to define the style of the outline. So I'll say outline style, I can give it let me give it double, right? Let me give it double, and then let me just see how it look like. So guys, I'm not sure if you can see. Let me try to zoom in further. I don't know if you can see the outline. Perhaps let me just try to increase the width, right? Let me just try to increase the width. So let me say outline width, width, let me give it 5 pixels, right? Let me give it 5 pixels. So guys, I think now you can see better. Now the outline is this stuffs here. We have used the double. Let me just use let me use solid, and then let's check it out now. So guys, basically let me do this. Let me zoom out a bit. So basically this is an outline. So a space just after the border itself is what we call the outline. Actually this line is what we call the outline before the margin. The same principle applies. You can even use the ridged, you can even use the for style, you can even use the double outline, the solid, the dashed, the dotted, the outside outline. Perhaps guys, let me talk about the outline what? Let me talk about the outline color. Outline color, guys, you can just like in other, like in borders, you can say outline color. You can give it even green or any other color. So not guys, basically remember the properties outline color like this, outline color. Then here is where you give it, if it's green or a green yellow. Let me just, yeah guys, you can see now this is how you can specify the color. You can see the same principle applies like what we use in the borders, it applies here. So I don't have to go deeper into this, because you can even use any other color definition, like if it's RGB and what have you. But perhaps let me talk about the shorthand. The shorthand, guys, for example, if you want to use everything at a go without specifying the outlines, style, width, color, you can just say, for example, outline, just outline like that, and then you specify their size, for example 5 pixel, and then you can say, for example, groove, and then I specify the outline color, perhaps let's say blue, or let me say black. So guys, you can see now the shorthand just use outline, and then the first item represent the outline size or a width, and then groove, this is the outline style, and then the black is the outline color. So guys, you can see now we have the outline which is grooved, then the color is black, and then yeah, it is yeah. So guys, basically this is how you can go about the outline. Now let me talk about or perhaps before I go further, let me talk about the offset. The outline offset property adds a space between an outline and the edge of the border. If you want to have a separator here or a space here between the border and the outline, you can use the offset. So offset is that space there. Let me show you that. Let me say outline offset. Outline. Remember, this one is not in the shorthand. Outline offset. You can't include it in the shorthand. Shorthand, it is just separate. Outline offset, I can say. Let me give it something like a 10 pixel and see how it will look like. So basically, this is the space. Let me zoom out a bit. So guys, basically this is the space you can see between the border. Let me zoom in. Between this border and the elements here, you can see now we have a 10 pixel outline. So basically this is all about the offset, outline offset. Now the other thing is, let me talk about the text, the CSS text formatting. Now guys, basically for text, so I want to talk about the text now. Let me perhaps, should I remove this content here? Let me just remove this fancy style in here for this. Let me remove this one. Let me remove the border also, so that I may focus on the text. So guys, basically CSS has a lot of properties for formatting text. We talked about some of the basics in HTML, but now CSS is more advanced. You can format text however you want. You can change change the alignment, you can change the color, you can change anything, literally anything, guys. Perhaps let me begin with let me use a heading, basically a paragraph here. You remember how we define a paragraph? Use the p tag to define a paragraph. And by the way, guys, if you want to master CSS better, ensure that you have a good knowledge or a good understanding of HTML. I have a full course on HTML on this channel. Just go to the videos or the courses playlist, and then I find the HTML course, full course there. And then here perhaps now guys, basically Visual Studio Code, it has it can generate for us some text. the lorem text, just write lorem, then it's gonna generate some default text for us. So let me just try to split so that it cannot be a long line. Let me just try to break the line so that our code may be neat. And so guys, you can see we have some text here, right? I want to use this text to format our code, right? Let me just try to format the text. First of all, for body, let me remove the background, or the background color. Is it good? The background color for the body, I don't think so. Let me just remove so that we may have just a plain page. Now so guys, I think for colors, I talked about colors and you can relate. So for colors, guys, if you want to specify the color for to affect everything, guys, to affect every text, you can just say you can say body, so that every color by default will be the color that we define here. For example, if it's red, so not you have to use the property first of all. Color is the property. Color should be color like that, and then the value you can say now red. So this way, guys, every element, every text element by default it will be red by default. If you don't specify, default one is it will be red. Remember, but if you don't specify there, if you add this body, the default one is black. But if you say body to be red, now every color, any color by default it will be red. If you add anything else, like if you say even H3 somewhere, let me just use H3, let me say H3. So by default, if I say heading, I don't know if that's the spelling for heading. So for heading, you can see now this heading is now red. So if you use it at the body, then anything, any color, any text color will be will be red. So it will be red. Now, for example, if I want to style the color for the paragraph to have a different colors, so we'll say P now is our new select, is our selector. And then here you say color, perhaps let's say blue color, let's give it blue, and then let's check. Now you can see now the text, the paragraph color is now blue. Let me remove this other one because it's not that professional. So guys, basically this is how you can specify the text color. Now for alignment, guys, you can see like for this text, for this H2, we align it at the center. So let me talk about this alignment perhaps in details. Now basically alignment and text defines, actually basically text alignment defines the position of your text. Or perhaps if I can say, the text align property is used to set the horizontal alignment of text. Now basically text can be left or right aligned, centered can be also justified, Now guys, perhaps let me just let me do this. Let me guys duplicate this paragraph and see how it is gonna be. Should I use a paragraph? Let me just use a H2 perhaps, or a H3 here. I want to use here H. Let me use a H3. Let me say, let me add in some content. Let me say, let me just say heading. Then H4. And let me just say heading, and then H5. Let me say just type in heading again. So we have new selectors here, H3 to H4, H5. Let me first of all see them. Now guys, you can see we have the headings here, and by default it is aligned to the left, right? So basically guys, to align it at the center, you first of all choose the selector that you want to align it at the center. For example, if it's H3 is this heading here. So I'll say h3 the selector, and then these are open and close the braces. Now the property declaration here, actually the first declaration is gonna be we will use now the text align property, and then if you want to make it at the center, just type here center, and then you can see now this text is now centered. Now if you want to use, let me use duplicate. How do we duplicate? It is shift alt then a down key, and then here guys, let me just say h4, but now here the text I'll align here at the right. You'll find that this h, you can see now it is now at the right hand side. You can see this h4 is now at the right hand side. Now for left, you just specify left, then it's gonna be remember by default it is at the left hand side. So guys, the other one, let me talk about the justify. Basically the other property called actually value called the justify. Now guys, basically for justify, unlike these other ones which we placed at the center, right and left. Now for justify, like you can see for this paragraph, you can see it has some spaces here, some white spaces here. But now when we use the justify, it will stretch the content so that the content stretches from left all the way to right. It will not leave the white space here. Perhaps let me try to increase the spaces so that increase the content so that you can see the changes there. Let me just copy and then make it much more. Perhaps let me remove this stuff. Sorry, let me remove the closing tag here also, and then guys, let me just, you can see we have some content. Now you can see now basically I think this is proper way to illustrate. Now guys, basically you can see we have some spaces there. Here at the right hand side here we have some space. Now when you use the justify content, when you justify the text, then it will stretch from left to right. It will not leave the white spaces here at the end. So let's try that one and see how it will look like. So let's go to the CSS, and then now we are targeting the paragraph, right? So P, and then let's say text align, we say justify like that, and then let's try to see. Now guys, you can see now the content switches all the way from left to right. We don't have the white spaces here at the end. So basically that's how you can align your content, so the text actually. Now basically the other thing perhaps on the text, let me talk about the decoration. The text decoration. Now basically the text decorations like adding the underline, the delete or the line through and all that. So guys, basically we have perhaps let me just try to mention here. We have the line, we have the text decoration line, the text the decoration color, just like in the outline, the padding, the margin, the outline. We have this color, the decoration color, decoration style, thickness, and what have you. And so perhaps let me just show you an example. Let me just use, for example, let me say adding this property, for example, the text decoration line is gonna be, you can say overline. You can see it has some suggestions here, overline. So basically for overline there, it will be at the top of each line. Now for line through, it will cut through the lines. Let's try that. So when I say line through, it will cut the lines, the text, you can see. And then for underline, it will be at the bottom, and I should be underline like that. Then it's gonna be at the underline like that. And then for you can as well have the overline underline both. You can say, for example, underline and also overline. These two properties can work. So guys, you can see now we have the the overline and the underline as well. So this is how you can do it. This is how you can and of course you can also specify the color. So let's say, for example, the text decoration color, text decoration color. You can just give it any color you wish, like red. Then it's gonna be red, and then when you check it, it will be red. So this how you can give it the color. And then so you can even specify the kind of line. For example, if you want to use the dashed, if you want to use the grooved, dotted, you can as well do that by specifying the style. So it will be text decoration style. So text decoration text decoration style now. If you use it dotted, then your line will be dotted like that. And then so guys, you can try. I think you understand how you can use. You can even use the 3D ones like the groove, and the other ones. So this is how you can specify those elements now. And the other thing perhaps is the transformation, guys. For example, if you want to make this text uppercase and the uppercase, perhaps let me just try to change here to solid. I think solid is better. Solid is better. Now, for example, if I want you to convert all the text to uppercase, you can see initially it is lowercase. If you want to transform the text from lowercase to uppercase, we can just say text transform. Text transform. If you capitalize, then you can say uppercase. Then all the text will be uppercase like that. Now, if you say, for example, lowercase, every text will be in the lowercase. And then if you say, for example, if you capitalize, then each word will have if you say capitalize, then the first word will be capitalized. You can see the first word of the text is now capitalized. So of course you can find the reference on the website, but let me talk about the text spacing. Let me talk about the text spacing. Now guys, basically we have the text indentation. Remember, indentation is the space between the edges of your page and the first character. Now, for example, if you had some spaces here, so this is what we will call the indentation. And then we also have the letter spaces. Letter spaces is the space that separate letters here. This space, that is the letter spacing. Then the line height is the space between lines. Perhaps let me remove this property here. Let me remove it so that no, have I deleted something which is not? I should yeah, it should be this one, not the other one. Yeah, so now yeah, I think this is fine. Now basically the line height is the space here at the top, actually the space between between lines, right? And then now we have the white space. The white space, perhaps let me try with the indentation, show you in code so that you may understand. For indentation, of course we are targeting the paragraph, right? We are targeting the paragraph. Let me just align my codes better. Now for for indentation, you just say text indent like that. Then you specify, for example, if it's 50 pixel, then I'll have a 50 pixel indentation. Now you can see this space is what we call the indentation, the indent here, between the edges and the first characters in a paragraph. That's what we call the indentation. You can specify. Now for letter spacing, you just say let's try letter spacing. You can give it for example, if you give it 10 pixel, so the letters will be spread out. You can see now the letters it is monospaced, it is quite long, right? So this is how you can use the letter spacing. And of course I gave it, let me give it something like even just 2 pixel, so that I think this one is much fine. 2 pixels quite fine. And then also guys, I will have the line height. Now the line height is the space between lines. So let me say line height. Line height, you can give it let's say 5 pixel. 5 pixels. So our line will be 5 pixel. So you can see it is close to each other. If you give it something like 10, remember by default is 16. By default it is 16, but you can specify 16 is the default one. Like this, let me try to. So 16 is a default one, but anything beyond or below 16 will make the text become close to each other. If you give it the higher value more than 16, it will make it spread out. Like if you say 25, then the lines will be much spread out. You can see we have a lot of space here. And then the word spacing is the space that separates words. This space here, word spacing. Now, so for word spacing, just say word spacing like this, and then you give it your values. Like if it's 20 pixels, I think it will be quite big. It will be quite big. Let me give it something like let me just give it something like 10 pixel. Yeah, so basically you can see now the spaces here is 10 pixel. I gave it 10 pixel. So this is word spacing. Now the white space property specify how white space inside the elements is handled. Like for example, if you're saying let me show you, so it should be in code. And let me say for example white space. A white space, you can even say for example if you want to disable text wrapping inside an element, you can just say no wrap like this. Then let's check it out, and then guys, you can see it just continue forever which is not good. So this is how you can consider the white space. So this property, guys, I think is not good, right? Because we have a long range, and of which is not good at all. So guys, basically on the text, perhaps let me talk about the shadow. Yeah, I think shadow is better. So first of all, let me remove this property, guys. I don't think it's fine. Let me remove this there's stuff here. Yeah, so let's use this one the way it is. Now basically for text shadow properties, this one adds a shadow to a text. This one adds shadows to a text. Now like for example, if I want to make some shadow on this text, I can specify let me specify text shadow. Let me say text shadow. You can specify 2, perhaps let me say 2 pixel by 2 pixel. Remember 2 pixels is the size of the shadow, and then a 2 pixel again is the distance of the shadow. So 2 pixel. And now basically this one represents the horizontal shadow. Basically this one represents the horizontal shadow, and then the other 2 pixel now here, this one represents the vertical shadow. Like let's just try to see how it looks like. So guys, you can see how it looks like, right? Let me just use, I think I should have used the heading so that you can see much better. Let me just cut it here, and then let me use this heading, and then so guys, you can see how it looks like. Now perhaps let me just try to reduce the second one to 1 pixel, 1, and then guys, you can see how it looks like. 1 pixel I think is fine. So basically the first 2 pixel represents represent the horizontal shadow, and then the other 1 pixel represents the vertical shadow. Of course, if you want to add in the blurriness, you can add in another property here. Perhaps let's say 2 pixel again. then it will add what, the blurry. Now you can see now it's kind of fade up. So basically now that property adds the blurriness, right? And of course you can change the color. So for color you can say for color of the text shadow you can say text shadow. You can add in, let's use the shorthand. Let's say let me use now blue, right? Let me use a blue. Blue, and then now you can see now, let me zoom in a bit. So guys, you can see now the color is blue for the shadow. So guys, it's time now to understand the CSS fonts, and remember choosing the right fonts for your website is quite important, because the right font can create a strong identity for your brand. Now, using the font that is easy to read is important. The font adds value to your text, so it is important to choose the correct also colors and the text size, and basically for the fonts. And remember, we have some cursive fonts. For me, I always find it is awkward to use the cursive fonts. Those fonts that are handwritten or a type, that they are scripted, like they are handwritten. So for me, I always find using those fonts is not that professional on websites. Especially the normal website, unless it is any other different type of the website. But for me, I don't like those fonts on the websites. So guys, basically there are five generic font families. We have the serif. Now for serif font, basically serif fonts, they have a small stroke at the edges of each letter. Like, let me just try to zoom in. So this one is an example of a serif font. You can see it has some stroke at the edges. I think this one is Times New Roman, or basically they are in the same family. So basically this one is an example of a sans serif, basically a serif font family. And then we also have sans serif. Basically these fonts have lines. Basically they have clean lines. They don't have they don't have strokes attached. And a good example, perhaps let me just change the font family here. Let me just this H2. Let me just say font family. I'll use sans serif. I'm gonna use this one. I want to use the sans serif, right? Sans serif. This one is an example of a sans serif. So let me just check. So guys, basically this one is an example of a sans serif. They don't have strokes, like you can see. The other one's head stroke, like this heading at the bottom. You can see this heading at the bottom, it has the strokes and also these letters, but this one at the top, they don't have the stroke. So basically this one is an example of sans serif. And then we also have the monospace. For monospace, let me just show you that. For monospace, perhaps let me use a paragraph. So font family. Font family, I want to use I want to use the monospace. So let me just say let me use Courier. I think this one is fine. So let me use a Courier, and then let me just check here, guys. You can see it's now monospaced, right? So basically this one is an example of a monospace fonts. Then we also have the cursive fonts. The cursive fonts, actually they is this monospace? No, this is cursive. This one is an example of a cursive. Let me show you. Oh yeah, sure. This one is a monospace. Now let me show you how to use them. And the cursive. The cursive. These are like the these are like the handwritten. The handwritten fonts. So here, guys, let me just use. I don't think if I have the cursive fonts here. Perhaps I don't think I have it here. So this one won't work. I don't have the yeah. So guys, you can see this one is an example of a cursive font. They are like handwritten, but I don't have a lot of the cursive fonts in my system, but you can download and use it. They are available at the Google Fonts. I'll show you in a few guys. I'll show you how to use the Google Fonts. Now, so guys, basically this is in a nutshell about the fonts. Now let me talk about the web save fonts. Now guys, basically what are web save fonts? So web save fonts are fonts that are universally installed across all browsers in the devices. Like guys, sometimes you can find that you have a font which is compatible only on your browser, but when you try on a different browser, you'll find out that the font is not available, so it picks a different font, but in that family. So basically, there are no 100% completely safe fonts. There is always a chance that a font is not found or it is not installed, properly. So therefore, it is very, very important to always use the fallback fonts. And so this means that you should add a list of similar backup fonts in the font family property. So if the first font does not work, then the browser will try the next one, and so on. So always end the list with a generic font family name. So like let me just show you an example where we will have three font types. Perhaps you can use Tahoma, you can use Vadama, and also the sans serif. Now the second and third fonts will be the backup. Remember that the first one is the most priority if the browser accepts. If it doesn't accept, it go to the next and the next and the next and so on. So how do you do that? So this Visual Studio Code, it can do that for me. Like for example, if I say a font family, and then I say, for example, let me say Tohama. Let me use yeah, guys, you can see this one has a lot of options. We have Segoi Yui, we have Tohama, we have Geneva, Vadama, and sans serif. So guys, basically with this list of options, if the browser does not have this Segoi Yui, then it will go to Tohama, then Geneva, Vadama, and so forth. So this is how you can use the web save fonts. So basically for the web save fonts for HTML and CSS are examples. The examples are the Arial. This one is an example of a sans serif. Vadama is also the sans serif. Tohama is a sans serif. Also to have another one called a Trebuchet. MS, this one is a sans serif, and also we have the Times New Roman. This one is serif. We have Georgia, that is serif. We have the Garamond, these are serif, and then for monospace we have the Corenio, and then for cursive we have the brush script empty, like what we used earlier. I changed though. So basically these are the web save fonts. So basically when I say web save fonts, these are fonts which are accepted in most browsers installed in different systems. So when you use these fonts, actually be sure that it will work on different browsers. Just to remind you guys, remember that commonly used fallback fonts are serif, sans serif, monospace, cursive, and fantasy. Fonts. So guys, let me talk about the font style. The font style property is mostly used to specify italic, text. If you want to make the text to specify italic text, so you can use this font style. You can the normal text is shown normally italic. The text is shown in italic oblique. The text is linear. Perhaps let me just show you so that you can understand. So it is font style, a font style, a font style. You can just say, for example, if it's normal. That this one is just a normal, the normal font. And then if I say italic, the font will be italic. So let's check it out, and then as you can see, it is italic. Now if I say oblique, then the font will lean somewhere. You can see it is kind of italic, but this one leans, it leans. It's not italic, but kind of. Now for font weight we have font weight. This one is the, like, the thickness of the text, or I think that this is something like the thickness. Like for example, if I say we use basically font weight to add those font weight property, font weight, font weight. So we have normal, we have bold, and then we have I think we have normal, and also we have the bold. Then we also have the light, I think. So for normal, you just say normal. It will be the normal font. Let's check it out. Yeah, it's just a normal font. Now if I say bold, so guys, basically for bold, this one is, and then guys, we also have the font variant. Now basically for font variant property, this one specify whether or not a text should be displayed in a small caps or a font, basically small cap fonts. So basically in small cap font, all lowercase letters are converted to uppercase letter. However, the converted uppercase letters appears in a smaller font size than the original uppercase. So let me just show you. So we use this font variant, and then if we use small caps like this, so it will be capitalized. Basically it will be capitalized, but now they are small. You can see the first L and the small O, they are both capital, but you can see the initial are bigger than the rest. So basically this is how you can do. And of course, if you want to return to normal, just type here normal, and then it's gonna be normal. Yeah, like that. Now the next thing on the font style, let me talk about the font size. How do you increase the font size? I think you understand by now how you can increase the font size. We just use the property font size. I think we used it somewhere. Font size, I think. Oh, we didn't use that, but sorry. For font size, we just say font size. If you want to increase the font size, you just say font size. Then for example, if we say something like a 30 pixel, then the font will be 30 pixel. You can see they are quite big, right? Let me even reduce to 100. You can see they are still big. Guys. So, and of course you can as well even make it super small. Like you can even say 10. You can see, guys, that they are quite small, right? They are very small, But remember, for headings like H1 is bigger than the H6. So for headings, you can decide even to use those headings type. So H1 is the highest, H6 is the least in terms of capitalized. Being, but you can change anything, guys. For example, this H2, you can change the size of the H2. Or let's change. So guys, basically, let me do this. Let me just make H6 here. Then you're gonna see H6. We can make H6 to be bigger than H1. You can see this one. Let me just say heading 6. Let's check it out. So guys, you can see heading 6 is quite small, right? But I want to make it even bigger than this H1, right? So what we do, we use this property called font size. So let me just add in the selector is H6, open and close the braces, and then here you can say font size. Let's make it even 40 pixel. I think 40 pixel, I think is big. Yeah, so guys, you can see it's now bigger than even the these are H1. So guys, basically this is how you can increase the font size. So guys, let me now show you how you can use the Google fonts. Sometimes you might find that the fonts on your systems, on your system is not good enough for you to use it. So you might want to download your fonts externally. So what you do guys, if you do not want to use any of the standard fonts in HTML, you can use the Google fonts. So Google fonts are free to use, and they have more than even 1,000 fonts. I think they surpass 1,000 fonts that you can choose from. And so what you do is just go to the Google fonts. It is fonts.google.com, fonts.google.com, fonts.google.com. Remember, for me, I already have some fonts here. Let me just delete. And then guys, let's try to search something else. Let's try to find a font here that is quite unique, which you can use. Which font is interesting here? I don't know. Let me just pick any. Let me just pick any font. I'm not sure to pick what. Let me just let me just pick this one. This is called a tilt prism. I think this one is nice. Let me just pick a tilt prism, and then I'm gonna select it. Now when you select, you can go here, the view selected family. You can click here, then it's gonna show you this drop down. And then guys, basically what you want to do next is click on the import here. Click on the import, and then you can copy. Alternative guys, you can just use the link. And then place it on your basically on your project. But for me, I find it easy to use this one. Basically, if you are to use the link, you will add it at the head of your HTML. But this one I just want to paste it at the CSS. So I'll copy. That is Ctrl+C. Then I'll go to my CSS, and then at the top, you ensure that you paste it at the top here, like this, and then let's check it out here. You place it there at the top. Now to use it, so guys, to use it, you can see here at the bottom, guys, we have the CSS rules to specify the font family. You can see it here. You can copy. Click here, it will copy. And then I go to your browser. Go to not your browser, to your notebook. And then, for example, if I want to make the paragraph. So guys, basically what I do here, let me just remove this stuff so that our code may be quite. So let me just paste that font family here, and then let's check it out. So let me just do this, and then let me get to the codes, and then guys, you can see we have used it here. Let me try to zoom in. Though it's not good, right? It's not professional, but or let me just change the background. Let me change the background so that I can see the text better of the body. So let me go to the body, and then the background. Background color, I can choose. Let me choose something like even beige, and then let me see. Still is not good. Let me give it a green. Then let me try to see if it will blend well. Still guys, I think this color is not good. For me, I just think this color is not good. Basically, this font type is not good at all. Let me just use a different one. So guys, you have to use a font. But guys, what I wanted to do here, guys, I just wanted to show you how you can use these fonts. Let me just try with another one so that I can make you understand better. So first of all, let me just clear. Let me clear everything here, and then let me select this one, and then let me go to the import. then let me copy, and then where to my codes, then here at the top, let me delete this one, and then let me paste it there with the new one. And then here guys, I'll copy which font. Let me just copy these are Great Vibes. It's called Great Vibes. Then to the body, to the paragraph, actually let me use this one. Then let's try to check it out. And then so guys, basically you can see, let me just try to remove the background color basically, or let me also increase the size. Let me increase the size. So what do I do? Oh, background. Let me remove the background. Even all this property of the body, let me just remove, and then let me increase the font size. Now you understand the font size, what it does. Let me give it even 30 pixel, and then so guys, you can see now we have incorporated this font, and it's quite nice, right? So basically this is how you can do that. This is how you can use the Google Fonts. So guys, basically, of course, you have the shorthand. We have the shorthand for everything here, guys. You can just write a single line of code that has, a lot of, and it has several type. Like you can even specify the size, that is the font size. You can even say the font family, then the font type and everything, guys. You can do everything at a single line of code. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the icons. Icons can easily be added on your HTML page by using an icon library, like the font awesome. We have several places or websites where we can use this, library. So the simplest way to add an icon to your HTML page is with an icon library such as Fondosa, instead of using it as an image then adding to your page. So basically what you do, let me show you how you can create an account with the Fondosa. So what you do, just type here Fondawesome, fondawesome.com, fondawesome.com, like this, fondawesome.com. Then hit enter, then it will direct you to the Font Awesome page. Now guys, basically what you want to do, go to this icon here. I think you'll have to create an account if you don't have an account. For me, I already have an account, but I go to the sign up and then I create an account. For me, I already have an account. And so what I'm gonna do, guys, let me just log in. Now, how do you access your kits? Go to your kits here, go to your kits, click on the kits, and then guys, basically what you do, just click somewhere here, click on this icon here to your kit, and then guys, you can see we have this script here. Just copy. Now once you have copied, now go to your code, go to basically you guys go to your code. Where is it? Here, then to your HTML at the top here, the metadata here at the top at the head. Ensure you put that file here at the top. Now once you've put that file there, you can use the fonts easily. Like let me show you how you can use, for example, how you can add in the Facebook font. Perhaps what I do is let me just try to remove these many items here, so that our page may be clean, right? So what I do, just let me just do this. Let me clear, and then I go to the CSS, and then also let me clear everything here, and then so now basically guys, how do you add the icons? So guys, once you place this CDN link here at the top, what you do guys, go to the same website, then I go to the icons. I think here it is, or wherever, anywhere guys. Then guys, basically what you want to do, go to the free icons, guys, and then you can search anything. I don't know the proper position to, like, let me just go here to these icons. Then here I can search where, like, if I want Facebook, to add Facebook, face should be Facebook. What's the spelling for Facebook? I think this is the spelling for Facebook. And then let me use like this one. Let me copy this one. And then I scroll at the bottom. You can see there's a shortcut for Facebook. You can just copy. And then I go to your code. Then what you do, just paste it there. Though I had already done so. Then when you go to your browser, you'll find out that you have the icon there. So what I do, let me just try to increase the size. You can also style these icons, provided you know the selector here is I. Remember the class name is FA. Or what I do, let me just style the I so that for icon, actually I is for icon, I the selector, so that it may affect every icon that I'll add in. So like here, let me just open the braces, and then color, let me say red, color red, and then what else? What else here, guys? Let me just say, for example, size, font size. Let me give it 30 pixel. 30 pixel, and then I guess I think it's still small, right? Let me just increase to something like 50 so that you can see better. 50, and then or alternative, I guess I can do this. Let me just try to zoom in. I think this way is much better. So guys, you can see this is how you can add the fonts, and of course you can try with something else, like let's try with the boy. Let me search for boy. I think there's an icon for boy. Boy. So guys, basically you can copy any, like for a child, you can click here, and then scroll down, then copy the icon, and then I go to your HTML, then I do it, just paste it there. Then guys, you can add that font here. So you can see we have the boy, this child here. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that, and of course you know how to style, because I've taught you how you can style these icons. So guys, let me now talk about the CSS links, and CSS with the CSS link can be styled in many different ways. So you can you can remove the decoration. Let me first of all show you a default link, the default link status, how it looks like. Let me go to this HTML. Ensure that you are in the HTML. Then we use the anchor tag to create the link, the hyperlinks. Then here I can say, for example, HTTPS. And then let me type in nametech. Should be nametech, nametech.com. Now let's then the text can be something like let me say nametech. Let me just say nametech like that. And then let's check it out. Then guys, you can see the status here. Let me make it a block format. You can see, remember that the anchor tags are always there, are always inline. So what I do, guys, let me just go to the CSS anchor tag here, the selector, and then here let me just change display. We shall talk about the display later, but here let me just give it a block in the meantime, so that it may begin in a new line. Now you can see the status. I think I visited this link several times, but unvisited link is always blue. Let me change here to a different one. Let me change here to let me use a www dot nametech.com. I don't know, still it's not working, but unvisited link is always blue. Visited link I think is purple. Then an active link is red. So you can see when I just click on it, it changes to red. It changes to red. You can see when you click on active is red. So that is gonna direct me to nametech, though I don't want to get there. Let me just stop there. This stuff here so that it may not reload. Now guys, basically I want to style this link, to change the color, to remove the this decoration and all that, and also to add in the perhaps background and also the color and all that. So guys, let's begin with the color. Let's go to the CSS. Remember, our selector is anchor tag, and then here I'll say color. Color can give it any, perhaps let's say something like which color can we use here? Let's use any color, like even dark or light green, and then you can see how it looks like. Let me change here to blue. Let me give it a blue. Okay, let's say blue. Now you can see, yeah, I think by default, guys, our link should look like this by default, but because the other link I had visited, so it changed. But if you haven't visited any link, by default, if you add it, it will be blue. Now when you click on it, when you visit the link, then the status will change to purple, I think purple. Then inactive, you saw it was red. But you can change the layout, like how we have done that. We have visited this link, but it is still red, blue, it is blue. Now you can as well change it to different color. It must seem to be, you can even say orange. You can even use the orange color here, and then you can see it is orange. You can even use any color, literally any color, guys. You can even use the color picker here, the RGB colors, and then you can even choose even these colors. I don't know the color value itself, but I think it's pink or what is it? Now, guys, basically so you can change the status, guys. For example, their status. They are basically, we have I think 4 status for a link. We have the normal link or unvisited link. You have a link the user has visited. You can also have a link when the user mouses on it, or have on it. Then we can change the when it is clicked. So like for example, let me go to the link. So you can see you can do this, guys. For example, if I want to change, let me just remove this. Now let me say, for example, if I want to say a link, a normal link, you use this property here, link like this. You can even give it the color, perhaps the color to be this one. And then for example, let me remove this line of code here, and then for visited, you have the 4 status. Let me just duplicate 2, 3, 4. Now for we have the other one, which is visited, and then we also have the hover. Hover is when someone places a mouse on something, like you can see when I place a mouse like this, it changes to basically you can see the cursor changes to something like a hand. So you can add such properties on your elements. And then we also have the active. Active is just for now, for active, guys, it's just use active here. Just say active like this. Now we can change the status here. For example, for the link, basically for the link, let it be for visited link. I can say, for example, blue. You can change here to blue, and then for when you hover, it can be even green, something like a green. And then for the active link, you can change here to which color. Let's give it a light blue or a cyan, I don't know. So let's check it out. Now guys, basically you can see when I hover, it changes to green color. When I hover, it changes to a green color. Now when I click, it changes to light to cyan. An active link, it changes to cyan. And then basically when you will visit this link several times, basically a visited link, we said a visited link is blue. Or I can change here even to which color. Let's give it something like this dark orange, dark brown, or orange. So it has directed me to name tag. And so you can see, you can change this is how you can change the status, guys. So You can see when you hover, it changes to a different display. When it's active, when you click on it, it changes to a different color. When it is visited, say regularly, you can see it changes to because we have visited this link, it is now which color? It is now dark orange. So basically, this is how you can change the status with these properties, with these selectors that way. Now, how do you remove the text decoration? You can see by default links usually have the underline here. So you can remove that underline with this property called with this property called text decoration. So you can just place it here. You can use anchor tag here to affect everything. Anchor, you can say text decoration. You give it none. If you give it none, then you'll not have those underlines. You can see now we no longer have the underlines here. So so this is how you can remove the underline, and of course you can add if you wish, or you can even add when you hover. Let's try that. So when you hover, you can say text decoration. When you hover, it can be underline. You can even give it any even overline. You can see when you hover, it is overline. Oh, it's overline. I wanted it to be underline. Yeah, it should be underline like that. And then you can see when you hover, it is now underline. And so basically that's how you can do that. And of course, guys, you can as well make the link a button. How do you make a link a button? So you can add in there. And let me just show you that. So background, you can add in the background color. Perhaps you can give it let's give it some darker color, like even brown. Now the color itself in the foreground, so color can be white, or you can use hexadecimal. Let's say FFF, and then what else? We can even add in the border. Let's say 5 pixel groove, and then what else? Which other property should we use here? 5 pixel groove, and then which color? Let's use black, perhaps black. So guys, you can see now our link, how our link looks like. Yeah, so though guys, basically you can see we change the status, the colors there. Let's try to do this. Let's try to remove these other properties so that you may see. Yeah, so guys, you can see how our link looks like. Though we used groups here. You can say solid even. You can even say solid, then it will be solid. Yeah, guys, you can see. Or you can even add in the padding. We talked about the padding. So padding, you can say padding. You can give it even 5 pixel. So you can see it now. It has now some spaces. It is still a link. So guys, you can style this padding, or even you can say when you hover or active, you can change the status. And so perhaps let's say anchor tag when you hover, and also active, you can change here the background to a different color. Background color, we can say you can, let me use something like dark violet, something like that. Let's try to see. You can see when I hover, it changes to a different display. And of course, you can add in the transitions here, though we'll talk about the transition later. Transition, you can say, for example, all 3 seconds is in. Though we'll talk about this transition later. but guys, you can see there's no effects, right? Let me try to change colors here. You can see the colors are quite similar. Let me change here to which color? Let me use or let me even use a green. Let me use a green. Then let's try to see how it looks like. So it is taking time. It is 3 seconds. That's why you can see it takes time. It takes time, guys. Let me change here to 1 second. 1 second is in. You can see after 1 second it is in. But guys, basically this is about the links. You can style it where whichever way you want the link to be, but this is how you can go about that. Now let me talk about the list, guys. Let me talk about the list. Now basically for list, remember by default, let me go to the HTML. Let's create a list. You have two types of the list. You have the unordered and the ordered list. So for an ordered list, you can say another list like this, and then inside this another list you can type in your list, like let's say mango. Let me duplicate then perhaps let me say banana, and then here let me say something like apple. So basically this one is an ordered list. You can see how it looks like. Let me also add in the ordered. Let me just duplicate, and then here what I do, guys, let me just change here to Control plus D, and then here change here to OL. It affects both. The goodness with the Visual Studio Code, it has a lot of shortcuts. So you can see I just highlight this one, then a Control plus D, it selects both that has UOL. Then if I want to change, you will see here it will affect both. If I want to change here to UL, another list, you can see it affects both UL. So guys, basically now here I want to use OL, ordered list, and then now when you go to the browser, guys, you can see you have an ordered, and then we have the ordered list. So by default, this is what HTML gives you, but now with the CSS you can style whichever way you want. Like you can say let's try to style this ordered list, right? Let's try to style this ordered list. Let me get to the HTML, and then now go to the CSS, and then OL. Let's begin with the UL, and then UL, and then perhaps let's create the classes, right? Can I create a class here? Let me create a class. We shall talk about the class later, guys. Let me just create a here class so that but let it be the way it is. Let it be the way it is. Let me just use UL for another list, and then here, guys, I'll say what I'll say. For example, list style type. List style type, guys, you can change it to, perhaps you can give it even something like circle. Let's try to see. You can see now we have the circle, and you can even make it square. And then you can see now it is squared. So guys, you can change, you can literally change anything. Now for another list, guys, you can decide to use the Romans or any other styling. Let's try that. And so for OL, now ordered OL, remember OL is now the selector. And then here, guys, you can say list style type. And then guys, of course, you can see we have a lot of options here. You can see we have the lower alpha. There are quite many, right? You can just select. Visual Studio Code gives you a lot of options. You can say lower alpha, and then guys, basically you can see now it is A, B, C, D. It's no longer 1, 2, 3. And then for example, if you change here to upper Roman, you can say, let's say upper Roman, then it will be this way. So guys, you can literally change the style whenever, actually whichever way you wish it to be. So guys, you can find the reference on the website. I don't want to dive deeper because I will have a lot to cover in this video. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about now is the table, the CSS table. Now, first of all, let's create a HTML table. Then we shall style it with the CSS. How do you create a HTML table? Now, this is like a recap, because we talked about the table in the previous course on HTML. So just say table, and then in this table it has a table row, so it is tr. And then in the table row, we first of all begin with the table head, and in this table head, guys, I can say, for example, a number at the first column to represent number. So and then at the second one to be something like a name. Is it name? Yeah, name. Then the other one, let me say tail, for telephone number, tail. And then so basically this one is for table head. So also let's create for now the table data. So it is first of all table row, and then now td table data, and then I can say, for example, number 1, and then the other one, let me say td table data, and then here I'll say, for example, Nehemiah Wekesa, and then the last one, telephone number, td. I can add in any telephone number here, any number, just any number there. And then what I do, guys, let me just try to duplicate this one, because let me at least add 3 records. 1, yeah, 3 are good. So first of all, let's try to view this HTML, and then let's see. So guys, you can see we have the HTML table. By default, this is how our HTML table looks like. And then apart, should I change the records? Let's, because it's just, for the sake of tutorial, let me just use it. Now guys, I basically want to target several selected. The first one is the main table itself, then the table row. Now basically the table data, and also the table head, and the table data. We want to style everything to go with the property border, because I want to add in some border. So it's first of all table, comma, table head, and then a table data, and then let's add in the border property, border, and then here I'll add in perhaps 1 pixel, solid. Then a color should be just blue, should be, yeah. So guys, basically you can see we have added the borders for this table. But now in most cases the table usually just have the one line, right? So we have to do what we have to to collapse this table. Or guys, before that, let's add in the width, the property here for the table. Another table, let's add in the table to have the table itself to be 100% width. So table, or remember we discussed the width. So let me just add in the width for table. Let me give it a 100% so that it may stretch all the way to the end. Now let me just see. Then I guess you can see now how our table looks like. But now guys, I want to collapse this. You can see there are 2 lines. I want to merge them to have 1 line. If it's at the bottom, just to have 1 line, right? So how do you do that? Go to the code, and then to this one, to this table, actually basically to the table. Then what you do, just say border collapse, border should be border collapse. I'll say collapse, then let's try to check it out. And then I guess now we can see we have only one. Perhaps guys, let me just try to add in some padding there at the bottom so that I can scroll down up and show you better. So what I do, let me get there. Now to this HTML, let me just create here a div. Let me just say div, and then let me just add in the internal inline CSS, like let me just say style, and then here padding top. Let me give it something like 100 pixel, and then so that I can scroll this way so that you can understand what I'm doing here. But I remember guys, I taught you padding, so you understand these stuffs. Now so basically guys, let's talk about on the border still, on the table still guys, let's talk about the height and the width. Now basically the width and the height of a table are defined by the width and the height property, just like just like any other element. You can use the height and the width property to specify your stuff. So like so you can say, for example, if you want to increase the spaces for the table head, you can just do it. Go to your code, and then I'll target let's try to target now the table and the table data, right? So let's say table let's use table head, just table head, and then here guys, I'll say height. I can decide even to give it something like let me give it 100 pixel. It will be big, right? Let's try to, yeah guys, you can see it's big. You can change, you can give it even you can even give it 30, and then let's see. Yeah, so guys, basically this is how you can style. You can give it the width and the height property. And then now the alignment of item, for example, if you want to align this content or a text, for example, from left to right or a center, basically you can just do that. So you can see by default for the table data, it is aligned at the left. For example, if you want to align it to the center, you just say you go to, first of all, the selector. The selector is table data, right? So you just say td, and then what you do, just say text align, then you can say what you can say center, and then the content will be now at the center. As you can see, it's now at the center. Or you can place even this table head. You can even do the same and place it at the so it is text align. You can say, for example, left, it will be at the left hand side. Then you can see. So basically this is how you can align your the content of the table. And of course you can as well do what you can as well add in some padding and what have you. So I think guys, you understand these stuffs. You can as well do what you can as well add in only the border bottom and any styling guys. I think it's workable because I've taught you this stuff. Perhaps let me just show you how you can add in. Remember something like padding the space around the borders of an element. Like perhaps let me just try to show you how you can just add in the border on the bottom alone, borders on the bottom alone. So I'll say what I'll say where is it? So border here I can just say border bottom, border bottom. So this one will have only the borders at the top bottom like this, and then now your content will now have what this kind of so basically guys, you can style it in whichever style you wish. Remember I taught you this stuff. Yeah, so I think this way is much proper. And so you can as well do what you can as well make some hover effects on the table. Like you can use the hover and then a selector to highlight the table row on the mouse. So like for example so like let me just get there and show you that. So for example, table row, when you have a tr, or now when you have a like that, you can change the background. For example, background color, you can even give it something like brown, and then a color to white, a color to be white, and then let's try to check it out. Now guys, you can see when you hover, it changes to a different color. So guys, you can see it's quite nice. And of course guys, you can as well add in the transitions. Like I can say, for example, here let me say add in transition here. So I'll say transition. We shall talk about transition later, but let me use all 0.3 seconds. 0.3 seconds is in I think is in quite smart. Then let's guys, you can see the transition is quite nice, right? So guys, basically this is how you can add in the hover effect. And yeah, so guys, also for colors, you can even give the table head the colors. Like this table, let me just show you that, guys. Let me just show you how you can give the table head the colors. You can say background color, actually background color. You can say, for example, let's give it something like chocolate, and then the color let it be can it be black color? So color let's just say black, and then what else? So let's check it out. Now guys, you can see how nice it is. So so guys, it's quite nice. Let me remove this transition. It's not that pleasing at all for me. So I'll remove the transition. Where is it? Yeah, I think this way is much proper. So guys, basically this is how you can style your you can style your table. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about is the display. And basically the display property is the most important CSS property for controlling and the layout. Like the display property specify if or how an element is displayed. So every HTML element has a default display value depending on what type of element it is. Remember we discussed the block and inline, of which these are the default value for certain elements. Like for example, you can some of the inline elements, like the icons, those are inline elements. And then we have image tag. Those are examples of inline. And then we also have the block, like block level element, like the div, the paragraph tag, the heading tag, and all that. Also the footer and all that, guys. And then the inline is like the span, anchor tag, the img tag. So guys, basically we can overwrite everything here, guys. Like for a list, let's create a list here, guys. I don't know why I deleted, but let me just create another list somewhere. You know how to create a list? Quite easy, right? So just say, let me use an ordered list UL. Then in this UL I'll create the li. Then in the li, let me just say create let me say list. Let me just add in anything. Then I duplicate several. I think 1, 2. This is quite nice. Now let's check it out. So guys, you can see our list, how it looks like. Now guys, basically we can change the display here from we can change this list from, we can change this list to be inline, right? We can change the display here to be inline. So what I do, guys, let me just change here to, let me go to the CSS, and then let me find where there is what UL. Let me use UL as the selector, the unordered list. Then here, first of all, let me remove the list style type. Let me remove that list style type. I'll give it none. Let me give it none. And then so display now, guys, of which we are discussing. Let me say display. I can change here from block format to, remember I said that a block format is any element that begins in a new line, like this one begins in a new line. But we can change the display here from block to inline. How do you do that? You just say display, then you say to say inline like this, and then our list item will be. Now, guys, basically here we should be targeting now the li, not ul. Should be li, because the ul, you see, it doesn't work. And then now, guys, you can see now the display is it is this way. So guys, basically this is how you can change the the display. Or alternatively, we can change the icon tag. Of course, we placed the this font awesome here, kit here at the top. So let me just try to use the icon tag. So it is I tag I, then a dot f a, and then Facebook. I think this is the Facebook. I think it's FA. I think FA, and then I think it's Facebook. I don't know the icon for Facebook, guys. I'm not sure. Let me just they should be here at the end, I think. So guys, let me just check and see how it is. I don't know if it's Facebook. I guess I've just added my thing. So let me get to the font awesome, and select any icon. Remember, icon they are inline elements. You can change them to block. So let me get to the icons. Then for Facebook, let me just search for Facebook, and then let me get any, and then it is oh, guys, basically it has this let me say F, I'm not sure. Yeah, guys, it's working nice. So this is how you can place. So I want to duplicate, guys, this icon. So let me just duplicate the icon, and then guys, let's get to the browser, and then guys, you can see now by default it is inline. We can change here from inline to block. How do you do that? So I will say I will target now the I, then a display here. We will change here. Oh, guys, I had the styling initially. So first of all, let's see without that. It is still. So let me say I, then let's say, so I'll say display, and can change here to block level. It's not working. I don't know why. So let me try to use a different one. I think it will work if I use something like a span. Yeah, span I think span is better. So let me just say span, or let me just use the same element here, but let me add in the span here. A span, I think it will work. Span, I think it will work. And then here, let's first of all see how it looks like. Yeah, guys, you can see now we have this element. Now I want to change. Span is an inline, element. So we want to change it to what? We want to change here to block level. So I'll say display. I'll say block. Then I will find out that it is now block format here. You can see, guys. Now, guys, let's talk about the CSS width and the max width. Now guys, I think I told you earlier, we have the block level elements and the inline elements, and I think it is in HTML, I think. Now basically guys, a block level element always takes up a full width available. It stretches all the way from left to right as far as it can. So setting the width of a block level element will prevent it from stretching out to the edges, to the edges of your container. So guys, basically you can as well set the margins to auto to basically to horizontally center the elements within its container. You can do that. Now the element will take up the specified width, and the remaining space it will split equally between the two margins. So guys, I want to show you here an example. Let me just show you an example, guys. So let me just say let me go to the CSS HTML, I think. Then perhaps let me remove this stuff. Then let me use a paragraph tag here, and then I'll perhaps let me say lorem. And then guys, let's see first of all how it is. Yeah, so guys, we have this content here, and then now guys, I want to add in the let me remove these stuff so that we are not using. So here guys, I want to style it. So perhaps let me say so it is paragraph tag, and then I want to add in the width here. So I want to create a width, perhaps width. Let me say width. Let me give it something like 500 pixel, and then perhaps margin. Let me give it auto and see how it is, how it will look like. So guys, basically you can see how it looks like. Now the problem with this example here guys, when the browser is smaller than the width, the element will add a horizontal scroll bar to the page. Let's try to do that. But perhaps let me inspect and try to see how it looks like. So guys, you can see it adds this a scroll bar here at the bottom. Also here, also at the bottom, you can see for this text, it has this property here, this scroll whatever here at the bottom. Now we can we can use the max width instead. In this situation, it will improve the browser's handling of smaller windows. So this one is important, guys. This one is important when making a site usable on perhaps on smaller devices using this property. So how do you do that? So instead of width, you can say, for example, max width. So it will prevent from overstretching. So I'll say max width now instead of width, and then let's check it out and see how it looks like. Let's inspect, and then now guys, you can see now you can see when it reaches that position, it does what it breaks. You can see it's quite nice, right? It doesn't add in that scroll whatever. Initially it added what it added. Of course, we can as well do this with the table, but for table, I think it's a good idea to have this scroll or whatever. So, but here at the bottom, you can see when the screen size is small, then the content will just wrap up so that it can be displayed properly. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the position property. And so basically the position property specifies the type of positioning method to be used for an element. So basically there are 5 position values. So we have the static, we have the relative, we have the fixed, absolute, and also sticky. Now elements are positioned using the top, bottom, left, and right properties. However, these properties will not work unless the position property is set first. So they also work differently depending on the position value. Let's begin with the static. So guys, basically HTML elements are positioned static by default, like these elements. they positioned by static by default. But if you want to specify, you can do it. You can use the property, for example, for the table, say position at static, static like this. Then at the table will be positioned static, but remember it is position static by default, so you don't have to do that unless otherwise. Now the other one is relative. So an element with position relative is positioned relative to its normal position. Now setting up the top, right, bottom, and the left properties of a relatively positioned element will cause it to be adjusted away from its normal position. Other content will not be adjusted to fit into any gap left by the element. Actually, it will not be adjusted. Now, how do you do that? Like, let's say, let me just, for example, this what, this heading. Let me just use that heading, H3, or let me just create another H3. Should I? Let me just create another H3 here, guys, and then let me say perhaps. Let me just use this one. There's no need for me to complicate things. So let me find where there's a H. Oh, I didn't style, so let me just add it here at the bottom. So it's H3, and then what I do, let me just use this property position. Position it's gonna be a relative, and then for it to have an effect, you have to specify this property, the left property, or a right, or whichever place you want it to be. Like then perhaps let's say that should be perhaps let's say 20 pixel or a 20 pixel, and then let's add in some borders so that it can we can see it better. And so I'll say what to add the border, let me use the shorthand. So it's border, and then I'm gonna add in 3 pixel solid. And then which color? Let me give it blue solid, and then a blue should be blue like this, blue, yeah. And then what I do is let me just why it's not working, guys. I'm not sure if it's H3. I think it is H2. Yeah, it's H2, guys. It's H2, not H3. So it's H2, and then let's check it out. And then guys, you can see now it's working. So we have added the left property to 20 pixel, and that's why you can see it is now positioned relatively. Now the other one, let me talk about the fixed. The element with fixed position is a position relative to the viewport, which means that it will always stay there in the same position, even if the page is scrolled up or wherever it is. So it will be just fixed. So like here, guys, I can do it. I can add in this property. There's a property called what? Not here. It should be here. Let me just say a position. So I can decide to place it at the bottom. Like I can just try to say, let me just place it at the corner here. At the corner here, guys. So what I'll do, guys, let me just say let me first of all say fixed, should be fixed, and then let me just bottom left property, let me just use bottom. Let me say bottom. I want to make it at the bottom, and then at the zero, let me just give it 0 so that it may be completely there at the bottom, and then at the right to be 0, right, let it be also 0 so that it may be at the right bottom corner, 0 pixel. And then let's just try to see. Then now, guys, you can see now you have this item here. So even if you scroll wherever it is just fixed there. It cannot be cannot be moved. So guys, basically this is how you can use the fixed position. And then we also have the absolute. Now element with position absolute is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor instead of positioned relative to the viewport, like the fixed. So if an absolute positioned element has no positioned ancestors, it uses the document's body and moves along with page scrolling. So basically, you need to know that absolute positioned elements are removed from the normal flow and can overlap, other elements. Like, okay, so let me just. So first of all, let me remove this stuff because I no longer need it. Let me just remove that styling. And then here guys, let me to the HTML, let me create a paragraph tag, two paragraph tags. So p tag, then a lorem. Let me use lorem paths. Let me generate five words, and then let me duplicate. Then let me duplicate. Then now the first one guys, let me say let me here class, this class, let me just give it something. Let me say class. Let me give it this one to be relative. Relative. And then this other one, let me say class. Let me give it absolute. Absolute should be absolute, right? Now basically, now to go to the CSS, let's begin with the let me say dot absolute. This p, is it paragraph, right? I think it's paragraph dot p dot absolute. Let's begin with the absolute, right, or a relative. Let's begin with the relative. And then here guys, I can say what I can add in this property position. Let me use what? Let me use a relative, and then the width can be, let's say, even 400 pixel, and then the height can be something like let's say 200. Let me use 200 pixel. And then what else? Let's say border. Let's add in the border property here. Then let me use a 3 pixel thick or a thin, 3 pixel, then a solid, and then which color? Let me use red. And then also guys, I want to make also for the absolute, so it is p dot absolute. Now the class absolute. By the way guys, I haven't taught you the class. Now basically though jumping ahead of me, but guys, these classes they help you to specify, like you can see, if you style the paragraph tag, it will affect these two tags, because you can see you have p tag, again here, and you might have a lot of paragraph tags. So if you want to style a unique part of your page or a unique paragraph or whichever elements, you have to use the class so that you may specify that class. You can as well use the ID, and remember it should be unique so that it may not affect others. So basically we use this class attributes. So there are actually class attributes on the HTML element so that we may specify whichever element that we want to style. So here I'll say absolute. And then what you do, when you use it as a selector here, the CSS, you ensure it begins with a dot. It begins with a dot, and then first of all, it begins with a dot, and then you create your curly braces, and then you begin. Though I'll talk about these classes later. So here, let me say position. A position here, guys, I'm gonna give it position here. Let me give it absolute. Let me give it absolute, right? And then here at the top property, top perhaps top, let me give it 80 pixel. 8 pixel, and then right I can give it 0 pixel so that it may be completely at the right hand side, so pixel. And then what else? Let me say width. Width I can give it something like a 200 pixel. And then what else? Height I can give it 100 pixel. And then what else? The border, let me copy this border here, border property, shorthand. So guys, before we run, let's be sure that we've used the correct class, because it must be exact. So like let me just, I'm sure I am using the here it should be absolute, I think. Let me just check here, it is absolute. Yeah, yeah, it's just correct, then a relative, and then I believe everything is okay. So what I do is let me just run and see how it looks like. And then guys, basically you can see now it is positioned relative to the nearest position ancestor. You can see the position ancestor is here. Then this one is positioned closed to this nearest ancestor, instead of being positioned relatively to the viewport, like the fixed. You saw fixed how it was. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that. And of course, you have the sticky. Now, for an element with the sticky position is positioned based on the user scroll position. So, a sticky element toggles between relative and a fixed depending on the scroll position that is placed. So, like so guys, at the same, let me target something else, like even this H2. So what I do, let me just say position sticky H2 is it. Let me just type here H2, and then here I'll say, for example, position to be sticky, and then what else? Which other CSS property? So first of all, guys, let me begin with this property here. This first of all, position is gonna be this one. Let's use this WebKit sticky, and then before this sticky itself, and then for it to actually to work, and then also let's say top property added to 0, and then what is a padding? We can also add in some padding. A padding, we can give it something like let's say 5 pixel, and then what is let's say, for example, background color, we can say let me give it purple, let me give it cyan, then the border, let me just use this stuff here, and then let's try to check it out and see how it is. So so guys, basically you can see how it looks like. So basically a sticky element toggles between the relative and the fixed depending on the scroll position, and it is position relative until a given offset position is made in the viewport. Like when it reaches there, then it will be sticky there. So guys, basically this is all about the position property. Now the next thing is that I want us to talk about is the Z-index. The next thing that I want us to talk about is the Z-index. Like for example, you don't want these elements to pass on top of this other element. Perhaps you might have the navigation bar, which is fixed. So you don't want that we don't want your content to overlap each element, actually other elements, so that it may just go inside, inside, so that the content may not be on top of these other ones. So that way, guys, Z-index help us to do that. So Z-index property specify the stack order of an element. Now elements are positioned basically when elements position, they can overlap other elements like what we see here. This one is a good example. So the Z-index property specifies the stack order of an element, which element should be placed in front or behind and all that. So like for example, guys, let me just use this one, right? Let me just use this one. This one is a good example. So what I'll do, guys, for example, if I don't want these other element to overlap, let me just give it a higher Z index. So let me get to this H5. It is H2, right? H2, I guess. So for example, if I give it the Z index of any higher value from 1 all the way to, I can even give it 1000 or whichever value you wish. So when you try to scroll now, guys, you can see other elements are just, it doesn't scroll on top of each other. But if I give it a negative value, then it's gonna be bottom. Like, let me just try to give it negative value, and then let's see. So guys, you can see every other element goes on top of it, but when I give it a positive value, like even 1, or like even 1, you can give it any positive value 1, then it will be on top of every other element. So basically this is the work of the Z-index. And so guys, the other thing that you want us to discuss is the CSS overflow. And the overflow property controls what happens to the content that is too big to fit into an area. Perhaps let me try to minimize or just clear everything here so that we may have a proper space to code. Let me just clear everything. So let me just clear this stuff. And then perhaps in the CSS, let me just clear everything so that our page may be plain for us to use it. Yeah. So let it be in this way. Now guys, basically as I said, the overflow property specify whether to clip the content or to add a scroll bar when the content of an element is too big to fit into a specific area. Now the overflow property has some values. It has the visible. By default it is visible. This visible value, it is not clipped. Actually the content renders outside the elements box. Then we also have hidden. Now the hidden overflow is clipped, and the rest of the content will be visible. Alafu, then the other item is the scroll. The overflow is clipped. Now for scroll, the overflow is clipped, and scroll bar is added to see the rest of the content. And then guys, we also have the auto, which is similar to the scroll but adds a scroll bar only when necessary. So a quick one, guys, the overflow property only works for block elements with a specific height, like in basically on Mac operating system or operating system X Lion, scroll bar are hidden by default, and only shown when being used, even though the overflow scroll is set. Perhaps, guys, let's begin with the overflow visible so that we may begin to understand this stuff. Now, as I said, by default, the overflow is visible, meaning that it's not clipped and renders outside the elements box. And so I want to have here an example. Let me just go to the HTML and then I create some content. Which should I use the p tag, right? Let me just use the p for paragraph tag here. A p for paragraph tag, and then in this paragraph, perhaps let me say, should I use a div or let me just use a paragraph. Paragraph, I think is perfect. Then let me just say lorem so that it may generate this random text. Let me try to organize this code so that it may be presentable. let me just, and then now to the CSS guys, I want to style it so that it may be quite nice. So first of all, the selector is pin, and the selector is pin. Then what is we are gonna do this. Open and close the braces. The first, perhaps let me add in the background. So background color. And background color, I can give it what? Let me give it a brown. I think brown is perfect. And then now the color. Let me color for it to blend well with the background. Let me give it white, just white. White, and then what is the width? Let me set now the width for that paragraph or tag. Actually, that paragraph element, and then a width. I can give it something like let me say something like even 200 pixel. You have to specify the units, and then the height. Let's say something like 70. Let me give it 70 pixel. And then what is border? Let me add in some border for it. Let me say 1 pixel. 1 pixel solid. It will be black by default. Then now the overflow property of which we're discussing. Let's begin with the hidden. So overflow actually not hidden, it should be visible. We're beginning with the visible. Now let's try to check it out and see how it looks like. Now guys, basically, or I should have used black so that you may see better, but you'll find out that the content will yeah guys, you can see, but let me change the color so that it can be, let me say color to be something like a blue color to be blue. Let me check. And then now guys, you can see now the content is has overlapped the box, so this was the box for the content, but because the content is quite much, it has overlapped this box. Now this is what we call the overflow visible. The overflow visible, it is not clipped, the content is not clipped, and it renders outside the elements box. Now we also have the hidden. Now guys, basically for the hidden, when you use the hidden value, the overflow is clipped and that the rest of the content is hidden. Actually, it will only display what is here in the box, and then outside the box, the content will be hidden. So let's change here to hidden, and you see what it looks like. So let me say hidden, and then let's check it out. And then guys, you can see it is hidden, but we have a lot of content outside here, but it is now hidden. It only display what is here. Now, so basically this is about the hidden. Now we also have another one for scroll. If you set it to scroll, the overflow is clipped, and that the scroll bar is added to scroll inside the box, so that you can view every element through the scroll bar here. Both, it can be both horizontally and vertically. It can be either way. So let me just show you that. So let me say scroll. Let's set the value to scroll and see how it looks like. And then now guys, you can see now we have this scroll, and you can now see every content here. So guys, it's quite nice, right? Now this is about the scroll, and then now we have the auto. Now the auto value is similar to scroll, but it adds the scroll bar only when necessary. So like you can see here, it has added this for this scroll, it has added this bar, but it's not needed here at the bottom, right? It's not needed at all. It's what is needed is only this underside. Now for auto, it places the scroll bar where necessary. So let me say auto, and then let's check it out. And then guys, you can see here at the bottom we don't have that scroll bar, but we only have this one because this is where we need it. So guys, basically this is, perhaps let me talk about the overflow X and the overflow Y, because I think I showed you somewhere. Now basically the overflow X and the overflow Y properties specify whether to change the overflow of the content just horizontally or vertically. So overflow X specify whether to do with the left edges and the content. Then overflow Y specify what to do with the top and the bottom edges of the content. So let me just show you that. For example, let's say overflow. Let's try to add in the X, overflow X. We can say what? We can say scroll, and then let's try to check it out and see. And then now guys, you can see we have the scroll here. We have added now the scroll, though we had the auto, but now you can see we have this one. But now let me remove this auto here. Let me remove this auto, and then guys, now basically it has added automatically, but guys, you can specify whether you want to include the X and the Y. And so guys, basically this is all about the the overflow. And the other thing is, let me talk about the float. The float. Basically, the CSS float property specify how an element should float. And the CSS clear property specify what element can float beside the cleared element on which side. So the float property is used for positioning and formatting content, like let an image float left to the text in a container. And basically the float property can have one of these values can have the left, right, none, inherit values. Now the left element flows to the left of its container, and then the right element, when you use the right, is a value in the float, and then the element flows to the right of the container. And then when you specify none, the element does not float, will be displayed just where it occurs in the text. So but remember, this one is by default. And then now we have the inherit. Now the inherit element, when you use the inherit, the element inherits the float value of its content. So guys, I want to have here an example so that you may understand this code. Let me clear, and then here guys, let me just use a p tag, and of course I can add in another lorem so that it will generate more text here. I'll use an image. I don't know if I have an image in that folder. Let me just confirm if I have the image. So I should be at the desktop. Let me just get there. And desktop CSS. Yeah guys, I have this image called boy JPEG. So let me just add it here in the same. I want to nest it with this p tag, so I'll say img, and then here I'll say boy because it's at the same direct, so I'll just specify the name boy.jpg, and then alternative name you can just leave it, or you can add if you wish. Now let's first of all check it out. So guys, you can see it's available here. So I want to do it. I want to style it so that it can have the floating behavior. And so how do I go about that? So I'll say, for example, let me get to the code. Let me get to CSS now, targeting the P. So P, then I'll say float. Let's begin with the float, right? Let's begin with the not really guys, I want to float the image, not p tag, so it's img. And then I want to float it to the right, so float. Let me try to say right, and see how it will look like. So let me just, and then guys, you can see now the element is now at the right hand side, then the content is here. So perhaps let me just try to zoom in. Yeah, guys, you can see how it looks like. Let me just increase the size of the let me increase the font size of the text so that you can see better. So this P, and then let me say font size. Is it? Yeah, it's font size. Font size. Let me give it large and see. A larger is still small. Let me just specify, for example, 40 pixel, and then you can see it's quite big. Yeah. So guys, and let me just reduce it to 100. Yeah, so guys, basically this is how you can do the float, and then you can specify even the float left. For float left, you just change here from right to uh, to left, and then the image will be on the left hand side. So let me reduce the font size. It's still big for the text, so I'll give it something like even 25. Let me try 25 a pixel. It should be pixel, only 1 pixel. And then guys, you can see how our image is. So, and then guys, basically if you don't want float, remember it is by default. If you don't specify the float, it will be by default, but you can as well give it none, no float. So for no float, we just say none, or you can just clear this property so that it may not be there. So you can see now it is not none. So guys, basically you can also use the inherit and all that. You can find the reference on the website. Now guys, basically we have also another one called a clear, though this one I'm not going to give you an example. You can find the reference on the website. Now the clear property, when we use the float property and we want the next element below, not on the right or the left, we'll have to use the clear property. The clear property specifies what should happen with the element that is next to a floating element. The clear property can have either of the following values. None can have none. The element is not pushed below left or a right floated elements. This one is by default. Then a left, the element is pushed below left floated elements. And then a right, the element is pushed below right floated elements. And then I will have also both. Element is pushed below both left and right floated elements. And then we have the inherit. The element is inherit the clear value from its parent. Now guys, you can find the reference on the website about the examples. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about on CSS here is the display inline block. Now basically compared to the display inline of which we discussed earlier, the major difference is that the display inline block allows you to set a width and the height of the element. So also with the display inline block, the top and the bottom margins or paddings are respected, but with the display inline, they are not. So and also compared to the display block, the major difference is that the display inline block do not add basically a line break after the element. And so element can sit next to the other elements. So guys, I want to show you an example and that will show the behavior of the display inline block and the display block. Perhaps let me create two span. We know that span is what is an inline element. So let's say let me use a span. Let me use a span, and then let me say this. Let me say this is a span. This is a span, and then let me copy. Even I should have just duplicated. Now let's see. You'll see that it extends. It stretches from the other. This one is a default one. The display inline is default. When you use the span, by default it is inline like this. But now I want to add in the classes and add several so that we'll compare. So perhaps let me just let me create some spaces here, and then let me just try to duplicate. And then here guys, I want to make class, let me call it A. Also here I'll add in the class A. A class, I'll give it A still. Then at the second one, let me say class B. Then at this one again, class B. Then as class C, class C. Also here again, class C like this. And then now guys, basically I want us to style this stuff. So let's get to the CSS. Now targeting span A. Remember by default a span is an inline, but I can as well do what you can as well specify. So display and say inline. I say inline, and then width, I can add in the width 100 pixel perhaps, and then height I can give it 100 pixel still. Pixel padding I can give it 5 pixel, and then border, I can add in the border. So border, I can say for example 1 pixel, a solid, then a color blue, blue, and like that. And then perhaps let me add in the background color can be, for example, let's say yellow. First of all, let's try to check it out. Guys, basically it's not working. The span is not working. So what I do, let me just remove this one, let me remove this one and see how it will look like. Yeah, so guys, basically you can see it's working if you specify span. So you can see the first one is working. By default it is an inline. Now I want us to duplicate, and that the second one I'll change here to block. I just change here to block now for the second one, for actually inline block. So what I do guys, here let me just here let me duplicate, and then here I'll change here to inline block. I want you to compare the difference. It should be inline block, and then let's check it out. And then guys, no, I should have used a different class. So here it should be B. And then guys, you can see how it look like. So unlike the block of which it begins in a new line, so for inline block it doesn't have to begin in a new line. So you can see how it does. You can specify the width and the height of that block element. And then now let's try the other one with a block. So I'll say, for example, let me duplicate. It is a Shift Alt then a down key. Then I here just change here to block and see how it does. Then now guys, you can see for this block, of course guys, I should have changed here to C. And then let's check it out. And then guys, you can see now the difference between these inline. Now you can see for inline guys, you cannot specify the width and the height. It doesn't work. You can see it doesn't work. But for inline block, you can specify the width and the height of the block, and then it will work. Now, but this one, it doesn't begin in a new line, unlike the block level element. So guys, basically in a nutshell, compared to display inline, the major difference guys that you realize here is that this one with the inline block, remember this second one is inline block. This one allows you to specify the width and the height. Remember every element here, I added what? The height and the width property, but you can see it doesn't work on the first element, the A. This class A, it doesn't work at all, right? doesn't work. So now the good news with the inline block, you can add what you can specify the width and the height, and of course this one is mostly used in the navigation links. And then also there's a for block. Now the difference, this one guys, also for this for inline block, the top and the bottom margins are respected, as you can see. And then now compared to the display, this is a display inline block and the display block. And the major difference here is that this display inline block and the block is that it doesn't add a line break after the element. You can see it doesn't add the line break. Like you can see this one, it had to break a line and begin in a new line, but this one it doesn't have to begin in a new line of code. So guys, basically we commonly use display inline block to display lists of items horizontally or vertically. So this one is quite nice for navigation links. So guys, you can try that one. You can try that one. Should I show you that, guys? Let me just show you. Let me just show you how we can go about this one. For example, this one always apply on the navigation links. Let me just show you because it's quite important for you to understand. Let me just delete, and then of course we usually use an ordered list to create navigation links UL, and then inside this UL you can have several lists. For example, you can say you can say, for example, let's say let me use now these are LI. First of all, let me say li. Then inside this li, I can add in what the anchor tag. Of course, most of the time we use the anchor tag. Now here you can just say, for example, home hash first of all, because I don't have a link here. But let me just use hash. Then here perhaps the text I can say home, perhaps. Let me say home, and let me say home, and then the second one, perhaps let me say, what can I say? Let me just say, let me duplicate and then I say perhaps it is about us, I think. Home and about. Home about. And then the other one, perhaps, let me just duplicate this one. And then perhaps let me say contact. It is always contact, I guess, contact. And then perhaps clients or blogs. I think blogs is mostly used. Blogs, blogs page. Now basically I want to style these stuffs here. I want to style this content here. So so let me add in the class. Here. So let me add in the class here. For example, let me use a nav. So class, I'll use let me just use, for example, nav or a nav links. You can use any name, nav links. And then now guys, basically now to style, we go to the CSS. Let me clear these other stuffs, and then let me say dot nav links. Let me say dot nav links, and then here guys, now I want to do what I want us to style it. First of all, now this the background, you can say the background, let's say background color, let me give it yellow. Background color, let me give it yellow, and then a list. Remember all anchor tags by default, they usually have the angle the underline, but I want to remove what those are decorations. So list style type, I'll give it a none. List style type, I'll give it none. And then a text align. Text align, you can say, for example, sender. And then what else? Margin. You can say, for example, margin, let's give it 0. It is important to use 0. Padding. padding also, let's give it 0 pixel. Now guys, I basically want us to display these stuffs to be inline block. I want to display this li. Let's first of all check it out on the browser. You can see how it looks like. So it is by default a block element. Now I want us to change it to an inline block element. So I'll say, for example, I'll say dot nav links. We're now targeting the li. These are list itself, these list items. Now here I'll say display. I'll change here to inline block. Now guys, I remember I told you that the difference between the inline block and the block, the inline block, you can specify the width and the height, but it doesn't begin in a new line. Like let's first of all compare. I will just see. Let me also add in the font size part. Font size, let me give it something like even 20 pixel, and then what else? Let me just say, for example, padding. Remember, is a space surrounding the borders of an element. Inside the borders of an element, you can say 20 pixel. 20 pixel, and then I guess now you can see. In so case, I thought I had removed this underline. Oh, basically this one is for anchor tag. So I can say for example, or to remove the anchor tag. Now guys, I say remember, these are list style type. It removed what? These are list. It usually dot or a rounded, whatever rounded stuffs. But now to remove this underline, guys, you have to use what? You have now to target the anchor tag. So I'll say a, and then I'll say text. I think it is text decoration. You give it none. Should be none. If you want to remove it. So you can see now we have removed. So guys, now the goodness with the display inline block, you can specify what is the width and the height without beginning in a new line of code. So remember, for inline, you cannot do it. You cannot add this property we tried earlier, and you saw it didn't respond. So basically, this is how you can go about the inline block. So understanding this concept is quite important, right? So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about is the align, CSS align. So basically, we can align horizontally or a vertical alignment. Perhaps guys, let me just remove these stuffs here at the top, this heading to be here at the bottom, so that at least you can see it is working pretty fine. So what I do, let me get to the codes, and then now what I do here, let me just remove this h2 here, and then let me just paste it there. So now let's try to see how it looks like here. I think it's quite nice. Now guys, basically I want us to discuss something else. And of course guys, we also have the global styling. We shall talk about the global styling later, but let me just, for example, if we don't want to include all these stuffs in each element, you can just say here, you can just use asterisk, and then open and close the braces, and then you say, for example, padding, you give it what? You give it, for example, 0. Margin, you give it 0. You can see now guys, we have a very proper, it stretches all the from this other end to the other end. So it's quite important to use that, so that you can just style your content wherever you want. But by default, it is what? It is 0. So guys, we were to talk about the alignment, right? So let's begin with the to horizontal alignment. Now guys, basically to horizontally align a block element, or like let's say a div or a p tag, to align it at the center, guys, you can just say margin, and then I'll give it auto, then it's gonna be aligned at the center. So basically, the setting the width of an element will prevent it from stretching out to the edges of the container. So So the element will take up the specified width, and the remaining space will be split equally between the the margins. Perhaps let me just show you. Let me just use a div, right? Let me just use a div this time. Perhaps even let me just remove this h2, and then let me use a div. Remember, let me say div first of all. And then here perhaps I can say this div element this div element is what is centered centered. Now perhaps let me just try to add in a class here. So class, I can give it, for example, sender. So here at the CSS, I'll just say dot sender. Remember this dot defines that defining it's a class. Actually, it's a class. Then here, guys, I can do what I can say margin. Okay, when I give it margin auto, let's give it margin auto. Perhaps let me give it some width and height. So let's say width. Let me give it 50%. 50%. So it should be 50%. And then what else? Let's say, for example, let's add in some border. Let's add in some border, like let's say 3 pixel solid, and then I'll let it be which color? Let it be black, or let me just specify green. Let me use some green. And then let's add in some padding, and then let's give it 10 pixel. It will be top, bottom, basically top, right, left, and then right. All size will be 10 pixel. I think as we talked about this padding, or the sides of the padding previously. Now guys, basically you can see now it is now aligned at the centers, right? So basically now we can align, we can as well align this item here. So basically now the content itself for the div is now aligned at the center. If you want to align this text here, you can use the text align to be centered. So let me just show you, and just say, for example, it is div. Just say div, or I just specify here. Let me just say here text, because text align. You say center, then the elements will be centered. You can see now the elements now at the center here. So basically, guys, that's how we can go about that. And of course, you can also specify margin left auto, margin right auto, and all that. So first of all, guys, let me add in some margin. You can see it's quite close to the other elements. Let me just add in some margin, or perhaps let me add in the margin here at the top for the nav links. So let me say margin top, let me give it something like 20 pixel, so that not really, should be margin bottom, sorry, should be margin bottom, not top, margin bottom. Yeah, I wanted to have some spaces here so that the content may be quite nice. So so guys, basically I want us to talk about on how you can let's talk about aligning item to the, you can as well align item left and right using the position as well. You can align with the position, but guys, we talked about those stuffs previously. Now the next thing is that I want us to talk about is the combinators. Now a combinator is something that explains the relationship between the selectors. So a CSS selector can contain more than one symbol selector. Between symbol selectors we can include combinator. Like there are 4 different combinators in CSS. You have the descendant selector, like space. You have the child selector, we use them. and the angle bracket, and then adjacent sibling selector we use the plus, general sibling selector we use the these icon, I don't know, near tab, then there at the top. Let me just type for you so that you can tell me on the comment section what it is. This icon, this character, what is it called? Let me know in the comment section. I don't know the name up to this point, so I may want to know also that. Now let's begin with the descendant selector. Now basically the descendant selector matches all elements that are descendants of each specified element. Like for example, let me just go to this to the HTML, and then now guys, basically for example, if a good example is this UL LI. So basically this LI is a descendant of this LI because it is nested. Or let me just say that in summary, a descendant selector is a nested element. Is a nested element. Like, let me just use a different example here, guys. Like let me use a paragraph p tag, and then in this paragraph, let me just say, for example, lorem, and then perhaps let me try to split. Let me split this content. So guys, basically this one you can see is a paragraph tag, but now here also I want to add in another content, like let me say or let me use a div, or let me say section. Let me use section, section like this. So section, and then here also you have to add in the closing of that section. Section like this, the closing tag. Now guys, basically for descendant selector, if you were to style this section, let me just show you. So let me just say section, and then let me just style it, and then perhaps let me say color to be red, and then you can see now the color is ready for this. What? Let me remove this and these other stuff here, guys. I don't know. This other icon here, these other stuff. Let me just delete. And then so guys, you can see now the color is red. But now guys, you might have several sections. Perhaps you have the footer section, you have the heading section, and all that. The header, the footer, the navigation, and all that, guys. So what you want to do, you might want to have to style specific parts of that section. For example, if you want to style, or perhaps you might have also a div inside. Let me just show you. For example, you can see we have in this section you have the paragraph tag, and then also we can also have the div. Let's try div. Then let me say this is a div. This is a div. Now guys, you can see also the div now is red because we have styled the entire section to be red. Now for example, if you want to style that part, for example, if the paragraph alone, you have to say a section, then I say the say paragraph. If you want to style the paragraph alone, so when you say this, now basically it will be descendants. And so now this is the descendant. This is how you can style the descendant. I don't think I'm not sure if you have understood, but let me just try with the other one. Let me just try with the div. Let me try with the div. Then I can see now, guys, basically the div is red. Now basically in a nutshell, a descendant selector is like just the main selector. You can see classes. For classes, we use the class. You have to define it a class for you to style. But now the descendant selector is a selector. It's like a nested element. You are styling a nested element. You are targeting only that part of the on your section or on your stuff. I think you have understood. Now guys, basically we also have the chart selector. Now the child selector selects all elements that are the children of a specified element. So like guys, for example, let me show you for example how you can select all perhaps paragraph elements that are children of something like a section. Let me just copy this one. Let me duplicate. And then now guys, basically for example, if you want to style every div or basically every div that is inside the section, every div that is inside the section, and then what you do, you can use the child selector to do that. So for example, if you want to style everything, every other element, perhaps here, let me just section, perhaps here, let me just say let me just, which way should I, let me just, instead of section, I'm trying to figure out a way of which I can use an element here so that I may explain better. So perhaps let me also create here something like let me create here perhaps let me just call it something like anything, guys. Let me just say something like a header, something like a header like this. Anything, guys, because I want to do it. I want to explain something. Here. So let me also add in here header. You can use case anything. These are semantic elements. We discuss these stuffs in HTML, and then now guys, as you can see, let me just try to use the child selector. First of all, let me repeat. I said a child selector, we use this angle bracket for greater than, and the child selector selects all elements that are the children of a specified elements. So like for example, if I want to target, let me remove this one. For example, if I want to target all elements or all p paragraph elements inside a header, you can say for example header. You say header, for example, for instance header, and then you say p. We use what? We use this angle bracket for greater than, and then you specify p. Now it will style all elements that are inside the header, and that has all the paragraph elements that are inside the header. So let's try that and see. So let me say background. Let me give it something like yellow background color. Let me say yellow, and then let's see. And then now guys, you can see all elements that are paragraph inside that header, they are all affected. So guys, basically that's how you can go about that. Now remember, for child, for descendant selector we use the space, but now for the child, basically now for child selector we use this angle bracket for greater than, Now for adjacent guys, we use the plus operator. We use the plus operator instead of this angle bracket. Now let me try to explain what adjacent sibling selector means. So adjacent sibling selector is used to select an element that is directly after another specific element. Now basically sibling elements must have the same parent element, like let me just use a div. So let me use something else so that I may not confuse you. Let me just clear this stuff, and then guys, perhaps let me create here let me just create here a div. Then inside this div, guys, I want to create some paragraph, and then let me say lorem. Let me write lorem 5. These are just placeholder text. Then here let me just duplicate, and then also guys, I want to have another element. outside the data. Sorry, I should have copied, not cut. Then here, let me also add in another element outside the div. So you have elements inside the div, and then I have the same elements outside the div, like this. So you can see we have paragraphs which are outside the div, and then we have the paragraphs which are inside the div. So I think this one is a good example. Let me just try to duplicate so that we can see, so that we can understand better. Now guys, basically, as I said, let me just try to repeat. Now I said the adjacent sibling selector is used to select an element that is directly after a specified element. So like for example, if I want to target that elements inside the div, I'll go to the CSS. I hope there's no div somewhere. So let me just do this. Let me just remove this one. Then let me say div. Now for adjacent sibling selector, use the plus, and then for example p. Then let's try to style. So it will affect all elements adjacent to that. P. Let me say background. Background color. Let me give it blue. Let me give it a blue or whichever color. And then guys, basically you can see. This means siblings elements must have the same parent element, and adjacent, it means guys are immediately following. Immediately following. So that's how you can style that. Now if you don't understand, always rewind the video, or you can go to the website. I have the full reference on this stuff. Perhaps let me show you how you can get the website. It is Nametech. Nametech, remember Nametech is NEHMTECH, and now.com. And then I hit enter, and then it's gonna take you to the Nametech website, and then you will go through the all courses page. Let me allow it to load. I don't know why it's taking forever. My internet is not quite good, or I don't know what's the problem today. Now guys, I navigate to the all courses section. Go to the all courses section. And then find where there's a CSS. Let's give it time so that it may take us to the all courses section. And then here there is CSS3. You just click on that CSS, and then give it time so that you may view it better. And then guys, basically, let me get to the next page. You just navigate to the next page of the CSS, and then I believe in this section we will find out that part for if it's not here, it's somewhere else. So here you can see combinators. There's a combinators here, and then guys, you can see adjacent sibling selector. There's every explanation that I'm showing you here. You can find everything here. So this if you don't get everything, you just navigate to this section, then you're gonna find the full reference there. But now let me talk about the other one is general sibling selector. Now for general sibling selector, we use that symbol. I don't know what the spelling. Let me know in the comment section so that I too may learn something new, right? Now basically for general sibling selector, this one selects all elements that are next siblings of a specified element. Like we just use this symbol. Let me just show you. Instead of plus, we use this symbol. I don't know this the pronunciation or the name for that symbol. And then guys, you can see how it does. So basically, this one selects all elements that are next siblings of a specified element. So guys, basically this is all about the combinators. And then perhaps guys, let me talk about the pseudo class. Now, first of all, what are pseudo classes? Basically, guys, a pseudo class is used to define a special state of an element. Like for example, it can be used to style an element when I use Moses over it, or when something perhaps it's a link, when something visits a link, or you can as well style the element when it goes when it gets focus on something. So A good example is a link. Let me clear this stuff, guys, and show you something else for a link. So guys, I don't think I need this stuff. So let me just clear. Let me clear this code. Then yeah. So let me create a link with the anchor tag to create a link. Then let me say a name tag. First of all, you have to specify the URL HTTPS. It has a secure extension, and then let's say name tag .com, nametag.com. Then let me say this is a link, perhaps a link. This is a link. Then first of all, let's check. You can see it's there, right? Of course, guys, I had already said earlier. I had already said that anchor tag. I removed what? I removed the decoration, the text decoration. I gave it none. That's why you can see we don't have what? We don't have the, we don't have the underline inside this link. Now, guys, basically talking about the pseudo class. I say that a pseudo class is used to define a special state of an element, like for example an active, a visited link, or anything else. Guys, you can do that. For example, let's say let's say what? Let's say, for example, anchor tag. That anchor tag, when it is active, when you hover. So we'll say, for example, anchor tag, then hover, and then you can specify, for example, background, or let me just can I say, let me say increase font size. I can say increase even to 30 pixel. Then also it can have also the background color can be yellow or whichever color, and of course you can add the transition so that it may not be just abrupt. So, or first of all, let's see without the transition. So guys, you can see when you have on it, it becomes transformed. So let me just try to add in the transition so that it cannot be just random. It is all 23. Of course, guys, I have we have a section where we'll discuss this transition in details, but let me just say all 0.3 seconds is in. And by the way, guys, we have the chapters here at the bottom. Just go to the description, then you can navigate or whichever section that you want to discuss or to learn. We have the chapters there at the bottom and the description of this course, so that you can just navigate quickly wherever you want to learn more. Now, guys, you can see now when you use that one, it has a smooth transition. It's not that abrupt. Now, guys, basically this is just an example of a pseudo class. Is used to define or to style different state of an element. Like you can say, for example, an active is something like for example, when you click on a link, it can change to a different color when you just click on the link. Like for example, let's try to check the status. Let's say anchor tag, when it is active actually is when you click on that link. When you click on that link. So let me say, for example, let me open and close these braces. Then for active, I can say, for example, background color can be let's say red. Then a color can be white, perhaps. Now, guys, you can see when I click on it, you can see when I just click on it, as you can see, it changes to red. Though it's quick, let me try to zoom in. Now, guys, I just noticed when I just click on it, you can see the color changes to red. Of course, I can add in the background and what have you, but guys, allow me just to focus on something else. And guys, before I go to something else, you need to know that it doesn't apply on the links alone. it doesn't work on the links alone. And of course, I don't know why it's not working again. And this anchor tag is not working again. Let me just see how I can resolve that. So guys, let me remove this link. Let me just remove this link, and of course, or perhaps let me just check, because I think this one is also the anchor tag. This one is also the anchor tag. So guys, you can see it affects anything. It can affect anything. So like for example, we can change the status when you have on that the entire navigation link. So this nav link you can as well use, what you can as well style it. So when you have a, so like for example, you can say now for example, if you want to combine with the HTML element, you can say for example, remember now the main class for this anchor tag is the UL, right? Is the UL. So you can say for example, if you want to change the status when you have, you can just say UL, then hover, then you can do it. You can just say for example background color, you can give it something like a blue. So guys, you can see when I hover, the background changes to blue. Guys, what I wanted to show you is that you can add in this pseudo class to any HTML element, including those selectors, those pseudo classes that we discussed. Actually, those that we discussed earlier, those are combinators of which we discussed earlier. So guys, the next thing, let's talk about the pseudo elements. Now, what are pseudo elements? So basically, pseudo elements is used to style as specified parts of an element. For example, it can be used to style the first letter or a line of an element. You can as well insert content before or after the content of an element. So let me write for you the syntax. Let me use a comment. So the syntax is, let me use a comment here. And the syntax is selector. I believe you understand what is a selector, and then followed by these are two colons, and then this your pseudo element. It should be pseudo element, pseudo element, and then braces, open and close the braces. Or let me just use a line. Now in these braces, you add in the property in the value. These are declaration property, and then a value, and then you close with a colon, semicolon. Now this is the syntax for the pseudo. This is the syntax for the pseudo pseudo element. So like can I show you an example, guys? Let me just show you an example for you to relate better or understand better. Now let me create here a paragraph. We already have a paragraph. Let me create a paragraph with the p tag, and then not really, should be just p. Then let's say lorem 15, perhaps generate 15 words, and then so let me just add in, let me break. So guys, basically what I want to do here, I want to affect the first line. Perhaps let me affect the first line. Perhaps let me add in some full stop somewhere, so that I already have the full stop somewhere here, so that guys, basically I want to affect the first line. So what I'll do, guys, let me just, for example, I want to affect only that first line. I can say, remember this is the syntax. So you first of all say selector, for example, it is p, right? Selector is p, and then we use these two columns. Remember the syntax. And then for example, if you say first line, you can just say first line, and then you can change the color. So let's say, for example, if I want to make the first line to be red. Now guys, before I run, let me just try to at least make this content to be long. Let me copy, and then at least try to make it quite long, so that And of course, let me add in some full stop with there to add in several lines. Now guys, basically if I want to affect only this first line, what I'll do guys, I'll say to add some special effects on this one. First of all, I said that you have remember the syntax. P is the selector, then followed by these two colons, and then your first line. If you want to affect the first line, you can use this pseudo element to do that, and then I believe it can work. First of all, let's try to run and see if it will work. Yeah, so guys, you can see it affects only the first line, right? It affects only the first line. You can as well do it. You can as well affect the first letter. So for first letter, just say first letter. Then it's gonna affect, if I affect only the first letter, I believe you can see here at the end. You can see we have this item here. This first letter is only affected. So guys, basically this is how you can affect them. So guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss is the CSS opacity, sometimes transparency. Now, basically guys, the opacity property specify the opacity or a transparent of an element. Like guys, let me have here an image. Let me just use an image. Let me go to the codes and then to the HTML. Then perhaps let me remove this text. And then let me use the image tag img tag. Then here I'll place that image, which is boy.jpg, and then first of all let's try to see. Let's try to see, and so guys, it's there. So perhaps let me just try to style it. So it is img, and then let's say text align, let's say center, and then height, let's give it 200 pixel, 200. Let me give it a 300 pixel. Yeah guys, basically you can see the image is there. So now guys, basically I want to work with transparency. Actually the opacity, I want to show you how you can use the opacity. I see the opacity is like the transparency. Now remember, it goes between 0 to 1. 1 is like opaque. 1 is something like which is totally visible, and then a 0 is completely transparent. So first of all, let's get to this image tag. And then let's say we use the property called opacity. And then if you give it, for example, 0.5, that will be midpoint, right? You can see it is somehow visible, somehow not visible. Now if you give it 1, then it will be complete. Actually it will be seen completely. And then if you give it for 0, let's give it 0.0, then it will be totally transparent. You can see, you can't see anything guys. So this is how you can play around with the opacity. And of course we have, let's try with the 2, and then let's check it out. Guys, you can see it is hardly visible, right? So you can't see it very clearly. So guys, I think this is what I can tell you about the opacity. Also sometimes guys, you might want also to have, when you hover, that is when the opacity when you hover, that's when it becomes, you know, a complete opaque. So like I might want to say image img, but now when you hover, you can increase the opacity. So opacity you can even say 1 when you hover, 1.0. Now so guys, you can see when you hover, that's when you can see this image clearly. When you hover, perhaps you might also want to add in the transition. We shall talk about the transition, so that it may not be just, you know, abrupt. So I'll say you know, it's called a transition. It is all let me use 0.2 seconds. Let me use is, and then let's check it out. Now guys, basically you can see when you have a it, that's when it becomes total opaque. So you can play around with these properties so that it can work better. Of course guys, you can also add this property in any element. I've just used an image, but you can try with a different item, guys. And so guys, let me talk about the navigation bar. Let me talk about the navigation bar, guys. So navigation, the example for navigation bar is this one here at the top, and now I want us to discuss it much details. So basically, having easy to use navigation is important for any website. So with CSS, you can transform boring HTML menus into good looking navigation bars. So basically, most of the time, guys, a navigation bar usually use the list. Usually use a list of links. So let me just clear everything, guys. Let me just clear everything so that we may, including, let me just clear every stuff here. And of course, I shouldn't have cleared that first property. But guys, we shall talk about those global styling later. So basically, I've just cleared everything. I've remained with the blank body. Let me even remove this padding. So this one is just a blank body page. And of course, if you've been following this course, you understand how we came up with this other content. Now, guys, basically for the navigation link, in fact, let me use a comment here. And then let me say nav links navigation. Let me just say navigation links. And then in this navigation links, of course, most of the time we use an ordered list. Then inside this list, we use the li, li. Then in the li, we add in the anchor tag. So for now, let me just use hash. Let me use hash. And then of course you can say, for example, it is home. Let me duplicate and change. Let me here say, for example, about us, then contact, and then articles or blogs. Blogs. Yeah, so guys, basically this is how a list will look like. By default, it is. I said that a navigation bar is a list of links. So basically, by default, this is how a link look like, or a navigation link, a navigation links look like in HTML without any CSS. Now with the CSS, guys, you remember how we can style it. So I can just say, for example, let's go to the CSS. So we are targeting what? UL, and then ULLI, or you can just say LI, and then LI. Then here, guys, I will say display. Remember, guys, now we use the inline block, right? Inline block, and then of course list style type we are gonna remove and make it none, so that it may not have those squared boxes. So this is how it looks like. And then padding, perhaps let's try to increase padding. Let's say padding, let's give it something like 20 pixel, or it will be big. I think it's quite awesome. And then here I can say I can increase the font size. So font size, I can say, for example, let me give it 25 pixel, and then let's add in some background color. Let's give it a green, and then a color, let's give it a white, white, and then let's try to check it out. Of course, guys, I'm using this property on a wrong place. So what I do, guys, let me just cut. I should use it at the main. I should use it here at the UL, and then let me paste it there. I thought I had copied. I don't know why it's not pasting. So it is background color. I'll give it a green or a blue. Even let me find a darker color. Let me give it the dark blue, and then color, the foreground color or the text color. Let me give it white, and then let's try to check it out. So guys, it's not picking. Now I should have target now the anchor tag itself. So now to change the color for the anchor tags, I'll say A, and then a color I can give it now white. Color I can give it what? Let me remove here. Let's check it out here, guys. It's quite nice. Now here at the top, guys, the navigation bar, most of the time you will not see these spaces, these margins here at the top. Like let's try to see name tag. Let's try to see name tag, how it looks like. So you realize that at name tag we don't have extra spaces here or at the margin left outside. So guys, basically to remove it, you'll find out you'll use these properties. You'll use these global styling. For example, let's say asterisk. We'll add in the asterisk here. This basically is the global styling, and then now we give it margin 0. Margin 0. Then it's gonna do what? It's gonna remove those extra spaces that you saw earlier. So and then guys, for example, these links you might not want to have these it's called what? These are text decoration. These are underline these stuff. So I'll say white. You'll say this anchor tag. I'll say, for example, text decoration. I'll give it none so that it may not have the anchor tag. So guys, you can see this is basically how you can create your. So guys, also you might also want to place this content wherever you want. Perhaps let's try this property. I'm not sure if it will work. Let's try align items. Let's say left, perhaps. Let's say left, left. Is there align items? So when I say or let me say text align. Let me say text. I think it should be text align. Let's say left, right. Let's say right. Then let's try to see. Yeah, guys, you can see now our items are now assigned aligned to the right hand side, and of course you can also add in the image tag. For example, a logo, you can add it here. Clearly, this is how you can create the navigation links. So guys, the other thing, perhaps let me talk about the drop down. Now, basically, drop down they help you, they can help you to display other content when necessary. Perhaps when you click on something, or basically when you hover on something, that's when you display that drop down. So guys, basically let me get to the code, and then let me just create here let me just create here a nav. Let me just call it nav, and then in this HTML, and then let me just close that nav. Then inside this nav I want to create a div. Let me say, for example, dot drop down, drop down like this. I think then now guys, basically the goodness with the Visual Studio Code, when you just write dot drop down, then it's gonna add for you the class, without struggling a lot to do it by yourself. So guys, basically I want to create something here so that when you have on it, that's when you can display some other contents. So So guys, basically in this drop down, I want to create something like let me just use a span perhaps. Let me just say perhaps span. Then let me say this. Let me say drop down. Let me just type in a drop down like that. And then now guys, basically after this drop down, let me now add in the content for the drop down. So I'll say dot drop down content, perhaps content drop down content. And then in this content guys, I can add in what? I can add in some headings. Perhaps let me use even, you can use a list perhaps, but this time let me just use a normal, let me use something like even h4. And then let me say content perhaps let me say content one. What is the spelling for content? I think this the spelling, I'm not sure. Content, let me know in the comment section if it's correct. And then let me just make at least 4 items here. Let me say here 2, then here let me say 3. Remember these are block elements. This search before, so these are block elements. It will be displayed in this format like this. Now I should have added here to the div. I should have added to the div. So basically what I do actually to the nav bar, so that it may affect these stuffs also. So what I do guys, let me style this stuff. Remember I've just added this nav. So I'll say for example, let me just get to this CSS, and then now here I say nav instead of ul, I just say nav so that it may affect everything. And then now so guys, you can see how it looks. Oh guys, basically the alignment should be just this. I think this way is perfect. So guys, basically I want to do this. I want to hide this content, so that unless when you have others, when it will display other contents. So basically what I do guys, perhaps there's also another property or something that we shall discuss about the flexbox. Now for now guys, I just want to, let me just try to, or let me just not talk about that, because it's something that I might not understand or you might not get it now. I'll talk about it later, about the flexbox, how we can align these items. So for example, let me just do this for ul. Oh guys, basically I'm using I should have used the right. I should have used the right property, not left, because I want it to switch to the other end, so I should have used the right. So it should be right. Right, but now targeting not the ul, the another list ul. I believe it will work. Yeah, this is what I wanted. So now guys, basically I want to add in some effects, so that unless when you have on it, that's when it will display this other content here. So basically what I do guys, let me just go to the HTML, actually to the CSS, sorry, we are styling, and then here I'll say dot drop down. You must be sure to use the exact class name, because if you use the class which doesn't match, then it won't work. So let me say dot drop down, then in this drop down, say position, sorry, position should be relative, then a display, let me give it inline block. And then now for the drop down content, so let me say drop down content, drop down content, drop down underscore content. I think it should be content. I used content somewhere, I think. Let me be sure. If you're not sure, ensure that you copy the exact class name if you're not sure of it, like me. So and then just write exact stuff here. Then here guys, I'll say what? I'll say display. Let me give it none. Let me give it none first of all. Drop down. Where's none? None. Should be a none. There it is. And then position now should be absolute. Position should be absolute. And then background color, let it be the way it is. So let me say minimum width, or let me just add in the background for it. Background color, let me give it something like even green. Let me give it green though, just for testing. And then perhaps let me add in there and the max width, the mean width, basically mean width. So mean width. I'll give it something like let's give it even 160 pixel, and then box shadow. Should we add in the box shadow? Perhaps let me just add in the padding. Let me give it 12 pixel by 16 pixel. That let's say 12 is top and bottom, then 16 is left and right. And then Z-index, let's give it something like Z-index. So Z-index, let me give it something like a 1, any higher value. Let's see it. So guys, basically there it is. Right guys, basically for you to understand better, let me just remove this stuff. Let me just remove this stuff from so that you can understand better, because I think what I'm doing here you can't understand much better. Let me just cut, then let me just paste it past this navigation link so that it may be an independent item. So basically this, I just created this div with a class drop down. Then in this drop down I added this span, and then there's this drop down content here also. So what I do guys, let's see it first of all in the browser. So I think this way is better. Guys. So now guys, basically I want to change the display. When you hover, that's when it will display this other content. So basically in that case guys, I'll do what I'll say dot drop down dot hover. So let me get there. Now let me just copy. I'll say dot drop down content. First of all, the dot drop down. The drop down when you hover. And again dot drop down content again when now the dot drop down. Then now guys, basically here I'll say what I'll give it display block so that it can now be visible. So let's try to check it out. Now guys, basically you can see now when I hover, that's when it display this content here. So so guys, basically you can see it's quite nice, right? So basically this is how you can add in the these drop down. So guys, the next thing that I want us to discuss is the CSS gallery, and CSS can be used to create an image gallery. So guys, first of all, let's get to our code and try to make such an item. Or perhaps let me just first of all get an image here in the internet, perhaps from splash.com, and then perhaps let me search for background image, anything background, so that I may not use someone's image. Now here let me just use something like this one. Let me copy the image, and then let me place it at the desktop, and then desktop, and then a CSS tutorials. Then here I'll do it. I'll place this image here. Perhaps let me just call it BG background. The file type is WebP. Is a WebP, and then so let's get to our code, and then I try to add in that image to our. So before anything guys, I want to use I'm gonna use here a div. I'm gonna use here a div, and then I'll give it a class of. So let me remove first of all this content, and then let me use let me say dot gallery class to be gallery. Now remember I told you that Visual Studio Code, it has the shortcuts. It has auto completion, like when you just type in dot gallery, then it's gonna take it as a class, and then it's gonna use div as the main element. Now inside this gallery class, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna uh, let me create something like an image. Let me use an image img, and of course, can I make it an anchor tag so that when you click on it, it can take you to somewhere. So let me just use it as an anchor tag, or perhaps yeah, let me place this image as an anchor tag, and let me place the image as an anchor tag. Then I'll tag it. Let me give it a bg dot web p. So this is the URL. Then a target. Let me give it a blank. And let me just give it blank so that it may open in a new blank. Basically in a new place. And then also here guys, now here I'm gonna use an image, an anchor tag here. So this anchor tag guys, I'll say what I'll say. Actually now for the image itself, I'll say img. Then in this image tag, I'll do what I'll say. For example, should be bg dot web p. Let me specify the width. I'll give it something like let's say let me give it something like 600 pixel, 600 by. So height, I'll give it height is gonna be height. Let me give it something like 400 because it's kind of a rectangle, so I want it to. Let me give it 400. Let me give it 400, and then let me just create a description here. So basically, let me also add in another one inside this one. I'll say dot div. I want to add in the description, so let me say dot description dot description. Then in this description again, so let me say the image description. The image description, and then again, basically what I do, first of all, let's check it out if it's there. So let me just close this page. Yeah guys, you can see the image is available here. So I want us to scale it further so that it can look much more presentable. So what I do guys, let me just should I remove this there's a section so that it may not confuse anyone. So let me just remove that this navigation bar. Let's remove the navigation bar so that yeah, let it be the way it is, like this. And then now guys, basically I want us to scale it further. So let's get to our CSS, and let's get to the CSS, and then let's begin now with the gallery. So you can let me also clear the CSS here. Let me say dot gallery, and then here guys, I'll do it. I'll say margin guys. Let me add in some margins. Margin, perhaps let me give it 5 pixel, and then a border. Let me add in the border for the entire gallery. Border. Let me give it 1 pixel, solid, and then which color? Let me use a black color. A black color, but now, or let me use a gray color, something like not dark black. This color, I think it is grayish, right? And then now Alright guys, basically should I use this property somewhere else? Let the border be the way it is. Then let me add in the float also, so that it may float left. So let me say float, a float, and then let me give it left, float left, and we discussed this float property previously, I guess. And then a width, let's give it 100 pixel, 180 pixel. So also let me add in some display when you have. So let me say dot gallery. When you have a gallery now, when you have and then here guys, I'll do it. I'll say border. Border, I'll give it 1 pixel, solid, solid. Then let me use a different color value here, like even this kind of a color, this grayish color. And then what I do now, let's target the image itself. So img, and then let's add in some padding for the image padding. Perhaps let's give it something like a 15 pixel. Then let's align at the center. So text align to be centered, and then and the description itself for the text. So let's say dot description, and then now here I'll say what padding, let it match with the image. So let me give it 15 pixel. 15 pixel. Let me also align text align at the center, and then let's check it out guys. So you can see how it is, but now this image is not it's quite big. The resize is not quite awesome. So guys, let me just try to specify the height and the width again. I think that property didn't work well. So what I'll do guys, let me just so let me just specify the height, the height and width of the, or let me just increase. What I do guys, let me just increase the size here, the width. Alright, the image, let me reduce the image, the image height, img. Alright, this section I thought I had add the image size and what have you, but it's not working. So let me just get to the so let me say, where is the image? Let me say anchor tag, then an image. Let's check it out. So what I'll do guys, let me add in these properties here. So let me say img. So actually let me say height. It was let's give it, it was I think we used 400 the height, or we used actually 400 pixel. Then at the width, let's use it, it was 600 pixel. Then let's see if it will work this way. No, it's not responding. I don't know what's the problem here. So what I'll try to do guys, let me just try to increase now the width here of this text to be something like let's say 600. Still, let me give it something like 700. So guys, you can see we have, or perhaps let me add in some background color. Let me add in some background color for this container, for this entire container, actually for the image. for the gallery itself. So color, background color. Let me give it something like let me give it Bollywood, and then guys, you can see. So guys, we have placed our first image here, our first image. And then guys, to place several, you can just duplicate. You can just duplicate the image, and then you can just duplicate the image, and then I'll have several. So basically, guys, that is how you can place the image. You can see how it is. You can change just the image type. Remember, for me, I only have this one image, but you can play around with the images so that it can be quite smart, you know. So basically, guys, that is how you can place the image gallery. Of course, we shall talk about the flex box later, but this is how you can add in the image. And of course, we shall talk about the responsiveness. Like this image is not responsive on smaller screens. Let's try to resize it so that you can see. You can see, guys, it's not responsive on smaller devices. So we shall talk about the media query later, about the responsiveness. But so guys, the next thing, let's talk about the CSS attribute selector. Actually, attribute selector here. So basically, it is possible to style the HTML elements that have specific attribute or attribute values. So basically, the attribute selector is used to select the element with a specified attribute. Like for example, you can say, for example, let's have an anchor tag. Let me just use an anchor tag somewhere. Should I just delete this tab, guys? Let me just declare so that I want you to understand every code that I use here. So I don't want to have a lot of stuff so that you can get confused. Let me just clear, and then here, guys, let me just create an anchor tag here. We use the anchor tag here to create the hyperlink, and then here, guys, I can say, for example, nametech.com, and then let me say this is a link. Let me say this is a link, and then guys, I want us to style. Let's add in some attributes like for example, the let's add in the attribute like let's say, for example, let's check, for example, let's say target. Let's give it let's give it a blank so that it can get to something else. So let's give it a blank, perhaps, so that it can get into a new page. Now what I do, let me first of all see it's there. Now guys, basically what I want to do here, guys, let me just should I add in several, and then I try to perhaps let me duplicate, and let me duplicate, and then at the second one let me change here to perhaps top, and all that. But now I want to style what I want to style. There's stuff here like for example, the background for these are blank. The background for the blank, the link which is blank. So what I'll do, let me get to the CSS, and then now guys, basically to target the anchor tag that has on the blank, you can specify, for example, and then I use these are parentheses, these are squared brackets, and then I specify the target itself, a target. So basically, first of all, I should say let's say target. Let's say target, and then braces. So background color, let me give it yellow, perhaps. And let's give it yellow, and then I try to see. Now you can see, because it has the attribute called target, You can see now they are affected. You can see it is yellow. So guys, the next thing, let's talk about the CSS fonts. Let's talk about how you can style the CSS fonts. And so guys, basically, first of all, let's get to the code, and then once again, I'm gonna clear this content here. I think you understand how to style there with the attributes. It's quite important, so that you can just know that this link, the link that has yellow or something, it has an attribute, a target on it. But now let me just do this. Let me just clear. Let me just clear here. And then guys, let's try to add in the form here. Guys, remember we use the form tag to create the form action. For now, let's give it a hash because we don't have any backend language here. And then here, guys, I want us to add in, for example, I'll use first of all the label. Let's use label for example f name, for first name f name. F name, then I'll say, for example, first name, first name, then guys, basically let me say what, let me say input. I'll give it what, I'll say, for example, input here, guys, basically the type is gonna be should be text, and the input should be text. Perhaps let me add in the ID. Should I add in the ID, or because, or let me just add in the placeholder. So placeholder, I'll give it what, I'll give it enter first name, and then perhaps let me add in the ID. Let me just add in the ID is a good practice, so that you may be familiar with this stuff. So let me say ID, and then here this ID, let me give it f name, and then also the name, let me give it what, the name itself, let me give it a first name, first name, like that. And then so what I do is let me just duplicate, and then I'll change it to the last. Let me just duplicate, and then here I'll change here to L name, L name, and then here from first I'll change it to last name, last name, like that. So guys, basically, and then now what is, let me also add in the let me add in the what, let me add in the basically the drop down, actually the country, the options here. Let me add in the options. So let me say label for, sorry, should be label, this label for what, for perhaps country. Then the label itself, let me give it country or anything. Let me give it a country, and then it's gonna have options. So I'll say, for example, option, should be option. Actually, first of all, should be select, because so let me say first of all select, then a name is gonna be the name is gonna be country, ID, let me give it a country again, country, and then now inside this select, guys, we are going to have what, you're gonna have options. So let me say options, and then in this option, guys, the value, I say, for example, Kenya. Then the country itself should be Kenya. Kenya. Let me just try to duplicate and then here I'll change perhaps to Uganda. And then here let me also add in Uganda. Here let me say USA. Then here I'll change it to USA. And then here I'll change it to perhaps India. India. So guys, and of course I can add in the submit button. So let me add in the submit button here. And then I say input type can be, for example, submit. It's gonna be submit. Should be submit. Type should be submit here. Should be submit, and then the value. Perhaps let me add in the value. Let me give it a submit. And then let me duplicate and then add in some perhaps for reset. You can also reset. So let me just add here for reset. And then reset. Let's see this form without the CSS. You can see it's not quite nice, right? It's not very nice. Though you can put in your name, first name, Wekesa. You can select the country. You can submit. Remember, the form is not picking the backend. So I want us to do it. I want us to style it further so that it can be quite nice, right? So what I do, first of all, we have talked about on how you can style the attributes. We have talked about now you can style the classes, actually the elements with the certain classes and all that. We've talked about the selectors. You understand this stuff. So what I do, let me get to the CSS. Then I want us to begin with the input. Now if you want to target an input with an attribute selector, perhaps you just use these and these are square brackets. Then now you specify the attribute itself, input type, for example, input type, you're gonna type text. So it will affect only the input that has the type of text. So and then for example, let me say select. Also select is I want to use that option also for select so that it may target both. Let me get to the HTML. So when I use select, it will affect only also this one. These are select here. Actually the spaces, the select, and then it will affect also this tab that has text, the type that has text. So let me say select, and then open the braces, guys, and then first of all the width. I want to give it what? Or let me give it 100%. And then let's add in some padding for it. So padding, I'll give it 12 pixel by 20 pixel. And then what else? Let's say for example margin. Let's give it something like 80 pixel, that is top and bottom, then a 0 left and right. And then let's change the display here from, you can see it, you saw it was inline block, it was on a straight line. So let's change here too. So let's say display, and display is let's use inline block so that the effects may take place there. And then the border, perhaps let's add in some border. Let's give it something like 1 pixel solid, and then this gray color. And then now what else? Let's give it some border radius also. Border radius, and then perhaps let's give it something like a 4 pixel. 4 pixel. And then now let's add in the box sizing. Box sizing, let's give it a border box. And then now let's target now the submit button. First of all, let's see how it is. You can see how it is now. It's quite nice. Now I want us to style this. I want us to style this submit in the reset here. So what I do, guys, let me get to the code, and then now so it is input, but now targeting so it is input, but now we are targeting, we are targeting now the type type submit, and also type submit, and also type reset, so that it can affect these items. It should be a reset like that. And then so guys, basically let's try to style it further and see if it will work or not. And then here, guys, I'll say what I say with guys, I'll give it, guys, perhaps let me do this. I think it's giving me some errors here. What I'll do, guys, let me just do this. Let me just use it on a separate line. Like, let me just add in a comma, and then let me duplicate this stuff, so that, because when I see the errors and I see it underlines red stuff, I'm very shocked. I'm very terrified. It will not work. So as I said, I think this way it will work. Now here, let me just say width. I think this is spelling for width, and then here, guys, I'll give it what? Let me give it 100%. Oh, guys, basically I should have used the braces. I should have used the braces. Sorry. Yeah, I should have used the braces. So like I say, width 100%. Width is 100%. Let's change the background color. Color. Let's give it something like which color should we use? Let me give it any other color. Which color should I? Let me use something like light green, or whichever color. Let me use this forest green, and then so color, let's give it white. Let's give it white, and then also oh, guys, basically here I think I should use, let me use, because there are two items, let me give it 50%, so that it may be 50-50. And then now what is let's give it some padding. Of water. Let me give it a 14 pixel. 14 pixel by 20 pixel. 14 pixel by 20 pixels. Also, let's use this property here. Let's use this this property here. Let me just copy. Then so that the margin may be the same, maybe the same. Then the border, let me give it none for now. And then cursor, perhaps let's add in the cursor pointer. Cursor, guys, basically when you use the cursor pointer, like you can see when I hover my cursor here on these items, you can see it changes to something like a small hand. So when you use this property cursor pointer, then it will add that property on your element, any element case. So like for example, if I say cursor pointer, then that submit button will have this effect. Let me check and see. You can see it is a cursor pointer. So guys, I don't see the need for this reset here. I don't see the need now. For now, most forms don't have the reset. So I'll just clear. And then here I'll just give it 100%. And then let me just remove it here on the yeah, I think it's nice. It's nice this way. And then guys, here of course you can do it. You can change the background for the entire content here, for the entire for the entire div, so that it can be quite nice. So I'll say to the CSS now, to the mega div here. Actually, they should be the form itself. I should be the form, or what is that? So like let's try to add in the background for the entire element, for the entire form. So I'll say, for example, form, form. Then I'll add in what? Let's say a background color. You can give it any color, like even bisque. Let's check it out. So and then of course we can add in the padding on data view. So like let's say padding should be padding. Let's give it something like 30 pixel. 30 pixel. And then those colors don't blend well. Let me give it something like let me give it light blue. I don't know, light blue. And then also let me add in some border radius, some border. So say border, border. And then I'll give it actually for example 5 pixel, 5 pixel groove. Let me use groove, 5 pixel groove. And then which color? Black, or whichever color it pleases you. So guys, you can see now we have this very nice form. And of course guys, you can style any other thing, but I've just used this one. For example, you can type in the name, the first name, the last name, and then you can select the country. And then if you had a language for backend here, when you click on submit, it will submit your content. But because we don't have anything for backend, guys, we can't submit. Guys, I think this is all about the forms. Though we have a lot, you can style any other elements. Remember, forms have different types of inputs, type inputs, type the labels and all that. So you can play around with those stuffs. However, let me talk about the CSS counters. Let me talk about the CSS counter. So basically, counters are variables maintained by CSS whose value can be increment, So so basically, I want to show you how you can use the automatic numbering with the counters. So basically, CSS counters are like variables. The variables value can be incremented by the CSS rules, which will track how many times they are used. So to work with the CSS counter, we will need to use these are properties counter reset, which will create reset a counter. Then also a counter increment, the increment values, the values that we want to increment with. And then the content which you insert generated content. And then the counter function here, which adds the value to an element. Now basically guys, to use CSS counter, it must first be created with the counter reset property. So like guys, basically I'll use here the heading here one. Perhaps I'll use something like I'll use heading. Guys, I'll use the heading. So for example, let me say let me get to the code. And then perhaps let me just so let me use h1 perhaps. Then let me say using using CSS counters, counter. Then let me add in the H2, and then in this H2, guys, I'll say what I'll say. First of all, guys, let me just remove this stuff, because I always say I don't want to confuse you. So let me remove that. And also here, let me just delete, so that you may grasp everything. But of course, when you are designing a website, you have to incorporate all those elements if you wish. But because I'm teaching, I want to focus on a specific codes so that you can understand. So here, let me say H2, and then in this H2 case, I'll say, for example, HTML. Let me duplicate HTML, CSS. But that is the roadmap for a web developer. Let me just say CSS. CSS, then you can learn even JavaScript. Of course, JavaScript is a must. JavaScript. And then once you are good with this language, guys, you can go ahead and learn something like Bootstrap, the framework Bootstrap. And then also you can learn React. And then after that, guys, you can learn some backend language like Django. Should be Django, not the Django. Should be Django, just like this. N should be here, Django. And then you can as well learn PHP or Node. So it should be PHP. You can also learn something like a Node.js. But you can also learn database languages. First of all, you can learn SQL, and then you can learn those engine, actually database engines like the relational, like you can learn even MySQL. You can also learn those the non-SQL like MongoDB, and of course you can as well, in extension to SQL, MySQL, you can learn Postgre and Oracle, SQL, and many others. So guys, basically once you learn these languages, then you're gonna be a full stack developer. So guys, I want us to use now what? I want us to use the counter. So first of all, let me go to the let me style the body, and then I'll add in this property called counter reset. And then I'll say, for example, let me target, for example, I should have used, let me use perhaps, let me just say section. Counter reset, let me say section. Let me say section. And of course, guys, yeah, let me just use section, and then let me go target now the H2 now. So H2 before should be before this one, before, and then I want us to increment it. So I'll say, for example, counter increment. Remember, this first property must be placed before you use this other one. These are a reset here, counter reset. So this one must be included first before anything else. So here counter increment, here guys you can see section like this section, and then also you can say counter where is it? Just counter. I just want to use it should be, let me say content. Let me use content guys. Remember I used here a section, so let me just use let me just say section. This is the content now, and of course let me add in some white space here, and then here guys, and also I can say what let me add in also counter. Counter name now itself. The counter name is gonna be the name can be what? Let me say counter, and then the name can be section. Section perhaps, and then let's add in the white space again here. So just after this section here, then let's add in also, let's add in this stuff here, the colon, and then the white space here. Now let's try to see how it looks like. Yeah, guys, you can see now it has worked, right? So guys, the next thing that I want us to talk about is the CSS gradients. So CSS gradients lets you display a smooth transition between two or more specified colors. So CSS defines three types of gradient: the linear gradients, which goes up, down, left, right, diagonally. Then we also have the radial gradients, which defined by the sender. Then we also have the conic gradients, which rotates around the center point. So let's begin with the CSS linear gradient. And to create a linear gradient, you must define at least two color stops. So color stops are the color you want to render smooth transition among it. So you can also set a starting point and the direction or an angle along with the gradient. So guys, perhaps let me just show you how you can add in the gradients. So for example, let me use guys, let me just delete this other stuff, this other content again. Remember, I always don't like working with a lot of content to teach you. So let me just use just like an ID here. So to define an ID, you begin with a hash, then a grad, then it's gonna place an ID for you, and then so guys, basically now let's get to the CSS, and then now to use that ID we use hash, and then it was grad for gradient. So you can specify the styling for that gradient. So first of all, let me give it a height of perhaps 200 pixel, and then the background remember guys, remember there are some browsers which don't accept the background. So you might want to give them a color which will be supported. Like you can say, for example, background color can get specified. You can give it something like a red. So this one will only be displayed if the browser does not allow them. For browsers that did not accept the gradient. So now for so guys, basically we can say background. Now to add that background gradient, we can say, but we can use the background image property. So background image, and then now in this image for linear gradient, just say a linear gradient like this, and then inside these are two what parentheses. You can specify your color codes. So you can say, for example, red and yellow perhaps, and yellow, and then your colors will be yellow. Let's check it out. So guys, you can see we have placed this linear gradient here. So this is how you can place it. So you can also change the direction, guys. You can specify the direction of which you want to place. But let me talk about guys, basically the direction. Guys, basically to add the direction, you just say let me just show you, guys. Let me not skip that section. I think it's quite important. So just begin with the first value here, or the first item here. It should be perhaps 2. First of all, let me just add in some space. So you should specify to bottom, perhaps to bottom, perhaps bottom right, or a bottom. Let me just say bottom right. right. What's the spelling for right? I think it is that way. And then oh guys, I think it didn't work. So it should be to bottom. What is this the correct? Oh guys, I forgot to add in the comma. You first of all have to add in a comma to separate parameters for it to have an effect. And then I guess you can see now it is to bottom right. You can see how it is. And then for example, you can also specify to top. Let me say to top right, to top left, or at let me say top right, and then again you can see now the display is has now changed. So you can as well use the angle. You can also use the angle. So for angle, for example, you can say, for example, angle. You can just say angle. Here you just define your angle. You just specify the angle. For example, if it's 180 degrees, 180 degrees, 180 degrees like this. Then let's see, you can see it looks like that. Let's change it to 90 and see how it look like. And then I guess you can see 90 it goes at this other side. So you can as well use the angles and do that. And of course you can also use multicolor to add into your background. So you just specify, for example, if it's yellow, then you can specify also green. And then it will have 3 colors. And then you can add in as many as you want. Yeah, so you can add in as well as many as you want. And then I guess of course you can choose even to add in some text inside your background. How do you do that? So like for example in this div, where is it? In this div you can add in the text, like you can say this. So it should be, let me use a paragraph tag. Then let me say this is gradient. Gradient, what's the spelling? Gradient. And then guys, you can see now you have the text there, and of course you can align it to wherever you want. So perhaps let me say to the CSS, let me say align items sender. Let's check. Guys, it's not working, though. You have to specify the p tag. Let me just remove and then I say p. And then of course you can play around with this stuff. So like you can say text align sender and add many other properties, but add other values. But guys, I just wanted to show you how you can add in on that one. And of course guys, you can choose to add in the opacity. So guys, basically you can as well specify the opacity for the gradient. You can find the reference on the website. I have it. You can check it out. And then guys, of course we have the radio. I forgot the radio. So we have for radio guys, we just say radio gradient. So instead of a linear, we just change it to to radio. Then so I think this is the spelling. And of course guys, here you have to change here the of course you have to remove this property here. This value. Let's check. Yeah, guys, you can see it's working. So you can also, this is how you can place the radio. And of course you can change you can use any other color type and what have you. And of course you can play around with this stuff. So and then guys, perhaps the other one is I said the other one is what? The other one was conic gradient. Now basically for conic gradient, is a gradient with the color transition rotated around a center point. So so let me just change and so that you can see. Let me just conic, just change it to conic. But always remember to use this background image before using the gradient. Then let's check it out. And then as you can see, this one is like an angle. It has an angle, and then it shows this stuff. So guys, basically that's how you can place the the gradient. And then I guess of course there's something that I wanted to show you about the transitions. let me talk about the transition because I've used it several times, though I didn't show you. So guys, for transition, CSS transition allows you to change property values smoothly over a given duration. Like when you basically it has some properties like a transition itself, transition delay, transition duration, also transition property, transition timing and function. So guys, basically what I do guys so guys, basically to create a transition effect, you must specify two things. First of all, the CSS property that you want to add an effect to, then the duration of the effect. So if the duration part is not specified, the transition will not have any effect because the default value is 0. Now so guys, perhaps let me have here an example. Let me just show you something. Like let me declare this stuff so that I always like working on a plain text to teach. So this is a paragraph. Let me delete also this other one. This is a paragraph. So let me just tell there that P. So P. On P, first of all, you define the status before transition. For example, color to be for example red, then a background color can be something like a blue or a cyan. Guys, I'm not, so let me just duplicate and then change the status. Like when you hover, let me say hover. When you hover, I'll change here to the background color to be blue. Let me just say blue, and then the color, basically that's the color, and then the background can be yellow, whichever color, yellow. So guys, basically I want when you transition between these, let me first of all, let's see. You can see, then let me try to add in some padding. So let me say align first of all the items, so text align. The center, let me also center. Then let me increase the padding. The padding, let me give it even 20 pixels. That will be quite big. Yeah. So guys, you can see it is instant. It is instant. So I want to add in some transition, though this color is not pleasant for me, but I remember this just for testing. Now you guys, I don't want to make it just abrupt like this, so you might want to add in what other transition property. For example, the the width. So what I'll do is let me just say so I'll say what I'll say the is what color or a background. So background. So for example, to have I change here the transition here. First of all, say transition now for the background. So I'll say, for example, background should be what should be background. Let me use a background color. Background color. Let me copy this property because I did the property that I want to target. Of course, it was here. So let me just say background color. First of all, you specify the property, and then now the duration. So duration is perhaps 2 seconds. 2 seconds, then it is going to take long. So guys, you can see when I play the cursor, it's going to take long before it changes to yellow. Yeah, so you can see it takes a lot of time to have an effect. But you can see for the text itself, perhaps let me increase the font size. So font size, let me give it something like 30. Let me give it 30 pixel. So guys, you can see for the text itself is quite instant for the text. So guys, basically to add this effect so that it may affect everything, we always use this property called all, so that it may affect everything all, and then perhaps the seconds, let's say 0.30 seconds, and then you can specify what the type of transition. It is easy. We have is in, is out, and all that. So for example, let me say is, and then you can see with the, let's increase the font size when you hover. So let's say for example, here it is font size. Oh, okay, so basically here I should have used the transition, sorry. So font size, so guys, I am kind of confused. So I didn't notice here. So I'll say for example it was 30 pixel, guys. I forgot. So guys, basically those property that I used all should apply here. So like all. That's why I saw it wasn't working. 3 seconds, and then you can specify the transition type. It is in, or is out, or is, yeah, guys, you can see, yeah, so that you can see everything takes time to have an effect. So you can also play around. For example, if you want to, when you hover, to increase the font size to 40, font size when you hover, let's give it even 50 pixel. Let's see. Now you can see when you hover, the font size is increased. But now I want us to add in the transition for both the font size when you have on it. So you can add in this property. You can, let's begin with the background color. First of all, you specify the property, and then at the transition duration, like and the transition duration you can say for example 2 seconds. But now so first of all, comma, and then at the font size I want to give it 4 seconds. 4 seconds like this, and then what I do, let me have on it, and then guys, you can see it is taking long to take the transition. So basically guys, this is transition, and you can of course guys, so we have the type of transitions. Actually transition type, like is in, specify a transition effect with a slow start, then is out, specify a transition effect with a low with a slow end, then is in, is in out, specify transition effect with a slow start and end. Then we also have others like a cubic bezier, which lets you define your own values in cubic bezier functions. That's why you have to specify three values there. You have to use 3 numbers there. So guys, you can find the reference on the website. I don't want to dive deeper into this stuff, basic stuff. So you can find the reference on the website. So guys, the next thing that I want us to talk about here is the CSS animation. Of course, let me remove this stuff here. Let me remove that stuff, and then first of all, let me remove this content. Let me remove this content, and then I want us to talk about the animation, CSS animation. And first of all, CSS allows animation on HTML elements without using JavaScript or Flash. So guys, basically I'm going to show you how you can use these properties like the keyframes, animation name, animation duration, delay, animation iteration count, animation direction, animation timing function, animation fill mode, and all that. So basically guys, the browser I think that supports this stuff, it is remember, not all browsers supports animation, so just be keen on the browsers. I think what you do is ensure that you update your browsers to the latest version so that it can support such animations. Now, first of all, what are CSS animations? Basically, an animation lets an element gradually change from one style to another. You can change as many CSS properties as you want and as many times as you want. So to use the CSS animation, you must first of all specify some keyframes for the animations. So keyframes hold what style the element will have at a certain time. So let's discuss the keyframe rule. Now guys, basically when you specify the CSS style inside the keyframe rule, the animation will gradually change from the current style to the new style at a certain times, at certain times. So to get an animation to work, you must bind the animation to an element. So I want to show you an example here, guys. Of course, I'll use a div. I'll use this a div. No, sorry, should be div, not so. Should be div. I'm gonna use div, or you can use another element, guys. So I'll use this div, and then at the animation, I want to make an animation last, I think perhaps 4 seconds, and I will gradually change the background color of the div element, from certain color to another color. Guys, perhaps let me just I show you an example. So for example, the text here, guys, I can say, let me just say something like a CSS animation, and then guys, perhaps let me just style it. So first of all, let's go to the CSS, and then here first of all, let's target now the div, and then here, guys, I'll add in first of all the width. Let me give it perhaps 100 pixel, 100 pixel height also 100 pixel, and then our let's say background color, let me say red perhaps, and then the animation name, you can give it any name. Perhaps let me just say example. Let me just call it example, right? And then the animation duration, let me give it, I said 4 seconds, right? Now, guys, basically the next thing you have to add in the keyframe. So you use at keyframe property here. Then I use the exact name. Here you used any name, but now when you specify the keyframe that you are targeting, you have to use the exact name that you used here, of which it was example, right? Example. And then so here you can specify, you can add in the, let's say from the background. So from background, you can say from background color red. Let's copy from background color red, and then to what? Let me say to background color something like yellow, or what? Let's say yellow. But you can use any yellow. Let's say yellow. Yellow, and then what I do, guys, let's try to see. Now you can see some CSS animation. It's quite nice, right? So guys, you can see when you basically you can see, let me refresh, and then guys, you can see how it looks like. Let me refresh once again. So guys, you can see, so basically this animation, it's not like a transition. This one is animation. Of course, you can increase the duration to let's say even 6 seconds, and then so guys, you can see, let's refresh, and then guys, you can see it takes 6 seconds to transition to completely to yellow color. So guys, basically this is how you can add in the keyframe. Of course, you can use any style, but a quick one, guys, the duration property defines how long an element should take to complete. The animation duration property, if it's not specified, no animation will occur because the default value will be 0. So like you can as well use the percentage, guys, of the color, if you want to specify the color from perhaps it begins from 0 to a certain color, then I gradually change to something else, guys. There's a lot about the actually animation. And of course, guys, let me talk about the delay. Guys, basically, let me talk about an animation delay. So basically, animation delay property specify a delay of this for the start of of animation. So like if you want to take some at least some 30 seconds, let me here give it something like a 4 seconds. But now the delay you can specify, for example, delay. So first of all, it's animation delay. You can say, for example, if it is 2 seconds, you have to specify the units, 2 seconds, and then it's gonna take 2 seconds before the transition begins. So let me refresh and see how it will look like. So you can see it takes at least some 2 seconds before the transition begin. And so or yeah, so guys, basically you can see how it does. So guys, basically also you can use the negative values. Negative values are also allowed. Using the negative values, the animation will start if it has already been playing for a number of seconds. So you can also do the negative. Like let me just use the negative here. And then let me refresh, and then guys, you can see yeah. So basically you can also use the negative transition. And then I guess of course you can also set how many times an animation should run. So an animation iteration count the number of property. Actually, this one counts the number of times an animation should run. So like for example, guys, let me try to do it. Let me try to increase. Let me give it even 2 seconds. Then here I'll give it also 2 seconds. Let me give it 2 seconds. Then guys, let me just, I said that I will use animation iteration count. So this one will tell how many number of times that transition will occur. So like if you give it 5, if you give it 5, then it will repeat 5 times. Let me refresh and see how it does. So so guys, you can see this is the first time, second time, third time, fourth time, and then fifth time. So guys, basically this is how you can do with that. Now guys, basically if you use infinite to make and it will make an animation continue forever. Like if I change here from 5 to infinite, then the transition will just continue forever. So you can see the animation will just continue to infinite, actually to forever. So you can also do the reverse. You can run animation in reverse direction or alternate circles and all that. So animation direction property specify whether an animation should be played forward, backward, or in alternate cycles. So we have the normal animation. It is played as a normal. This one is by default. Then a reverse, and the animation is played in reverse direction, that's backward. Then alternate animation is played after basically forward first, then backwards. So perhaps let me just show you an example of one, and then I will do for example for reverse. So animation direction should be, first of all, animation direction. I can say I can choose even reverse. Let me say reverse, and then let's see how it does. Now guys, you can see now is the reverse. It begins with red to yellow. Actually it's now the reverse here. So guys, basically this is how you can, it begins with the yellow and then it goes to red. It's now the opposite. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that. And then you can you can specify many other properties. You can find the reference on the website, and of course you can style. You can even choose the let me try to increase the size here. So Width, let me give it 100%. 100%, and then 100%, and then guys, basically, of course, you can specify any styling, guys, any styling. This transition or animation. This animation, you can find the reference on the website, guys. I don't have to dive deeper into it, of course. So there's another item, guys, perhaps I find it quite interesting for us to talk about. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about here is the tooltip, the CSS tooltip. Now, a tooltip is often used to specify extra information about something when a user moves the mouse pointer over an element. Let me show you an example. So first of all, let's create our div. Let me once again remove this animation. Actually, this animation. Then what I do, let me clear this line of code, guys. Or guys, let it be let me just clear so that you may see that it's fresh. Now, here, guys, I want to say, for example, let me say, let me use a div. Let me use a class, for example. Let me say tooltip. Tooltip, guys. I say that a tooltip just help people to understand more information about an element. So, like, let me say something like, let me say hover over me, or something like that. Then you can as well use the span here. In this div, guys, I can as well say what I can say as well. Say let me use a span here. A span. Let me use a span inside this div, and then here I'll say. Of course, I should have used here the class. Let me class the class. Let me say. Let me use tooltip text. Tool. It should be tooltip text, something like this. Tooltip text. And then let me just say, for example, get some tips or something like that. Now, guys, now let's get to the CSS and style it so that it may have those effects. So what I do, guys, let's begin now with the tooltip container itself. So I'll say dot tooltip, the main container, and then here, guys, I'll say what position. A position should be relative. Let's use relative. And then what else? Let's say display. Display should be inline block. And then what else? Let's say adding some border, perhaps border bottom. Border bottom. Let's give it 1 pixel, 1 pixel, perhaps dotted, then a black or whichever color you wish. So if you want dots under the hoverable text, then you can use this property. And then now let's target now that tooltip text, this one. Let's copy and then use it here. Let's use it there. And then to be more specific, you can decide to use the main container, and then the tooltip, but there's no rules here. For example, if you have several tooltip text, then you might want to be specific and specify the container that you want to target that element. So visibility here, we can say visibility, we can say hidden. We can say hidden, and then width, you can give it a width of let's say even 120 pixel. Background color, let's give it something like let's give it even black. Let's give it black, and then the color should be now white so that it may blend well. So color, you can say white, and then what else? Let's text align. Let's align the text at the center. Text align to be centered, and then padding, perhaps padding. I'll give it what? Let me padding give it a 5 pixel top and bottom. Then the left and right I'll give it to 0, and then also the border radius. Border radius. Let me give it something like let me give it 6 pixel. Let me give it 6 pixel. Let me give it a 6 pixel like that. And then now basically to position the tooltip text, to position the tooltip text, we can do this. You can say, remember it must here at the top should be relative, and then here at the bottom should be. Now we use the position absolute. So the first property, the first element or the first container should be relative, then this one should be absolute. Remember we talked about these stuffs previously, guys. And then of course you can give it a Z-index so that it can be overlay. It can overlay other elements. It can be on top of other elements. Now the Z-index here, let's give it 1 so that it may be on top of the other elements. So guys, basically what I'll do here next, let me just copy. But now when you hover, let me copy, and then I place it here. Now when you hover, targeting when you hover will change the visibility to also visibility will change here to visible. Actually visible should be visible like this. Then let's try to check it out, and then guys, you can see when I have on it, then is when we get that a tooltip. So so guys, basically this is how you can add in the tooltip, and of course you can find the reference on the website. Now can I talk about the image reflection? Let me talk about the image reflection, guys. Sometimes you might want to have a reflection of an image. So let me show you how you can go about that. First of all, the box reflect, actually the box reflect property is used to create the image reflection. So the value of the box reflect property can be either below, above, left, or right. So guys, let me just show you an example, a quick one. So I'll say let me get to the what, guys. At this time I won't delete. Let me don't delete here, and then here, guys, let me just add in some image with the img tag, img, and then which image should I use? Like let me just use bg dot webg, and then now, guys, basically in this image I want to do it. I want to style it so that it may have a reflection to the left hand side. So I'll say so the selector is img, and then so we use, guys, this this, we begin with the hyphen, then I say WebKit, WebKit box, WebKit box reflect, WebKit box reflect, WebKit box reflect, and then I don't know why it's not yeah, box reflect. Then I can say, for example, right. I don't know why it's underlined like this. Let's check it out, and then guys, you can see it is reflected. Perhaps let me change here an image. Let me change here. Let me change the image to something else so that at least we can understand it better. Let me use that boy dot jpeg. Then yeah, guys, you can see now we have this image reflection here. It's quite nice, right? So you can see so basically this is how you can add in the image reflection. So we use the WebKit box reflect property too. Of course, you can say even you can specify whatever you want, like you can say even below. Remember, we can say even let's say below. I don't know. Yeah, so guys, you can see how it does. So you can use these properties, and of course you can say, for example, left, then it will reflect left, and then you can see how it does. So so guys, basically you can go about that. This is how you can of course you can add in the offset, of course, so that it may split some, so that it may not be close to these ones. So you might want also to add in the offset. So say, for example, 20. Let me add in some spaces, some values here, like let's say 20 pixel. 20 pixel, this one will add in the offset. Yeah, at least some split here, so that it may not be close like what it did there. So first of all, guys, let me just add in the margin. Let me give it something like 20. Margin left. Let me use the margin left, and give it a 50 pixel. Then let's check it out. Yeah, or let me give it something like 100. 100, I think 100 yeah, so 100 is quite nice. So the offset is this deviation here. So basically that's how you can add in the the offset, actually the image reflection. I guess guys, you have understood that. Now the next thing is let me talk about the object fit. So guys, basically the CSS object fit property is used to specify how an image or a video should be resized to fit into a container. So basically the CSS object fit property, as I said, is used to specify how an image, if you use an image or a video, it should be fit into a container, resized to fit into a container. So so like guys, basically let me show you an example for you to understand better. So you might have a container. So guys, perhaps let me do this. Let me just try to add in a container. For example, an image, or guys, basically let me do this. Let me just use a different image. Let me first of all clear this stuff. And let me just clear, then to the HTML. What I do, even let me just clear everything here. Then let me add in the image afresh. And then let me add in which image? Let me add in let me just use the same boy. I don't know why I deleted, but the JPEG. And then guys are here. Let's add in what? Let's add in. Oh guys, let me just clear everything here. And then guys, basically here I want to add in the height and the width. And so perhaps let me specify. Let me add in the width here. Let me add in the width attribute here. Let me give it something like 100 by so height can be something like let's say 300, right? 300. So guys, let me check it out. Yeah guys, you can see how it is. You can see this image is kind of distorted, right? Let me just show you how you can do without these properties. So like for example guys, let me just say, let me get to the CSS, and then perhaps let me resize it something like, let's do first without the image, the image fit. So I'll say image the selector, and then perhaps let me say, for example, width, let's give it something like 200 pixel, and then a height, let's give it 300 pixel. 300 pixel, it will be kind of distorted. Guys, you can see it's not quite nice, right? So guys, basically the object fit property help us to place this image into a container so that it may fit very well. So guys, basically so basically the object fit can take these values, either of these values. Fill is by default. You can see this image is filled by default. It ensures that it shrinks until until the image fills into that container. It is by default. And then we also have another value called contain. Then the image keeps the aspect ratio, but resets it to fit within the given dimension. We shall talk about everything here. And then we also have cover. The image keeps the aspect ratio and fills the given dimension. The image will be clipped, it will be clipped to fit in. So the extra space will be clipped inside. It will be clipped. And then a scale down, the image is scaled down to the smallest version of the none or the contain. So guys, perhaps let me just show you how you can do that. Let's begin with the cover and see how this image will look like. So let's say, for example, object. So we use this property called object fit. Object fit, you can say cover. Let's say cover and see how it will look like. So guys, you can see now the image is not distorted, but it has clipped the extra part, the other part which is not in line with the image. So let's try with the contain, and then you see how to look like. Let's say contain, then let's check it out. Let's check it out, and then again you can see how the image is. You can see it is now clipped to fit into that container. And then we also have the fill. Fill. Remember, the fill is by default, which shrinks the image until it fills. Then if you specify none, then it won't have basically it won't have that effect. So guys, basically that's how you can of course you can also scale down. So you can say, for example, scale down, and then you can see guys the image will be scaled down to fit in. So guys, basically you can practice with this stuff. And of course guys, I want to talk about something else. So perhaps, of course guys, for example, let me try with the cover. Let me try with the cover. So guys, you can see now this object is now trimmed or clipped. So the other part is not shown. So you might want sometimes to place this image so that to change the position so that the other part which is clipped to be here at the center. So guys, basically to do that, you can do what you can say object position. You can say you can use this property called object position. Object position. And then you can specify, for example, 80%, 80%, and then perhaps 80%. That will be top and bottom. Then 100% left and right. So let's check it out, and then you can see guys, now our image is now at the center. It can be seen much better. So you can use the object position to style it. Alright, let's try to change with the perhaps let's give it something like even 20, and we'll see how it will look like. So you can see how it does. And then if you give it something like 90, then you can see. So basically you can play around with the object position so that you may have that image of yours aligned in a proper way. So guys, the other thing that I want us to talk about is the masking. Now with the CSS masking, you can create a layer to place over an element to partially or fully hide portions of the element. Now basically the CSS mask image property specify a mask layer, and the mask layer image can be perhaps a PNG image, a CVG image, or a CSS gradient, or an CVG mask element. Remember, it's not supported on all browsers. You have to update the browsers sometimes for it to work. So in other browsers, you'll have to use the WebKit, property. So basically, to use a PNG or a CVG image as a layer mask, we use the URL value to pass in the mask layer. And the mask image needs to have a transparent or a semi-transparent area. Black will indicate it is transparent. So like Guys, let me just show you an example. For example, guys, I've just created a text with in Photoshop. You can see, guys, I've just created here a file in Photoshop with a text. This is name tag, but it has what it has the transparent transparent background. And I have a full course on Photoshop as well. If you are interested to learn Photoshop, there's a course on that. Now, guys, basically to do that, let me go to the HTML, and then let me first of all create a class for it. So perhaps let me call it mask. And then in this mask, guys, I want to use the img tag, and then I place here an image. So I'll use mask dot png, and then now, guys, I have also that image that I've just created called oh, here, guys, I should have used here what I should have used bg dot webp, and then now here the CSS, guys, let me just clear this stuff, and then let me use what let me just say first of all the selector is this is a class called mask, and then now here, guys, I'll do it. I'll create so, guys, basically some browser does not support this property, so you have to specify twice actually for it to fail to work on the other one. It can work on, it can support it on a different property. So you use WebKit, a WebKit mask, a mask, WebKit mask, a WebKit mask image like this, and then you use the I say that you use the URL, and then in this URL, guys, you can place your image or your logo, perhaps let's say mask dot png. But then guys, I say that you have to use these two properties so that if it fails on a particular one, then it will accept the other one. Now the next thing is we also have to add in the perhaps if you want to repeat or not to repeat. So, guys, I don't want this stuff to repeat, so I'll say WebKit repeat mask repeat, actually should be mask repeat. Then let me say no repeat. Now again, it might not be supported in all browsers, so I'll have to copy, then paste this one so that I may be sure it works. So, guys, I want us to check so, guys, let me get to the browser. Where's the browser? Here it is, guys. It's not visible. You remember the image don't match. The images don't match, so you have to style it further. So I'll say the img tag. Remember the image that I've just used here at the mask is 1920 by 1080. I used a 1920 by 1080 here at the Photoshop, so I'll have to style it so that it may match or in terms of length. So I'll say height. I'll say 1080 pixel should be 1080 pixel, and then the width should be I'll give it 1920 pixel. Then let's try to check. Not really Photoshop. Perhaps let me just close this Photoshop because I no longer need it now. So, guys, you can see now that name tag is now available here. So let me just zoom out a bit so that you can see it better. Yeah, so, guys, you can see this is how you can basically mask your stuff. So it's quite nice. So basically this is how you can mask. So let's try it the other way around and see if it will mask these content. And so let me just do this. Let me change here the image to, let me change here to, let me say mask.png, and then the other side, let me use oh, here, guys, is where I should have used mask.png, and then at the other side, let me use now bg dot, also here I'll use bg. I'm not sure, guys, if it will work, but let's just try and see. Guys, it's not working. So what I should do I'll try to resize this image. So perhaps first of all, let me just try to get the measurements. The issue is with the measurements. Actually, the units, the sizing. So here the size is 528 by 327. I don't know if I'll remember. 528 by 327. 528 327. So let me get to the code, and then it's now there. Yeah, it should be 528 pixel by, it was a 327, I guess, 327 pixel. Let me just be sure. Let me confirm. It is 528 by 327. 528 by 327, and then guys, let's just try to see how it looks like. So yeah guys, you can see now it's working pretty fine. So guys, basically this is how you can mask your content, and it is quite nice. So guys, basically this is how you can go about that. And of course you can as well mask even the the text. You can mask we can mask the gradients and all that. I think guys, you can find the reference on the website. I don't want to waste much time on this. Perhaps let me talk about something else. Let me talk about so guys, let me now talk about the paginations. Let me talk about pagination. I think this one is quite important. Now guys, basically if you have a website with a lot of pages, you may wish to add some sort of pagination to each page. So how do you go about that? So let me just show you an example on how you can create pagination. Remember, pagination is like 1, 2, 3. Let me just show you, for example, for name tag. Let me show you name tag. Let me show you an example for the name tag so that you can understand what I mean here. So let's give it some time so that it can load. I don't know why it's taking forever. Now pagination, when you scroll to the name tag, I advise you also to get into name tag and scroll down. Now guys, you can see this tab here at the bottom is what we call the pagination. Like you can see, it has the previous, next, and all that. So this one is an example of pagination, and I want to show you how you can create it. So guys, basically to create it, first of all guys, I want to use let me get to the code first of all, and then let me just create a class. Let me call it pagination. Let me call it pagination like that. And then in this pagination guys, I'm gonna use the anchor tag. I'm gonna use just an anchor tag, like let me say anchor tag, and then here guys, I just use a hash. Let me use a hash here, and then guys, basically the first item I will use this this stuff here, this the angle bracket for greater than. Now the first item, the first element, and then here, because the first one guys, let me use point down that points the other side, and then I'm not sure guys if it will display. Let me first of all check if it fails. Yeah guys, it does. Yeah, it's nice. Alternative, you can use this from I usually use the top tab, HTML symbols should be symbols, entities and what. So let me just search for, yeah, you can find wherever it is, but I like using the top tile. They are quite nice. So let me find the arrows. I think arrows. I think let me find something like for pagination. I think this one is nice for pagination. This one, or let me just find where can I find another? I'll find another one like Let me just use any, guys, but let me check and see if I have what. So guys, let me just choose any, provided you understand how you can use it. You can try it on your website. So let me just copy the HTML part. So this one is for previous. So this one is for previous. So let me just copy. Let me copy, and then let me say, let me get to the code, and then let me say, let me paste it there. Then let me say previous. Previous, and then now here, guys, I'll add in the anchor tag 1 2 3. So anchor tag, then I'll say, for example, here first of all I give it hash, then here I'll give it 1, and then perhaps let's say we have 5 pages. We want to navigate 5 pages, so I'll say let me duplicate and at least. So here I'll say 2, and then 3, 4, 5, should be 6, sorry, 6. Here I should have used 4, then here 5, 5, then here I'll use 6 now, and then after 6, guys, we shall add in what? We shall add in another one, like, let's copy, let's use now this one for forward slash, actually the arrow pointing forward. Then first of all we shall begin with, let me say next, and then I'll add in that code. Then let's try to see in the browser how it looks like. So let me check here, guys. You can see how it looks like. So what I do, guys, let me just remove this underscore, so it's not quite pleasing. What I'll do, let me just now style it further and the CSS. So let me just say, for example, let me declare this other stuff, and then let me say it should be now the anchor tag, then I'll say text decoration, I'll give it none, and then a color, let me give it something like red, or whichever color. So let's check it out. Yeah, guys, now you can see how it does. So it's quite nice. So what I do, guys, let me perhaps try to add in some padding also. Now for pagination itself, actually for the anchor tag, I think you can just add in padding. Let me give it something like a 15 pixel, and then we'll see how it does. Yeah, guys, now you can see it's quite nice. So basically this is how you can add in the pagination. Of course, you could have linked here to your pages there. So guys, basically that's how you can add in the pagination. And of course, now instead of that hash, you replace with the URL. And then guys, of course, you can also do it. You can also add in some display on the active one, or when you have a so guys, basically what you do here, so guys, basically what you do here to change the display when you have let me get to the code, then let me say dot pagination, guys, be sure to use the exact name. It's pagination, I think the class pagination. Then in this pagination, guys, I can add in the background. Let me just add in the background color. Let me give it something like let me give it any color, like even a coral, and then a color itself. Let me let it be black. By default it is black. And then now let's add in the hover. When you hover, guys, I'll say what I say pagination, and then now the link now when it is active. Alright guys, basically what I do here guys, instead of using this as stuff here, let me just use this anchor tag here, and then now let me say let me duplicate, and then let me change here now and say when it is active. Let me duplicate, and then now let me here say when it is active. When it is active, I'll change the color, background color, or a color, I'll give it perhaps blue. Blue color, I'll give it a blue, and then a background color, I'll give it something like white. Let me give it white. Let me give it white, and then let's check it out first of all. So yeah guys, you can see when it's active, it turns to white. When it's active, it is white. When it's active, it is white. And then so what I do guys, let me just say, for example, let me do the reverse. Let me just duplicate. Let me duplicate, and then let me say hover. Let me now say when let me add in when you hover. When you have a note, I'll give it when you have a note, and of course guys, I can see what I can add in there. These when you have a note on the active one, let me say dot active. I want to give it some color so that it can just be. So I'll say, for example, color, I'll give it color, background color. Let me give it something like, let me give it this one, or whichever color it is, so that guys, you can see when it is active, when you hover to an active one, you can see the color, how it looks like. Let me talk about something else guys. Let me talk about the CSS what? Let me talk about the CSS variables. I think this one is nice. CSS variables. Now a variable function is used to insert the value of a CSS variable. Actually, when you use the var function, it is used to insert the value of a CSS variable. Now CSS variables have access to the DOM, which means that you can create variables with a local or a global scope, and then change the variables with JavaScript, and also change the variables based on the media query. So a good way to use CSS variable is when it comes to colors of your design. Instead of copy and pasting the same color over and over again, you can place them in a variable. And so how do you create the variable? So guys, basically the syntax of the var function, guys, basically the var function is the syntax that you can use to add in the variable. So perhaps let me just show you an example, and then we shall so for example, let me just let me show you how you can create a variable. So to create a variable guys, we use now the root. We use to create a variable with a global scope, we declare it inside the root selector. Now the root selector matches the document roots element. And to create a variable with a local scope, then I declare it inside the selector that is going to use it. I want to show you how you can use with the global scope. So you begin with the colon, then I say root. This one will define a global scope, and then here guys, I'll say for example, you want to use a color. Perhaps you can say primary color, or let me just say, for example, maybe on your website you can just say primary. You begin with these are two hyphens, so primary perhaps color, primary color. Then other than familiarizing with the color values, you can just use the variables, and then so that it may match the stuff here. So I'll use the CSS here, and then perhaps the color can be whichever color it is. Let me just do this. Let me just add in the semicolon here. So guys, now I want to use any color here. So like guys, you can see you cannot familiarize, you cannot master these colors here. Let me just duplicate and then perhaps let me just say the other one, let me say main color. And then we can give it something like even let's say red perhaps. So now guys, basically when you use that actually the variables, this is how you can declare a variable, right? This is how you declare a variable. Now to use it, you have to use this var function, and then in this var function guys, you can just pass in your colors, like for example main color, then it will pick the main color. Instead of typing that value, just say main color, then it will pick. Now for blue, here you can also change it to first of all to use variable, just say var, then you can say for example primary color, and then guys, let's try to check it out, and then guys, you can see the color has changed. Or perhaps let me just change here to something like even green, so that you can see there's a change, right? Here also I'll change it to something like blue, so that you can see there's some changes, so that yeah. So so guys, you can see now it is green, the color here is green, and then yeah. So guys, you can see this how basically you can add in the variable, the global variables. So it's quite easy guys. So guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss is the CSS box sizing. And with the CSS box sizing property, this one allows you to include the padding and the border in an element total width. So by default, the width and the height of an element is calculated with the width plus padding plus border to get the actual width of an element. If it's height, the actual height, it is calculated with height plus padding plus the borders element. So this means that when you set the width and the height of an element, the element often appear bigger than you have set, because the element border and the padding are added to the specified element. And so I want to show you guys an example here. I'm going to use two divs, and then you actually with the same width and the height, but the other one will have the padding and the other one will not have the padding, and then I will compare them the width. So what I do guys, let me get to the code, and then to the HTML. Let me clear this stuff. Then let me use two divs. Let me call it div1, and then in this div1, let me guys, I'll just say for example, let me say something like this div is small or something like this. Width, let me say width is 300 pixel, and height is 100 pixel. Let me just close. So guys, I want to duplicate, and then I'll use the same here. Let me use a div2. Let me here say is bigger. Then here I'll use the same is the width is what is also, because I want to use the same only, so that we compare the width and height of the elements in the browser. So here guys, let me just clear this stuff, and then here say for example dot div1 guys, I want to give the same units for width. So width, let me give it something like I say 300 pixel. Then height, I said 100 pixel. But now to know the width, the actual width, we shall add in the border, so that we may see how it looks like. So let me say border. I'll give it something like 1 pixel or a 2 pixel solid, and which color? Blue perhaps. Now I want to duplicate this code but now here I'll add in what the padding. Let me give it something like a 50 pixel. Guys, you can realize that the height and the width are the same. Height and the width are the same, but the difference is that this one it has what the padding. Let's compare and see on the browser. So guys, you can see, sorry. So basically the other element is not. Let me just check well. Let me check well, guys. It is div. Oh, here it should be div 2. Should be div 2. Sorry, I forgot. Now, guys, I basically can see I specified the units. For example, the first one headed 300 by 300 width, and then a height 100. But you can see now in the browser, the actual is the first one is smaller than the second one is much bigger. So, guys, basically to reduce or to solve this problem, this is when the box sizing property comes in. How do you solve it? So I want to use the same units, but I'll add in what the box sizing property on all the elements, in both elements here. Now remember, this box sizing property allows us to include the padding and the border in an element's total width and height. So if you set a box sizing to border box on an element, then a padding and a border are included in the width and the height of an element. So let me just add in here, let me say box sizing. Let me give it border box. And then also here, let me give it, let me also say box sizing. Let me give it a border box. And then now, guys, you can see now the units, basically the length is now the same, the height and the width is now the same. So, guys, basically this is how you can use the border box. So guys, the other thing that I want us to discuss here is the media queries, and this one is quite important for you to understand because this is where the responsiveness of websites comes in. Now let me take you back to CSS2. The media role introduced in the CSS2 made it possible to define different style roles for different media types. For example, you could have just one set of style roles for computers, one for printers, one for handheld devices, and then one for television type devices, and so on. But unfortunately, these media types never got a lot of support by devices other than print media types. So now the media queries in CSS3 extended the CSS2 media type idea. Instead of looking for a type of devices, they look at the capability of the device, And so the media queries can be used to check many things in CSS3, such as the width and the height of the viewport, the width and height of the devices, the orientation is a tablet, phone, a landscape, or a portrait form mode, the resolution and all that. Now, using the media queries are a popular technique for delivering a tailored style sheet for desktop, laptops, tablets, mobile phones, such as phones and Android. So basically, the media query consists of a media type and can contain one or more expression which can resolve either true or false. Now, perhaps let me give you the syntax. Let me give you the syntax. So the syntax, let me type in HRL in CSS because it's CSS. Now, basically, this is the syntax for media query. So you say media, not. You can use not. You can use or not or only media type, and you add in the expression. You can add in the expression here. So let me say expression and the expressions, and then here you type in your code. Here you type in your code, CSS code. So guys, basically this is the syntax. Let me just make it a comment so that it may not have any effect. So guys, let me now show you examples. Of course, guys, you can use also to style the print media and all that. But now I want to focus on the website, on the web part. So basically, one way to use media query is to have an alternate CSS section right inside your style sheet. And I want to show you an example, guys, of example how we can style something from a larger screen to a smaller screen to have a different display. So what I do is let me just add something. Let me add in. Let me just use a paragraph tag on this. Let me just do this. Let me use a p tag paragraph. Then let me write first lorem 20 perhaps. Lorem 20 I think is nice. And then now guys here I want us to use to style this code here, this text, this paragraph tag, so that it only applies on the media type with host screen, and the viewport is 480 pixel wide or wider. So what I do is let me just now you go to the CSS. You go to the CSS. First of all, let me set the background. What I do is let me just kill everything again, and then let's set the perhaps the background for the entire body on the larger screen. So let me say body. This one applies on all. If you don't specify the media query, it will affect both large screen and the small, all kind of screens. Like if I say background color, it will be affected on both sizes. So let me say color. Let me say, for example, light blue. Let's compare the sizes. You can see there's a light blue color here. Let me just try to right click. Let me right click here, and then let me inspect. Let's check the sizes. Let me check the sizes. How can I find so guys, you can see first of all, let me just try to make this screen. So guys, you can see here the units. This one is smaller screen. You can see even when you resize further, it is still light blue. Yeah, you can see it is still light blue. Can I yeah. So guys, I think so guys, you can see that, but now I'm gonna use here another property here, and I will see the difference. Let me just go to the CSS and then I'll style it on the media query, and you'll see the difference. So here you can say, for example, at media, use this property at media screen. We're targeting the screen and also the end, and mean. Now here you're adding the expression, like for example mean width, width. So let me just say mean hyphen width, width. Perhaps let's use something like 480 pixel, 480 pixel, 480 pixel, and then now here we can style it. So how do you style? Now here you just write the same property, or let me just copy. Let me copy and then add what. Remember, there's these curly braces that encloses the entire media query stuff, but inside it, guys, you have to use another curly braces, like for example body, the property, the select, and then the declaration, all in their own braces. So here, guys, I'll change here to perhaps background. I'll give it something like a red. Then let's guys try to compare. Now first of all, let me zoom out. Yeah, let me just check, guys. Oh sure. Oh guys, basically it is the other way around. So you can see now when it reaches to a screen is smaller than 400 and what 480. Let's check here at the top, guys. When it reaches to 480 and below, then the color will change to blue. Okay, the color will change to blue. But now perhaps let me just do the other way around, so that here let me say light blue. Or let me say green. Let me use a different color. Let me say green. And then here I'll say red. Let me say red, and then let's try to check it out. Now guys, you can see now the smaller screen, they have what red color, but when it reaches to 408 and above, it will change to green. So guys, you can see now with this media property, you can style wherever you want, actually whichever style you want. And of course guys, you can as well specify the units. Perhaps you can say, for example, when it reaches to a certain width, it becomes, for example, you can say, let's try to say something like a 600. I'll use 600, and then when it reaches 600 again, it changes to another color. So let me just copy, then I duplicate, but now here I'll change here to 600. I'm just guessing, but guys, we have different units. For example, there's for desktop, there's WebOS, actually TV screens, and then I have the mobile phone. So you have to be keen on the units. But now, for the sake of just tutorial, let me use any color. So for example, here let me say blue. I just want to show you that you can sell in whichever screen sizes you wish. So guys, let's compare this one and see. So guys, you can see it is red finally below 400 and below 480. It is red. When it reaches to 400 and 408 and above, it changes to green. And when it will reach 600, it will change to blue. I think you can see it changes to blue. So guys, basically with the media query property, you can style your elements whichever style. Let me try to zoom in and see. Is it possible to? I don't think so. Yeah, so guys, it's possible. You can as well zoom in, zoom out, and then it will resize the screen so that it meets a certain sizes, so that you can see. It's quite nice. So guys, basically this is how you can use the media query to style. I've just used the background color, but you can as well specify any element size and all that, or you can hide the element on the larger screen. And perhaps let me show you. I think that one is quite nice. So here guys, I'll say, let me use an image tag. Let me say img. Then let me add in an image here, like let me say it was boy. Let me use a boy dot jpeg. Now let me style it. So let me see at the body here, let me just say display is gonna be like that. Then now here the user screen size, so I'll say img the selector, and then a display, I'll give it none. So let me just say none, and then let's try to check and see. So guys, let's try to, you can see now guys, when it reaches to this size, this is when the image appears. But when you resize, or I think the best way is to use this one. Let's inspect. Now guys, let me just try to resize. You can see that image appears basically on these screen sizes. So you can see we hide on larger screens, but now here is where the image become visible when it reaches to certain. So you can just style anything, guys. You can style anything wherever you want with this media query. Now there's another very important aspect that we must learn as we try to wind down. It is the flexbox. Now flexbox is very important. Before the flexbox layout module, there were 4 layout models, like a block for section in a web page, inline for text, table for 2-dimensional table data, and then a position for explicit position of an element. Now the flexbox layout module make it easier to design flexible, responsive layout structure without using the float or a position. So guys, basically let me just show you an example. So for me, I always like to teach with the examples because I believe people to understand what we are trying to explain with that, practical, it's quite difficult. So like let me just use a simple one here, like let me create a class and then let me say dot flex. So this is the class flex container, flex container, and then in this container I can add what for example div sorry, it should be big. Oh yeah, let me just say let me just use div perhaps one, and then let me just duplicate, and then I have several. Then let me get to the CSS and scale it further so that at least we can see some difference, in those. And guys, we all agree that a div is a block level element. So first of all, guys, basically if you want to make, first of all, let's check it out and see. You can see these items. Perhaps let me change here the numbers to 1, 2, 3. The HTML 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then now, guys, you can see now this one is a display block. But now with the flex box, you can arrange these items to flex to the right, or to move to the raw format. You can use the inline also elements to style them so that it may scroll down, actually it may run downwards and all that. So okay, so for example, if I want to display this one to be in a flex, to display flex, and then you're gonna use the display flex property. Let me just go to the CSS. Then now we are targeting this class. This is a class, and then let's just paste it there. No, for class you begin with a dot. I think you understand by now because we discussed this stuff. Now here, guys, if I want to display it in a flex format, you say display. Display, you can say flex. Let's check it out and see how it does. So now you can see, guys, it is now in the column. Is it column or row? I think it's row format now. Now also you can add in the background. Let me add in the background so that background color, I can say, for example, let me give it any color, like even that one. And then I guess let me also now target now the container itself, actually the div. So first of all, you copy to specify there to be unique, to target the exact element, is good to use the main container, and then you specify the element that you want to target. For example, if it's div, the child class, or whichever. So you just say let me use this one, and then sibling actually. So here I'll just say div, and then of course here I can say what I can say. For example, a background color. I can give it a different color, like let me give it azure, and then margin. Let me add in some margin. Let me give it 10 pixel. Margin, let me give it a 10 pixel, and then padding. Padding, I can give it something like 20 pixel, and then font size, let's increase a bit. Font size, let me give it 30 pixel, perhaps 30 pixel, and then let's check it out. Yeah, so guys, you can see how it does. Let me reduce this stuff to be 100%, I think. Yeah, so guys, you can see now it is now in a flex format here. So guys, basically a flex box is quite important, because this is how you can for example, let me show you a good example of a flex box, and I'll show you how you can design it. Let me get to the name tag, and always get guys find the reference on this website. So guys, this one is an example of a flex box. You can see now the elements are in a container. They are in a container. You can see like we have this icon, the text, we have this link, and then so guys, basically this one is an example of flex box. So understanding this principle is quite important, because also another example of a flex box is it is what these ones. This one is a good example for flexbox. So now let's get to the code, and then guys, perhaps should I explore more, or should I just show you another example for flexbox for you to understand? Let's talk about the flex container. I think it's quite important. Now guys, basically guys, like we specified earlier, these are flex container actually that we used here, the flex container. So the background, we give it a blue and so forth. So guys, the flex container become flexible by setting the display property to flex, like what we did now. That's why you can see the items were set to the other side, actually to the row. So the flex container can have different properties like a flex direction, flex wrap, and a flex flow, justify content, align items, and so forth. So I want us to design to check to use a different property like a flex direction. So this one will specify, or I will define which direction the container wants to stack to the flex items. Like for example, if I say flex, let me say flex direction. If I give it a column, then it will be in a column way. So let me get to the, you can see now it's now in a column way. Now if it were, by default it is raw, I think. By default it's raw, but you can specify, yeah, you can specify, sorry. You can specify also, and then it will be raw or a column. And then guys, we also have remember by default it is raw. Now for raw, the value stack the flex items horizontally, that is from left to right. Now also guys, we have the row reverse. You can also do the row reverse. Now for row reverse, the value stack the flex element horizontally, but the other way around, from like this three will be the first item. So let me just show you. So flex. Actually, let me use this one. Let me use row reverse. So it will be the other way around. Now, guys, you can see it begins from this other end. Now, also, guys, there's this option for the row for actually flex wrap. Actually, guys, basically for flex wrap property, this one will specify whether the flex item should drop up or not, should drop or not. So, like for example, if you have several items, like let's say, let me just duplicate these items, then perhaps let me make them quite many, and then so that you understand what I'm talking about. Should I change the numbers? I'm lazy, guys. I'm lazy. So let me say 4. Yeah, let me say 5, 6, 7, 7, and then here it is 8, 9, and so forth. So let's check it out. So guys, let me try to zoom in. I think this one is B. So guys, you can see when you zoom in, these items won't fit in this screen, right? It won't fit well. Let me just try to zoom in further. So guys, you can see here that when you increase further, then the other items will be hidden, until you zoom out. So it will only accept the screen saver that can contain these items, but when it reaches the limit, then it's gonna do what? It's gonna hide the elements, so you won't see. Now basically this is where the flex wrap comes in handy. So first of all, let me just arrange our items in a proper way. Let me use just row flex direction. Let me use row so that the coordinate may go left to right. So guys, you can see this one has reached 9 or 7. It has seed the other items. So guys, basically when you use the flex wrap, when it reaches the screen size, then it will go to the next column. Actually, the next it will create a next row, the other row. Let me show you that. So let me say flex. should be flex wrap. When you give it wrap, and then you can see now it now shows every element. Even if you increase the sizes and all that, you can see it just goes to the other actually other row. It doesn't hide other elements. So this is the importance of the flex wrap. Remember, there's also another property called no wrap. No wrap. If you don't want the wrap, remember by default it is no wrap. And this one, guys, when you zoom in, then it will just hide the other elements. But when you say wrap, when you just say wrap, then it will wrap elements. So it should be wrap. And then so guys, I think you have understood that concept. And then guys, we also have the wrap reverse. Now for wrap reverse value, specify that the flexible item will wrap if necessary in the reverse order. So let me just show you that wrap reverse, and then let's check it out and see. So guys, you can see it now does the reverse order. So like the first column will be here at the bottom, the second one. So basically in a normal way, the 1 2 3 should be here at the top, then 4 5 6 the mids, and then this one to be the last, but I have done the reverse. So basically that's the function of the reverse. And then again, we also have we also have another property called the flex flow. Now basically the flex flow property is a shorthand property for setting both the flex direction and the flex wrap. So you can see now that's the shorthand. So if you don't want to see row and wrap, you can just use this. If you don't want to use these two lines of code here to specify two items, you can just use the flex flow. Flex flow. Then this one can contain both the row and the wrap. So just say row, and then you can say wrap also. And then so guys, you can see with these are two just one line of code, we have added the flex wrap, and then now we have also added what in them the display to be to be row. Actually the flex to be in the row. So guys, also there's another property, property on this flex called justify content. Now when you use the justify content property, then this just it is used to align your items. For example, if you want to make the content fit in a width and all that, then you have to use this justify content. This one is specifically used to align the flex item. So like if you use center, then items will be aligned at the center. If you say left, it will be aligned to the left hand side. So let me just show you, for example. So it should be justify content. Sorry. So let me say justify content. You can say center. So for center, we'll align items at the center. You can see now how some padding, some margins here at the end. Then the items are now here centered. And then of course, guys, you can also, and the same guys on the justify content, we also have the flex start. These values will align, and will actually values aligns the flex item at the beginning of the elements. And remember, this one is just by default. If you don't specify, so if we don't specify, we just, for example, let's say flex start, then it will be just from the start. Remember, this one is by default. If you don't specify, it will be that way. And then a flex end, this will be at the end. So flex, and let's try to see. Then I guess you can see now it goes the other way around, the other side. Also guys, there's also on the same justify content property, there's a value called a space around. So for space around, this one will display the flex items with space between and after the lines. So let's try to see that. So justify content, then let's try to say space around, and then let's try to see. Yeah, so guys, you can see now there's a spaces between these elements, nicely placed. And then also, guys, we have also the what we call justify content space between as a value, space between is a value. Now this one, I think this one is just like at the space around, but now this one calculates the width and that does what, and place your content, proportionally. So basically, the space between value display the flex item with the space between the lines. Now this one is with the lines. So let me just show you. So let me say space between, and then let's check it out and see. Yeah, so guys, you can see it has, it adds what, the space between the lines, and then let me just guys, you can see it is the stretches elements on the way left. Now the difference between the other one, between the space around, that one was affecting only the first row, but now this one affects both, but it stretches, proportionally. Yeah, so guys, you can see when it's not fitting well, you can see it adjusts, until ensure the first element is at the far end. Then it calculates, automatically, So also, guys, basically you can align elements also at the center or wherever you want it to be with this flex property. For example, so guys, for example, let me remove these other elements, and then let me show you how you can do with the alignment. So display flex, and then also there's this property, you can say align items. For example, you just want to align every item to be at the center, you can say align item center, and then the items will be aligned at the center. So guys, the next thing that I want us to talk about is the 2D transforms. Now CSS transforms allows you to move, rotate, scale, and skew elements. So it is supported in the latest version of browsers. Like for Chrome it is 36, and latest Microsoft Edge is 10 version 10 and latest. Firefox is 16 and latest. Opera is 23 and latest. So of course, we shall talk about also 3D transforms later, but now guys, with the translate method, this one moves an element from its current position according to the parameters given for the X and the Y axis. Guys, basically I want to show you an example how we can transform something here. Let me get to the code. Let me get to the Visual Studio Code, and then guys, here let me just create a div here to the HTML. And then here, let me just say, for example, let me just say, for example, div. Let me say div like that, and then let me say translate. The translate, or let me just say something like let me just say even anything, like even translate, or whichever way you wish to name it. And then now guys, basically I want us to style it so that it may have those translation effect. So let me clear everything here, and then here guys, I'll give remember the selectors div, and then let's try to first of all, let's give it a width. Perhaps let's give it something like a 300 pixel. Then the height, we can give it what 100 pixel. And then for background color, let's add in background color. Let me give it any color, like even aqua or a blue violet, or whichever color you wish. And then let's add in some border. So border, yeah, a border. I'll give it 1 pixel, solid, and then about yellow. And then now let's add in this the transform effect. Let's say transform. I'm gonna use translate. Translator is translate. Let me say translate, and then I'm gonna translate to 50 pixel. 50 pixel, that is height. and then for width, let's give it 100 pixel, and let's check it out and see how it does. So guys, you can see though guys it's not, let's check it out and see. It is a transform translate 50 pixel by 100 pixel. Yeah, it's quite right. So guys, basically you can see it changes from the original position to a different position, guys. So basically this is how you can translate elements. Also guys, you can rotate. How do you rotate? You say you use now the rotate, instead of transform, you use now the rotate. You use the rotate, and then here you specify the degrees. If it's 20 degrees, just specify 20 degree, degree for degree, and then you can see now the element is now rotated. And then if you want to do the opposite, use the negative degree, then it will do the opposite. Let's check it out, and then again you can see it does. So you can play around with the angles, and then of course you can as well do what you can as well scale the element. Now the scale method increases or decreases the size of an element according to the parameters given for the width and the height. Like here, let me just show you how you can scale up. So I'll use the scale, and then height, let's give it a 2 pixel, then a width, let's give it a 3. So it will be scaled horizontally, actually vertically 2, then horizontally, that is width, it will be 3 times. So guys, you can see now it is now scaled, it's now bigger. We have scaled on width, it is 3 times higher. 3 times higher. For height is 2 times higher. So let me just change the color. I think this let me use a black for, yeah, so I think this one is nice. So basically that's how you can scale, and of course you can also scale to the what to smaller value, like you can even use the less than. Also, for example, 0.5 of less, also 0.5. Then guys, this one will be the half, will be half of the actual length and height. So guys, you can see that's how you can scale. And then we also have another property called the scale X. Now the scale X method increases or decreases the width of an element, So like for example, remember this one targets only the width, X. X, remember, is like a X axis, then Y axis. Now X is actually for width alone, then Y is for scale Y is for the Y axis. So I'll say, for example, scale X, then I will specify if it's 2 times, then the width will be 2 times higher. You can see how it is. And then for if it were of course, let's try with the negative actually 0.5. Let's check it out, and then I guess you can see it is now scaled down halfway. Of course, you can the same applies with the y. So y, just specify y, then it will do how it does. You can see the guys. Of course, you can increase this. You can just play around with that one. Now we also have the skew x. Now basically the skew x method skew an element along the x-axis by a given angle. So and of course we also have the skew y. We shall talk about it later. So let's begin with the skew x. Remember the units are in degrees. So let me say skew. Of course you can specify skew, and then specify the both units, like for example 20 degrees, that will be height, and then 20 degrees, and then what is 20 degrees, and then comma first of all, then specify for y, for x-axis can be something like let's say 30 degrees, and then guys, you can see how skewed it is. And of course guys, you can just use the skew, for example skew X, then this one will affect only the one in the x-axis. And then guys, you can see it affects only on the x-axis. Now for y-axis, you just specify here y, and then guys, you can see how it does. So basically this one is an example of the skewness in the x and the y, and so guys, I think you've understood that. And guys, of course we have also the matrix method. Now basically for matrix method combines all the 2D transform method into one. So like you can this one takes all the parameters. 6 parameters can contain mathematical functions which allow you to rotate, scale, move, or that is translate, and skew elements. So for example, let me just show you how you can use the matrix, a simple one. So let me just say, for example, matrix is like the shorthand for every property here. So say matrix, then so the first parameter will be scale, then the second parameter will be skew, the third parameter will be actually be skew y, then the third parameter will be skew x, then the next parameter will be scale y, then the other parameter will be translate x, translate y, then lastly. So let's begin with scale x. Scale x, for example, let's say 1, then a scale y, actually in skew y, I can say, for example, negative 0.3, and then for example to skew x, give it something like 0. Let me just give it 0, and then for y, I give it 1, and then the translate x 0, translate y 0, and then guys, you can see now it's a shorthand, and then you can see it has affected everything there. So guys, basically that's how you can work on the 2D transforms. Now let me talk about another type of transform called 3D. Now basically CSS also support 3D transformation. So basically so guys, basically remember this one also it supports. They supported on the latest browser this effect, latest versions of the browser. And so this one you can use transformation methods like rotate x, rotate y, rotate z. So like this, I want to show you an example on the 3D. So let me get to the code and I'll show you how we can apply this principle. And then guys, for example, let's create something like, should I use the same code here guys that we used? Let me just use the same, but now guys, I want to go to this as CSS. Of course, this is the selector, and then here guys, I'll say what, let me say transform. What I do guys, let me just use this one, transform. Then at this one I'm gonna use rotate x, rotate x, rotate x. Remember this one is at 3D. Rotate x, and then here you specify the angle. So you can say, for example, 150 what degrees, 150 degrees, and then let's check it out. And then now guys, you can see now it has rotated 150 degrees. So and then guys, also we have rotate y. You can also do the rotation on the y axis. So let me say rotate y, then it's gonna be you can see how it does. And then so for rotate z, it is for example, let me use a different angle, like let me say even 90. Of course you'll be inside these parentheses. Rotate now z should be z, and then guys, you can see how it does. So guys, basically this is the end of the CSS, and I celebrate with you for completing the CSS. Now guys, basically for styling now, you are good, you are a pro. Up next, we shall talk about the JavaScript actually to make the websites more dynamic or interactive. we shall discuss JavaScript next. But now, guys, please subscribe and also like the video and share it to your friends so that they too may learn something new. But up to this point, guys, I appreciate you so much for your time. And until next time, this is Nehemiah. Goodbye.